a toy hare in his hands, and this hare told his son that it was time for him to go eat. In his second hand he held a Lego man who told his mother the hare that he didn't want to eat. Hare said that the boy must eat in order to grow up as big as his dad. The Lego man asked the hare's mother, when will daddy return? His mother often promised him that his father would return when he went to primary school. Mother Hare lowered her head and sad head and answered her son that he will return when he goes to high school, and it remains to wait quite a bit. The Lego boy said that he no longer wants to believe in this lie, and that Mommy Hare is the reason why Daddy left the family. Mom told her child Shin that he shouldn't talk so badly to his mom and insult her. Well, the boy didn't want to listen to his mother at all, and he was very angry with her because his father left the family. So he hit the hare's mother's face with all his might. A guy sat on the bed without a t-shirt, and said in a rudely male voice that he wanted his father to give him back immediately. He spoke very quietly and calmly, and his lips moved slowly. He constantly repeated that he wanted his father back. Suddenly some armed guys burst into the room and kicked down the door. Kim Shin looked at these guys with a dissatisfied look, and from his facial expression it was clear that he was absolutely not afraid of them. ISPA people shouted that this bastard killed everyone who was in this room. At that moment the girl was lying on the floor with her hands tied behind her back and did not move. The guy who burst into the room with a gun in his hands said that Kim Shin will be arrested on suspicion of murder. He pressed the switch in the room. Light appeared at that moment. He said that he has the right to remain silent, and everything he says can be used against him in court. A man approached him from behind and began to handcuff his hands. He said that the person arrested has the right to a lawyer. His lawyer can be present at the interrogation. When his hands were handcuffed, he still continued to hold the toys in his hands. The policeman said that if the suspect cannot pay for the services of a lawyer, he will be provided to him by the state. One cop walked up to the dead girl's body and said that this guy was a fucking psycho and he cut off all his mother's fingers. Suddenly a man wearing black trousers and heavy black military boots entered the room. The policeman who was in the room immediately turned their attention to this man. This guy was called Detective Kim. He looked like a middle-aged man with black hair and a demonic look that could scare anyone. Shin smiled when he saw this man enter the room. The only thing he told him was that he was waiting for Kim to come. Shin at that moment began to laugh very loudly and strangely, and constantly repeated the same phrase that he had been waiting for him for a very long time. Kim was beside himself with rage and couldn't just stand quietly and watch this crazy person. People tried to calm him down and explain that he shouldn't go to extremes. An adult man in glasses with a middle part in his hair said in a rude voice that you need to control yourself and not give in to emotions. He said that he knew what Detective Kim's situation was and tried to calm him down, trying not to let him explode in anger at that moment. The guys suggested that Kim leave this place as quickly as possible and get out of here, but his eyes were filled with rage and anger, and these emotions that he experienced were impossible to describe in ordinary words. There was a picture hanging on the wall that depicted him and his family, and in this picture there were drops of his wife's blood. A knife on the floor that was stained with blood. Drops flowed from this knife and stained the floor. Near the dead body of a woman there were children's toys in the form of police cars and markers for drawing. He clenched his fists very tightly, trying to restrain his anger and rage, but he had to make great efforts to do this. All the people who were in the room tried to calm down, Lord, and take him out of the room so that he would not see all this horror. The man with glasses said in a very loud voice that everyone doesn't have to pay for Hyo Yun and Yoon Soo. He gritted his teeth in a quiet, angry voice and said that they would make this bastard suffer punishment for his sins. Well, after that I asked Mr. Kim to control himself and not give free rein to his emotions. At this moment there are tears running down his cheek. Kim continued to cry and tears flowed down his eyes, and where he tried not to fall into despair, but it was impossible to do after everything he saw in this room. People asked him to calm down and leave the room so that he would not see all this horror and not torment himself with this terrible picture. One of the guys grabbed his hand and decided to go outside to smoke with him, but Kim was very angry and broke this guy's finger. He ordered everyone who was trying to get him out of the room to shut up. At that moment, I completely overwhelmed his mind and he was no longer ready to hold back. One of the guys grabbed him from behind and tried to hold him. He called him Sunbae as a sign that this gentleman is older. Kim pinned this guy's hands and then hurt him a lot. The guy who stood in front of him in a white hoodie put his hands forward and asked Detective Kim to calm down, and not make mistakes. But the detective was incredibly angry, and the words of these guys could not calm his anger. The guy who stood in front of him with all his might and tried to block his passage, not allowing him to go further. At that moment they grabbed him by the back and tried to hold him again. But Detective Kim elbowed this guy in the head with all his might to get rid of him. Tears on his cheeks that continued to flow from his eyes, but his hands were ready for battle and he wanted to throw out his anger as quickly as possible. He beat up absolutely everyone who got in his way, and at that moment he didn't care whether the guys deserved it or not. One of the guys suddenly took a stun gun and said that if Detective Kim did not calm down, he would be forced to shoot him. But Detective Kim continued to fight and did not listen to the threats of these people, so the guy was forced to shoot him with an electric shock. But unfortunately he missed with his outfit and hit another guy. Yes, Detective Kim hit this boy on the head with all her might and the guy fell back. But at that moment another person with a stun gun stood him during the day. Suddenly he felt a lot of pain and an electric discharge in his cheek. This was because the second guy managed to hit him in the face with a shocker. The big guy who hit him in the head with a stun gun was himself shocked that he could do it. Yes, Detective Kim understood that these children's toys would not stop him, and so he tore out the electrical cord from his cheeks with his bare hands. After that, he ran up to the guy who shot him and hit him with his club with all his might, and then grabbed him by the neck. No matter how much these guys wanted to hurt him, they understood that there was no other way out, and so one of the cops hit him on the head with an iron stick. Detective Kim immediately grabbed him by the neck after receiving the blow and began to choke him. Suddenly another guy ran up to him from behind and grabbed his hands, not allowing him to move. Kim was an experienced fighter and knew that when you are hacked in this position, you need to hit him with your head in the nose. When he was finally able to free himself from the grip, he lunged forward, but ahead of him was another enemy holding an iron stick in his hand. Kim managed to grab this opponent's hand and did not allow him to strike. He twisted his arm and then threw him to the floor. A pistol shot suddenly sounded in the room and a bullet was fired from the muzzle of a magnum, and a small smoke was visible that was flying from the muzzle. Detective Kim was forced to stop and freeze in place because he understood that now he could be killed if he made the wrong moves or something stupid. The policeman said that if Kim takes another step, then he will be forced to shoot him. Kim turned his head and his face was stained with blood mixed with tears, and he asked with hatred and nakedness, would this man really shoot him? Detective Kim said that it was not him who should be killed, but this vile psychopath who killed people. The policeman said that he knew that it would be fair, but he relied on the law and tried to explain that now it was impossible to kill him. Kim continued to cry and said that if he really knows that this Czech deserved death, then why doesn't he shoot him because his wife is Ha-Yun has always treated him very well. He raised his head up and said with tears in his eyes that this damn cop was going to protect the serial killer who killed her instead of destroying him. The policeman tried to explain to his friend that they were ordinary detectives and they came here to take revenge and to figure everything out. The policeman continued to explain that it doesn't matter to him how rotten they are, Vidya. They still have the right to a trial, and if this bastard was the devil, he would still stand trial. At that moment, the Vilshin peeked out from behind the detective's leg and smiled. Detective Kim clenched his fist very tightly and said that the punishment is the usual, keeping these bastards in a cell. The policeman tried to explain that they simply have no other choice and this is how their world works, so they are not forced to accept it. Yes, the detective slowly began to step closer to him. He took a long step and moved even closer to the detective. Kim said that if being human means that you have to obey the law, then he gives up his humanity. The detective tried to stop his partner and begged him to keep his emotions under control. Detective Kim did not want to listen and continued to approach him faster and faster, and so the second detective had to shoot him in the leg. At that moment, tears appeared on his face, and he said that he did not want to do this and asked him to stop. But the detective continued to walk forward with slow steps, absolutely did not listen to the threats of his partner, and even despite the pain he continued to move. His finger again touched the trigger of the pistol, and he understood that now he would be forced to press it. Kim reached out to touch the psychopath who killed his wife. His hand was very close to this bastard and he wanted to remove this vile grin from his face. The detective, in a very loud voice, ordered the suspect to move away immediately or else he would have to pull the trigger. Detective Kim did not want to listen to his partner, and continued to reach out to the psychopath, and therefore the policeman had no choice but to shoot him in the leg with a pistol. He would try to apologize for having to shoot, but he simply had no other choice. Detective Kim still didn't want to give up, and therefore continued to crawl on the floor using only his hands. His fingers were bleeding and he felt incredible pain, but nevertheless he constantly repeated the same thing, that he must kill this psychopath. He continued to crawl forward and left a bloody trail behind him on the floor above, but nevertheless he wanted to grab this bastard by the throat and strangle him. His eyes were filled with pain, anger and cruelty, and he wanted this vile psycho to feel everything that I feel now. He is his loved one who died. Shin continued to smile and laugh like a crazy person, said suddenly that he is also a person who has humanity, but unfortunately his father abandoned his humanity. Kim hated this vile idiot with all his soul, and the words of this bastard only angered him. Kim's detectives put iron handcuffs on his hands so that he could no longer resist. The guys he had just knocked out with blows were able to get to their feet, and all three of them handcuffed him. Lego Man said in a nasty voice that he would never in his life be the kind of father his father was. The next morning, the news reported that the serial killer who killed 28 families was caught right at the scene of another crime. The news showed a handcuffed serial killer being led out of the police station building. Many reporters approached him holding several microphones at once and asked him various questions. And they didn't ask questions like if there was anything the killer would like to say about his victims. A girl from the crowd raised her microphone and asked in a loud voice why he only chose 7 children. Shin looked at all these reporters and was perplexed that I didn't ask such stupid questions. Quietly he said that families should always stick together. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant, and a man appeared in the pillars and started shouting very loudly that this crazy real bastard had decided to joke with them. In the crowd of these people there were a lot of victims who suffered at the hands of this serial maniac, and these people were unhappy and started shouting that they wanted to kill him. In the crowd there were girls who were sobbing and saying that the bastard Balik had a little daughter. There was an old woman who cried and said that her son and grandson were killed by this vile scum and this sinner must be punished. Shin calmly continued to walk through the crowd, realizing that they could not do anything to him now, and he was amused by the fact that they were all crying and hating him. People went crazy. They all wanted to take revenge on him as quickly as possible and kill this vile killer with their own hands. A policeman was forced into a serial killer's car and told that he would have to forget about freedom. But they didn't send him to one of the buildings that was located on the outskirts of the city. It was a tall panel-type building. They brought me to a room in which 2 mannequins lay, and these mannequins repeated the poses of the dead people they found. The police asked Shin if he remembered how he killed all these people. The policeman said that it would be better for him to tell about everything in the smallest detail, and in this case it would be a little easier for him to be behind bars. 2 mannequins continued to lie on the floor, and Shin looked at them carefully. He smiled and said that these mannequins were lying wrong because they were not lying face up. He sat down on his knees and turned the mannequins over and explained that they should lie face down. After that, he smiled again and said that this was the most touching pose he had ever seen. He placed the mannequins in such a way that the big mannequin was hugging the little mannequin, and it turned out to be a very cute picture. Shin continued to tell the police that they were lying in this position because they had read fairy tales before and fell asleep. He said that the woman stood up when he inserted the key into the lock and asked him if it was her husband who returned home so early. Shin entered the room and looked at the mother and the child who was lying on the floor. He was touched by the picture that he saw in front of him. In his hands he was holding a black bag. The woman looked at the guy and didn't understand who he was, but she was very scared and didn't know what actions to take. Like, besides all this, a child was sleeping on her chest. Shin put his hand to her nose and twisted it and started her from the heart. He said that if she screamed then he would kill her child first, and she would have to watch it all. Shin said that he hid the boy in the bathtub and locked him there and his mother, and he tied him up with tape. After that, he looked at her for a very long time and a question appeared in his head that he wanted to ask her. He asked this woman what her son's favorite song was. She was very scared, looked at him with tears in her eyes and said that she could tell the criminal the password to her bank account, and she had some cash in her wallet. But Shin kept asking the same question, saying that her son must have favorite songs that he constantly listens to or constantly sings. The woman replied that her son really loves the song Baby Shark about a shark and her family, but she still didn't understand why the killer was asking her about the song. Shin smiled and said in a nasty voice that in this case he would now sing the song Baby for her son Shark. He started laughing in a nasty voice and said that he would save the life of her child if she could sing the whole song to the end. At this moment, a man without shoes with 2 crutches on both sides and slowly walked forward. His hands were covered in blood and the plaster that was supposed to hold back this blood came off. He walked up to the large tall building in which the investigation was currently being conducted and looked at the windows of the upper floors. Shin started humming the song Baby Shark and tried to repeat exactly as it was that day. He continued to sing, absolutely not paying attention to everyone around him and his people. He took the tied hands of the mannequins and at that moment he had a knife in his hands. He tried as much detail as possible to repeat this picture of the events that took place that day. With every verse of the song Baby Shark became scarier and scarier, and a terrible smile appeared on his face. He cut the mannequin's fingers with a knife and sang a song at that moment. This process brought him incredible pleasure. Shin looked at the mannequin's head and remembered how this girl screamed in pain and cursed him, but he still continued to sing this song. He cut with his finger and did not pull with a knife, and the dummy came out of the foam rubber that was inside it. He continued to sing the song and cut her fingers, and all the police who were next to him surrounded him with horror and watched this action. Kim grabbed his head and began to sob again. He felt incredible pain and not hatred that again enveloped his mind. He fell to his knees and began to sob. He fell into despair and said that his dear wife died along with his beloved son. He asked his dead wife for forgiveness. I hope that she will hear him in heaven and be able to forgive him for not being there at that moment, and not being able to protect her. He hated and cursed you for not being able to protect his beloved wife if this vile bastard committed such a terrible massacre on them. He bit without a finger, trying to hurt himself in order to calm down a little and come to his senses, but it was all useless. His teeth clenched tightly and caused him pain, but he still continued to bite himself. Shin continued to cut the fingers of the mannequins and was already singing the 3rd verse. He said that this woman was very sweet and beautiful, and it gave him pleasure to hurt her and watch her suffer. He started humming the melody of the song Baby Again Shark, and at that moment drops of sweat were running down his face. Suddenly the knife that he was holding in his hands and trying to cut her body broke, and part of it pressed the body to the side. Only after he saw the broken part of the blade was he able to realize that it was just a dummy. Shin smiled and said that unfortunately she couldn't finish the whole song and died before the song ended. He laughed and said that she could have saved the life of her child if she had gotten to the part with Daddy Shark, but unfortunately she didn't have time to do this. After that, he looked at the wall on which hung pictures of their happy family, and there were drops of blood in this picture. Kim continued to sit on the ground and look at his house in which all these terrible events took place. He said that it doesn't matter what lengths he has to go to in order to kill this bastard, but he is even ready to sell his soul to the devil himself in order to achieve justice. He said that all the pain his family experienced was 100 times or 1,000 times greater than the pain of other people. He said that he would return it all 1,000,000 times more and make this person suffer from psychopathy since no one else studied with him, so that he would finally understand what he had done. Of the trial came when this defendant was to be tried, and the judge said that the crime of the accused was unprecedented and deadly. The judge said the crimes were ill-intentioned, and the accused had not expressed remorse. Shin continued to look at the judge with disbelief. The judge said that taking into account the motives of the accused for murder and the impact on the victims and the public, he concluded. The judge sentenced the accused to death, and then hit him with a hammer. People in the hall here began to rejoice and shouted that this scoundrel would be executed. The man who was sitting in the soldiers' hall said in a quiet voice that they managed to win, and now this son of a bitch will answer for his actions. The daughter tried to calm her mother down, and told her that this scoundrel had been sentenced to death, and now her sister could find peace. Mom thanked the Lord for punishing this man. Grandfather put his hand on the boy's shoulder and asked Jihu if he was okay. But the boy continued to sit silently. The boy decided to ask his grandfather what would happen next to this man and whether he would die after this. The grandfather told the boy that this man would die and God would punish him in heaven for what he had done. People pointed their fingers at this vile killer and shouted that he was a real monster. Even a low death would buy his sins. The judge calmed people down and asked for silence in the courtroom. In the school building, study till from the room, the voice of a girl was heard who apologized to the director for being late. The director shook his head in this way and greeted her. He said that he really should apologize for meeting her so rarely. They went into the office and the director asked if Ji-Hoo had done something at school. She smiled and said that he had done nothing wrong and that he was the most diligent student she had ever seen. Well, after that she said that sometimes he starts fights and bullies his peers. The director looked at her in surprise and asked if she was really talking about Ji-Hoo now. He tried to explain that the boy would never do such a thing. She lowered her head and said that she had recently been given information that this was being repeated for the 4th time recently. She tried to explain that she was going to talk to him about the events, but he put a needle in Ji-Hoo's spare shoes. She said that, according to him, they never communicated with each other, and she did not understand why he did this. Ji-Hoo stood aside and watched as several guys took away the boy's personal belongings and mocked him. He said that this cannot be done, and that this is a terrible act on the part of. Suddenly the door from the teacher's office opened and grandfather came out. Grandfather looked at the boy and was surprised that he was standing near the door so invisibly. He sat down to be closer to the child and asked him why he was fighting with his friends. Grandfather asked if these guys were really mocking him for being an orphan, but the boy replied that there was no reason at all. The boy tried to explain that these guys did very badly, and this was the main reason for the fights. Grandfather asked what the guys did that was so bad. The boy explained that one of the guys he fought with was stealing pens and erasers from other children's pencil cases. He said that was the reason why he hit this guy twice for what he did. He said that another guy was fighting with students and special classes, and so he hit him 5 times with a broom. He told his grandfather several similar incidents that happened to him because of which he started fights. Grandfather tried to explain to him that in this case he should inform the teacher about these problems. The boy lowered his head and said that if he told the teacher, then in that case he would simply scold them, and that would be the end of it. He said that people who do bad things should get the punishment they deserve and never do it again. The grandfather looked at the boy in surprise and thought that he thought like an adult man, but this scared him. He took the boy's hand with his hand and tried to explain to him that this should not be done. Grandfather said that you students whom he punished almost got hurt, and they could have received serious injuries. He said that no matter what the circumstances were, it was not an option and everything could not be resolved through a fight. He hugged the boy and said that God always says that they should love their enemies, and they should not punish them goodbye. Well, he hugged the boy and continued to say that only by forgiving his enemies does a person become closer to God. The boy replied that he would forgive all these guys. Ji-Hoo was the only surviving victim of Kim Shin. That day it was very dark at night, and from his face there was a drop of blood or a drop of blood. He said that if there was one more mine his mother would smile. He said that if there were 2 more steps then his dad would smile. The boy saw that this man was acting very strange, saying that when he is not looking at him they always smile. Suddenly he returned to reality again and realized that this was all just a figment of his imagination, and it no longer existed. Ji-Hoo's father finished his song when Shin tried him, and the boy was able to survive. The school students went down the stairs and discussed how the idiot they just beat, always cries funny. They laughed and discussed the fact that this idiot started crying even harder when I kicked him and threw him into the toilet. A guy standing behind them who pushed them down the stairs. The boys began to fly down, and did not expect that anyone could push them in the back. They fell onto the staircase and began to writhe in pain. They said that they were in great pain, and could not get back to their feet. They shouted that their legs hurt very much. Most likely their legs were broken. After that, they looked up to find out who pushed them, but there was no one there. After the death of his father, Ji-Hoo realized one very important thing that he was going to carry with him until the very end. He realized that this world is not going to punish the evil ones, so he should take up this noble cause. The guys shouted very loudly at the elderly woman because she was supposed to buy cigarettes but wouldn't do it, and so they started insulting her. The old woman said that they couldn't smoke and that's why she didn't buy them cigarettes. One of the guys grabbed her by the neck and said that she had to help them buy cigarettes or otherwise he would beat her. One of the school students watched this video in which the grandmother asked not to hit her. The second guy asked his friend if the old woman could bring a complaint against them. The guy with the phone in his hands replied that he wouldn't do anything to them anyway because they were underage. At that moment they were eating in the dining room and discussing the fact that the old woman should have bought them cigarettes until they asked her about it politely. He put nuggets in his mouth and said that this old fool was just a weak old woman and that's why it all ended like that. But when he started to live and nuggets in his mouth he felt a very strange pain. His friend, what is happening to him, and why is he holding his hands to his mouth? Suddenly, drops of blood began to fall from the wrist that was in the container. The guy touched his fingers to his mouth, and said that there was something inside this chicken that made him feel pain. The children looked in fear at the bloody face of this boy and did not understand what was happening to him. Jihu watched this boy torment, and did not show any sign. He thought that the world is filled with garbage, and no one wants to get rid of it. High school students mocked the child and called him a beggar because he could not bring them enough money. The boy said that his mother scolded him when she saw that he was stealing money from her wallet. The guy standing in a jacket with a cigarette in his hand said that this one is coming now asking them for acne. The second guy said that if Jongyo breaks up with his girlfriend it will be that idiot's fault. The boy sat without a t-shirt on the ground. His wear and tear was bleeding, and he swore that he had no money now. The bully said that if he doesn't have money then he will be punished for it again. The bully said that the last time he put out a chicken, if only he had used his shoulder, he immediately got money. He smiled and said that he could repeat this punishment again so that the money goes as quickly as possible. At that moment there was a guy wearing glasses on the roof of the building and watching it all from high. Jihu raised a stone over these guys' heads and was about to throw it down. Suddenly he let go of this stone, and the brick began to fly down at an incredibly fast speed. A few seconds later, this brick fell on Chunga's head and caused him critical damage, after which the guy would hardly be able to get up again. Jihu threw another brick from the roof of the house to punish the second bully. This stone fell on the second guy's head and he also fell to the ground unconscious. Ji walked calmly along the roof and thought that when he raised his head up, he still saw a huge amount of garbage in which he was drowning. He said that everyone leaves evil unpunished, and that doesn't suit him. O walked up to the house and entered the building as if nothing had happened. After that, he went into his room holding a screwdriver in his hand and slowly looked around. But there were plastic bags on his feet so that he wouldn't leave marks in his sneakers and the soles on the floor. He walked up to the gas stove which was in the kitchen and realized that he had a good plan. He punctured a gas pipe with a screwdriver. After that, he pulled out a screwdriver and looked with wide eyes at the hole in the pipe. Suddenly the door to the room opened and the creaking of the door was heard. The guys discussed among themselves that they did not understand when the girls would come. The guy in the white t-shirt replied that he should be here by 10 p.m. The guy was holding a bag of beer bottles in his hand and said that you need to put labels on the drug bottle. He walked to the kitchen and took the lighter in his hand to light a cigarette. After that, he said that you can't drink because of these bottles because you'll fall asleep. He tried to light cigarettes but didn't understand why his lighter didn't want to work. Gas quickly escapes from a pipe in which there was a hole made a few hours ago. The guy picked up the phone and said that the girls they were waiting for had turned on the live broadcast. Said they wanted them to hurry up and show them the real perverts. He continued to use his lighter with the hope that it would now start working. He was never able to light his cigarettes, but the spark was enough to cause an explosion in the room. Suddenly, everything that was in the room exploded and this explosion spread bodies in all directions. The explosion was incredibly strong and people on the street began to approach the building to understand what had happened. Jihu stood next to all these people and watched how this building was burning and how these vile scum were suffering. The explosion was so powerful that the wall of the house could not stand it and flew out. The windows of the apartments that were located in this house were also broken. Jihu told himself that if no one wants to clean up their trash, then he will do it personally. From the window of the building, two guys were visible who were in the room and trying to get out. People were discussing the fact that these guys were just ordinary teenagers. Some of them called 911 for the fire department to come. A man with a long beard stood in the crowd and laughed very quietly. This man said that he was very glad that the fire started here. He started laughing very loudly and attracted the attention of frightened people. He said that he wanted this fire to burn even brighter. One of the men pointed his index finger at him and said that he has the right to laugh when such a tragedy happens to people. The man wiped away the tears that he had from laughing and asked for forgiveness. He said that he did not expect that the day would be so hot today. I didn't understand what he was talking about now. You're an idiot. The guys tried to get out of the building through the window despite the fact that they were on the upper floors. The boy said that he needed help but no one could save him, so he jumped out of the window. People were very scared and said that it was a boy who was swimming and why was it a pity that he was face down and he needed urgent medical help. The men continued to laugh every time they saw how the situation in this place was getting worse. He turned his head and looked at Juhu. He said that he had not seen such an interesting fire shock for a long time, and after that he named the boy Ji, who was very scared. He did not expect that this man would know his name, and he also wanted to know who this man was. The man looked at the boy and asked why he was so surprised. The man said that this boy's name is written on his name tag, which hangs on his jacket. He turned around and slowly began to walk after that, and said that the guy was most likely a student at Soman High School. Ji says that this man is very strange and he scares him a little. They turned around and began to walk in different directions. At that moment the fire service arrived along with an ambulance. There was a box of sushi and shrimp on the floor, and next to the box there was a bottle of spilled Coca-Cola and an overturned glass. The man's hand was tied to an iron grate, and he could not get out of this trap. The man lowered his head and blood flowed from his mouth. Sheena put his hand on the boy's head and began stroking his hair. He said that they were very jealous of him, and that he was glad that you boy managed to survive. He wiped the knife before carrying it into the man's body and said that his father was very lucky. Sheena smiled and stroked the boy's hair and said that his father loved him very much. He began to stroke the boy's hair and said that they were very jealous of him. And at that moment the guy looked in fear at the dead body of his father. He woke up in a cold sweat and had tears in his eyes. He lay covered with a blanket and sobbed because this horror had happened to him. His roommate was lying on the top bed and he lowered his head down and said that every time he has a nightmare he grunts very cutely. Ji said that he had nightmares again, but now everything is fine. After that he took his glasses and started putting them on. The guy gave him paper towels and asked him to wipe his face because he was in tears and sweating. Ji began to wipe his tears with a paper towel, and after that he said that he was really hungry. 10 years ago, after a boy lost his father because of this serial killer, he was sent to an orphanage. Children were putting plates of food on the table while the weather news was playing on TV in the background. The children were playing around standing near the table and saying that the one who eats the most food is the strongest child in the orphanage. Little girl Young-eun was very surprised when she saw a large amount of delicious food on the table around, especially when they saw some funny things that evil little Young-eun did. One of the guys said that someone had made a real mess in the toilet, and started laughing that it would be nice for the guy to clean up after himself. At this moment, little funny conflicts began between the guy where they discussed that everyone should be responsible for their actions. Suddenly, an old man came up to the cast and told his son that he constantly scatters his dirty laundry. If you collect it, you can cover the whole of South Korea with it. After that, the old man asked the guys, how was your day at school? The children talked about how their day at school went, and often everyone said that everything was great. They studied all day. Suddenly the guy hit his palm with his fist, and said that he remembered something. He said that recently his classmate's house caught fire, and asked Ji if he had heard anything about it. Ji said that he had not heard anything about it, and did not even know about the fire. The guy said that he needed to show interest in school, and a friend who was with him received a severe burn all over his body, and was immediately hospitalized. The old man looked down and said that he was very sorry that this young boy received a burn all over his body, but after such an ordeal, God probably prepared a great gift for him. They saw a cross on the wall, and the historian invited them all to pray together. They put their hands together, closed their eyes and began to say a prayer. The little girl prayed with the others. She was the only one who did not yet know the words of the prayer. At the end they all said the word, and this meant that they could start eating. The old man smiled and wished everyone a bon appetit, and after that said that they should eat and be healthy. There is still a news program on TV that talks about serial killers. Ji heard the name Ji Shin of the news anchor who was trying to tell about this criminal. Shin said that 10 years ago he dreamed of a family and a child, but after that he killed 28 people and made the whole city tremble with fear. Ji was shocked when he saw that the news program was talking about this scoundrel. The news anchor said that in prison, Shin became a real king and earned the respect of all the prisoners in this prison. Suddenly one of the guys who was sitting at the table grabbed the remote control and turned off the TV. He said that they shouldn't watch this terrible program about this vile bastard, but he doesn't understand why it was worth showing this program on the news in the morning. The old man asked the boy if he was okay because he understood that this was a sore subject for him. Ji answered in a calm voice that everything was fine, and there was no need to worry. Ji smiled and answered his grandfather that he had already forgiven this man because his grandfather advised him to do so. In the evening, terrible events took place in one of the alleys near the bar. The guy extended his hand forward and said that he wants these schoolchildren to give him everything they have with them. The guy said that he had no money but he had a pack of cigarettes, and after that he handed this pack to the hooligan who stopped them. The bully looked at this pack, smiled and asked, "Are young people really allowed to smoke?" The schoolboy replied that he should not smoke. The bully put his hand on my shoulder and said that I need to quit this bad habit. He put his huge hand on his shoulder and said that he wanted to record a video for their parents in which they would promise to quit smoking. The bully glanced at your boyfriend and asked why he was so reluctant to react to his idea. The student said everything was fine. The bully said that in this case he should tell his parents that he loves them. G was holding the phone on which he was filming this entire conflict. The boy in the video said that he regrets that he smokes and asks for forgiveness from his mother and promises that he will never do that again. In the comments under this video, people wrote that every day they begin to respect Park's son more and more for the fact that he chases children and forces them to quit smoking. Puck started laughing and said that this street was saved today. Next time he will fight even more for the future of youth. He did not raise his fingers up and said the final phrase so that the audience would sign and ring the bell. G turned his head to the side and looked at the man who was standing not far from him. Puck hit the guy who was standing in front on the head with his palm and said that this idiot has few views. Puck hit him again and said that he would now beat him on camera in order to get more views. The student began to ask for forgiveness. Puck waved his hand again and said that if his views fall again, "You idiot will be dead." Elsewhere, a man raised his palm to strike. He hit the boy who was standing in front, and the glasses fell off this boy's face. This bully asked the person in front of him why he was so worried about where they were drinking alcohol or smoking cigarettes. The man came across to explain to these hooligans that they were not blocking the entrance to the store, and he simply asked them to refrain for a while. The woman stood with her child and cried. She asked these hooligans to recover. The man in the jacket said that these idiots are already sick of him, and they are starting to piss him off. The girls suddenly shouted that the police would arrive soon, and this man smiled when he heard the police say. He raised his fist to strike and said that the police could not do anything. He punched the man with all his might and broke his nose. The man felt a very strong pain in his nose and began to fall to the ground. When he fell, he hit the back of his head very hard, both asphalt. The man lost consciousness and lay silently on the ground, and the bully bumblebees attacked him and called him a pathetic weakling. His face was disfigured and foam mixed with blood flowed out of his mouth. The hooligans started laughing even louder because they were idiots. Foam was flowing out of their mouths. I didn't say that we hadn't seen them for a long time. Park Songdu was in high school, and on this day he attacked a 30-year-old man who was trying to enter a store. He raised his fist to strike him again. He attacked the man with his fists, and each blow only made the situation worse. The woman fell to her knees and began to beg these terrible men to calm down. At that moment one of the guys shouted that the police had already arrived. Pak could not calm down and stop hitting this man. He continued to hit him with very powerful blows. Park Song-doo was imprisoned after this fight because of the law. He served only 2 years. He was handcuffed by a yard guard who led him along the prison. After this vile bastard was released, he started running his own YouTube channel. He talked on his YouTube channel about various crazy topics and about the fact that I have some people who have sex during training. Commentators constantly supported him and laughed at his content. In a very short period of time, he was able to gain 46 million subscribers on his channel, and he became popular because of his terrible words. Puck patted the guy on the head and said that he should work hard. After that, he turned around and started walking and said that this idiot is an insignificant scumbag. The boy bowed to him and said goodbye to him. Gee, at how this fat idiot walks into the distance, and called him real trash. Puck was approaching his car with very fast steps, walking along the alley. He unlocked his phone and opened a YouTube program that talked about Park Seo-doo's double life. He walked up to his car and said that this is a program on YouTube, and a real stab in the back. He smiled and said that I, his personality, had died many times. If someone wants to kill him again, he will not be able to do it, and after that he began to laugh. When he opened his car he suddenly saw his pants on the door, and there were scratches. He sat down and turned on the flashlight on his phone to take a closer look at these shells on the car. G slowly approached him from behind, holding a hammer in his hand. He swung the hammer to strike and said that this guy was parked in the wrong place, so he got what he deserved. An opponent behind him who is about to hit him. G said that there are already families of victims, and he broke a man's spine only because for him it was entertainment, and so now he will pay for it. Ji saw that his t-shirt was raised and his back could be clearly seen. Ji that the man whom this big guy beat that day now remains paralyzed for the rest of his days. There was a mask on his face and his identity was impossible to know, but in his voice he said that this man's son felt very severe pain, and he would be the only one who would dare to do this. After those words, he swung his hammer to deliver a powerful blow. Suddenly the hammer fell to the ground and hit the asphalt, after which sparks flew. Puck took a closer look at this guy and asked him in fear who he was. Ji looked into the eyes of this vile bastard and tried to see shame in them. Puck asked this man in a black mask what he was going to do now. Ji swung his tray again to strike. Puck wasn't going to stand still and watch him get killed, so he made a dash towards his opponent. He grabbed him by the chest with his hands and then tried to throw him to the ground. Ji did not expect that this guy would suddenly want to attack him and therefore accidentally dropped the hammer from his hands. Ji felt like this thug was strangling him and tried to fight back with his fists. He understood that he did not have enough strength to beat this thug to death with a hammer. Puck felt the blow of a fist on his cheek and said that it was a shame to even call it a blow. He raised his hand up and showed his fist and said that now he will show what a real blow is. Puck hit him in the face with all his fist and caused him very strong damage. After that, he swung his fist again to strike again. Ji was not ready for the fool to happen in this way and understood that his strength was not enough to fight off this thug. Puck got the hang of it and started throwing all the blows faster and faster, tried to kill this guy. Ji often felt very strong pain and bones slowly began to break but could not do anything. He saw that this thug was not going to stop and he continued to strike. His eyes slowly began to close and this is what he feared most. He began to lose consciousness and understood that if he closed his eyes now, he would no longer be able to wake up. But suddenly he felt that they stopped beating him and therefore was still conscious. Someone grabbed this big guy by his big arm and didn't let him throw any punches. Some man grabbed Pac by the neck with his hand and began to choke him, and with his other hand he held him back so that he could not attack. A man with a beard said in a rough, low male voice that even if his opponent is 50 kilograms larger, his fist does not matter. Ji slowly began to rise from the ground trying to get to his feet. The man with the beard said that first of all you need to stop the enemy's blow, and then save yourself. Puck felt that this man was squeezing his arm and neck very tightly and began to cry from the pain he was experiencing at that moment. He said that after this the real attack begins and he recommends one method in such cases. The men suggested that he always take the suffocating ones about the channel, because this grip is very difficult to get out of and strength will not help him in any way. The man said that it doesn't matter how big a person's carotid artery is, but it shuts down in 3 seconds. Ji watched carefully as this man continued to strangle Pac and listened carefully to everything he told him. The man said that if the enemy does not stop after he was put into a chokehold, you can move on and continue the battle. He said that at this moment his body should already become quite rigid and in this state he could suffocate. His legs are getting cramps and he can't control them at the moment. He said that in this case, the infiltrator will die with a 100% probability, and he simply has no other choice. Ji looked in surprise at everything that was happening now to believe that this man was teaching him to kill. The man said that it doesn't matter who your opponent will be, small children, adults or girls, because even old people will die after such techniques. Ji continued watching in amazement as a man was being killed in front of his eyes. He remembered the very moment when he was killed like Jesus Christ on a fence, and Shin stroked his head at this killer that day as if he were a real monster, and couldn't believe that such people exist. Shin was smiling and driving like a real psychopath, and he didn't look like a normal person. The man said that with this technique you can kill even a monster who seems invincible, but even he will understand what death is. Ji continued to look at him, and did not know how to react to the man's words. Puck at that moment lost consciousness, tears flowed from his eyes, foam appeared in his mouth. Ji suddenly ran up to this man, and pushed him away with her shoulder. Puck fell to the ground and hit his head on the asphalt. Ji tried to perform artificial respiration and bring this guy back to life. The man didn't understand what this boy was doing. Ji tried to bring the big man back to life using artificial respiration. The man looked at the boy and asked him why he was doing these movements. Ji continued to do everything possible to make this guy come back conscious. He said that you can't kill this guy and that's not part of his plans. Puck started screaming very loudly and knocking the air out of his lungs. Ji kept repeating the same phrase about how you can't kill this guy and you can't let him die. He tried to turn him over on his stomach and said that all these attempts to save him were pointless. Ji took the hammer in his hand and said that this scum should have a presentiment of at least half of the pain that his victim experienced. Ji sat next to this guy's body, holding a hammer in his hands, and said that the man whom he crippled was now unable to move his arms and legs and had lost the meaning of his life. He said that this bastard should regret his actions and simply killing him would not be enough. He swung the hammer to hit him in the spine with all his might. The man smiled and did not expect that this guy would be so radical in his views. Dark outside, but nevertheless the lanterns were burning, illuminating the road. He took out a pack of cigarettes, pulled out one cigarette, and then put it in his mouth. He didn't know whether this boy smoked or not, but he offered him a cigarette. Ji asked the man who he was, where did he come from. He replied that he was just someone who wanted to help and someone who looked damn similar to Ji. The boy answered in a calm voice that he didn't need help, he could figure it out on his own without greenhouses. Men smoke a cigarette with a lighter, and said that the boy was just lucky all these years but in fact he is very weak. Ji got angry when he heard this man say that at this rate he would soon be next to his father. Ji jumped up and grabbed the man by the jacket. He asked who the hell he was. Ji wanted to know how this man knew about his father. The man looked at him in surprise, took a deep breath and exhaled. He took the cigarette out of his mouth, and said that he used to be a detective, and hunted Kim Shin because this pal deprived him of his wife and son. Ji realized that this man had the same difficult fate as his, and he even lost his loved ones because of this scoundrels. The man took the boy's hand and calmly removed it with his clothes. After that, he suddenly swung his fist and hit the boy with the police, and said that he was the one who could make him stronger. He twisted his hand while holding it, and said that next to the weak you always feel strong, just for today he will become stronger. Ji ordered to immediately release him and asked him not to joke, find topics. The man continued to break his arm and hurt him but then let him go. Ji said that he does not play heroes and is not going to be a hero for someone. He looked at this man and said that if he is so good, why shouldn't he win in doubles alone? He said he has his own way. He smiled and said that if he joined them then he could kill Shin personally. Ji was surprised when this man invited him to join the team, and he did not expect that there were many of them. The man explained that they are people whose only desire is the death of Shin. I did not get together, and prepared a bow to kill him. Ji asked what kind of bow this man is talking about now. He extended his hand to the boy and said that they have a bow that can pierce the hearts of Kim Shin with one arrow. He said that this arrow is now standing right in front of him, and he must use it. The man said that in order to kill this scumbag, the boy does not need to go to prison and kill him there. The next day when he came to school, his classmate asked why the hell his face was beaten up. Ji replied that he just fell and hit his face yesterday. The girl didn't believe him and said that it was impossible to fall and turn your face into this nightmare. Ji replied that he actually hit himself when he fell because he couldn't keep his balance. Sia kept asking him who hit him. Ji said that he is afraid and tells her about the people he fights with because Sia can kill anyone with one blow. She turned her head towards them and said that she goes to the gym and plays sports and studies fitness. They started laughing at her, and so she hit the guy in the chest with her elbows so that he wouldn't laugh at her hobbies. After that, they began to discuss what each of them planned to do tonight. Gee, he doesn't have any plans for the evening and he's free today. Suddenly his phone vibrated. He realized that he had received a message. The message was sent from an unknown number in which it was said that if he was ready to stand like an arrow, he should come to the place they spoke yesterday. She said that her mother wanted him to look at the store and asked if he could give her at least an hour. Tessup said that he also wants to help her. She said that he is of no use, he is a bad helper. Ji suddenly realized that he needed to somehow refuse this offer because he had new things to do. He scratched his head and said that he had completely forgotten that he was supposed to meet with Chansa today, so he had to apologize and said that it was better for them to go together. They were surprised because he was going to leave them with his friends' people from another school. Ji started laughing and said that I wasn't just jealous of him, and that's why they didn't want to let him go. Sia's parents were the owners of a mini-market located near the orphanage. Connections with these three were friends since childhood and they were attached to each other like brothers and sisters. Suddenly they saw Ji in the window waving his hands and smiling. She opened her mouth and froze for a moment. After that she closed her mouth and made a very strange sound. Suddenly they began to show him the middle fingers behind the cash register. He smiled and showed him the middle finger in response. He said that they were most likely tired of breathing since they became so brave. After that he laughed a little and continued to look at them, but after a few seconds he turned his head to the side and the smile on his face disappeared and he realized that he needed to go to the indicated places. He immediately walked slowly to the place where he had an appointment. In the mountains, bright lights were visible that moved between the trees. He was in the forest using a flashlight to illuminate his way, and was looking for that very place. At this moment, memories of the serial killer who killed his father again began to pop up in his head, and he began to hear this terrible song. Father hung on a tree and sang the very song thanks to which he was left alive. He saw his father's tree and could not verify that it was his father's voice that he now heard. Suddenly his dad started to disappear behind a tree and hid behind him. G continued to move forward even though he was having these hallucinations. He stepped on the sign that was under his feet and decided to read what was written on it. Suddenly he saw a large iron gate and realized that he had come to the indicated place. He walked closer to the gate and shined a flashlight on it and said that he came here to kill Kim Shin and he should still remain vigilant. Ji understood that if he behaved strangely, he must immediately attack the enemy, and the old man did not know what he had been doing all these years. Suddenly he felt the presence of another person and saw a bright light on his face. The old man shone the lantern right in his face, and thanks to this the boy immediately reacted to him. I thanked the boy for coming here. I didn't have to wait for his first request. The old man suggested going into the building, and when they got inside he pressed his fingers on the switch. Light appeared in the room. I did not see a large hangar in which there was practically nothing. The man said that in this place he will become stronger, and this place will replace his home. Ji looked at the walls and saw newspaper signs that had various crimes written on them that Kim Shin had committed. He looked around and couldn't believe that now I wasn't in the training bunker. The man said that he found out about this place when he served in the army, and this place is abandoned, so there is no point in worrying that someone will look for him here. Ji said that last time this man told him that he worked as a detective. Now he says that he worked as a soldier. The man said that when he was young he worked as a law enforcement operative. Ji understood that he didn't really want to introduce this man into his life and asked what he would need to do in order to kill Kim Shin. The man turned his head at him and said that first of all he needed to become stronger. But first, it would be nice for him to survive a one-on-one fight with him. Ji did not expect this man to behave in such a strange way and immediately felt a fist hit him in the neck. The man said that Shin is an unusual killer, and he is a monster who killed 3 high-ranking detectives with his bare hands. He grabbed his head and began to choke him and said that a weak arrow would show the position of the bow. He strangled him and said that a real arrow must be persistent and powerful. In a moment of soul, he lifted him up by the neck and said that if he did not become stronger, he would die in a fight with Shin. In a very angry voice he said that this is necessary to know. Now he is a common weapon for destroying this monster. Ji felt that he was slowly starting to lose consciousness, and drool was flowing out of his mouth. He put his hand in his pocket, and began to feel for an object with which he could fight off this guy. Suddenly he stabbed with a knife and the man had to jump back to avoid taking damage. The man said that this boy's fighting spirit deserves praise and he couldn't even believe that this guy was capable of such a thing. Say at all that the most important problem for the boys is that he depends on this knife, and without it he is weak. He looked at him with an angry look and explained that if he thinks that he can kill Kim Shin with a knife, in which case he is mistaken and will never be able to do it. The man opened the door and entered the room. Guys standing opposite him who were holding sharp sharpeners in their hands. These guys ordered him to stop immediately or in the extreme case they would not be forced to kill him. He pulled out the sharp edge of his finger slicing the hostage's face. The guy who had just received a cut on his face started screaming very loudly and blood was pouring out of his eyes. Shin said that this idiot is very noisy and starts to piss him off very quickly. Shin said that he came into the room in the middle of the night just to kill someone and asked these guys if they wanted to stop it. The prisoners began to apologize to those in front and promised that they would never approach him again and leave him alone. Shin was already very angry, so he opened his mouth wide to bite of the guy who was hostage with all his might and began to threaten his ear. The prisoner called him a crazy idiot who doesn't understand what he's doing at all. Shin felt blood running down his mouth and smiled. After that he said that I can't help but worry because he won't kill them. He said that he just wants to break them a little and break their arms, legs, eyes, and he has a couple of them, so he can leave him only one copy. After that, he began to break the prisoner's arm and inflict incredible pain. Shin the idiot is screaming very loudly if he doesn't calm down now, in which case he will have to kill someone. Suddenly, one of the prisoners ordered Kim Shin to stop and play with him. The prisoners began to ask him for forgiveness on their knees and said that this room now belongs to Shin. Suddenly another prisoner came into the room. He was a very strong man with a pumped-up body, and said that he had done a lot of bad things in his life and looked like an animal. He stretched his hand before starting to fight and said that looking at this bastard, he could not stand such tyranny in prison. He said that this must end and he is ready to personally deal with this idiot and calm him down. This big guy said that he has a very funny feeling right now because he feels like an apostle in justice. Shin started joking and I called, but at that moment I received a very strong blow to my face with a fist. The big man wasn't going to play with him, so he hit him with all his strength and hit him with all his might. Ji tried to stab again with a knife to beat him. The man grabbed his hand and blocked his hand along with the knife. After that, he pushed the guy into the wall and hit him with his club with his elbow. He held his hand and tried to move it as far as possible from his face so as not to receive accidental damage. Ji understood that he needed to come up with new plans to fight him off. The man clenched his fist to deliver a powerful blow. After that, he struck him in the stomach with all his might and the boy received incredible powerful damage. Ji fell to the ground and was holding himself alive with his hands. At that moment, he was moaning in pain and coughing. He stood in front of him holding a knife in his hands and said that he couldn't rely on a weapon because to pass someone physically superior to him, he was nothing more than a child with a toy knife. Ji continued to cough and it became painful. Drool was flying out of his mouth. The man said that the guy should forget about his heroism because he is a weakling and for now all he can do is rest. Ji wiped the drool with his hand and said Kim Shin's name. He was in a lot of pain, but despite this, he asked the man, "But how dangerous is Kim Shin?" The man looked at him with a surprised look and stood in silence for several seconds because he needed to think about the answer. After that, he said that he saw CCTV footage of Shin killing 3 detectives with his bare hands. He said that it costs nothing for this monster to break a human bone with his bare hands. At this moment in prison, Kim Shin was breaking the fingers of a prisoner who had punched him in the face a few minutes earlier. This prisoner screamed very loudly in pain and felt like his fingers had just been broken. After that, Kim Shin took you by the mouth with his hands and began to tear his mouth apart. The man said that this maniac tears muscles like a piece of bread before lunch. Shin continued to tear this guy's mouth apart, and said that he just called himself an apostle of justice. Shin tore his mouth even more and said that if he really considers himself just, he is just, let him show his strength. The rest of the prisoners stood near the doors all this time and shouted loudly that these were monsters that needed to stop, but they were afraid to approach him. One of the prisoners shouted that now it was necessary to fight for life or death, so they took out their sharpeners and began to run towards him to attack him. He said that the strength of this maniac is not human and a fight with him can be compared with a fight with an orangutan. Shin very deftly dodged the knife strikes and the prisoners did not have time to follow his movements. Shin smiled and waved to the guy who had just tried to kill him. After that, he showed that he didn't have a knife in his hands, it still wouldn't hurt to kill him. Shin hit this guy in the face with all his force, and this guy's head turned to the side in an unnatural way. Shin took a leap and stepped on the shoulder of this guy whose neck he had just broken. After that, he swung his hands and in order to strike, he jumped on one prisoner who was in front of him. He punched him with all his force on the top of his head, and caused him severe damage. Shin said in a sly voice that he doesn't kill people with a knife. Shin said that the knife is more suitable for a beautiful haircut or cutting out washing scars, but not for killing. The prisoner who stood in front was waving a knife and shouting at him not to come close to him. Shin smiled and closed his hand to strike. He hit him in the chest and caused him very strong damage, after which it was difficult for the guy to breathe. Shin leaned closer to the enemy and said in a quiet whisper in his ear that in childhood he was always called a monster. Shin smiled and said that he has 6 fingers, unlike other people, but these people have the same number of farts. The man said that this maniac does not need a knife and the finger of this monster can hit the skin instead of a knife. Shin stood in the center of the room. Around him lay a wounded prisoner whom he had just beaten. At the far side of the room sat a prisoner with a small dog lying on his feet. This guy laughed and said that he just saw a great fight performed by Kim Shin. He looked at this prisoner, smiled and said that it was a very fun fight. Prisoners appeared in the prison corridor, walking forward one after another. A guard was sitting on a chair in the center of the corridor. One of the prisoners said that this guard only calls them when they need to remove corpses. The prisoner walked ahead of everyone and he had a scar on his face. He said that again this crazy psycho started a fight in the cell. They entered the cell and began to remove the dead bodies of the murdered prisoners. Some guys were busy taking dead things out of the cell. Others were busy cleaning the room and washing the floors. The guy with the scar said that they can call him at any time if they have a fight with Kim Shin. The boss put his hand on Shin's shoulder and said that in such a tight space it is better to be with one person than with a whole camp of people. He said that there is no need to worry about him because he knows what to do and advises the rest of the guy to mind his own business. The guy said that what he feels is not jealousy, and he's just worried about the boss. That's why he says this. Shin started laughing at that moment, and held his hand to his mouth so that his smile could not be seen. The guy with the scar asked him why he was laughing because he didn't say anything funny. Shin started laughing even louder, and said that he was not sure that the guy with the scar could do anything to help the boss during the fight. The guy grabbed him by the shirt, and said that if he wants to check and they can fight right now. Shin smiled and asked if he really wanted to kill him. Ironically, Gotcha said that he was very scared. After that, he grabbed the guy's hand and started squeezing it very tightly. The guy with the scar felt a lot of pain in his arm, and could not do anything because his body seemed to be paralyzed. The boss again put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to stop. He said that was enough. He stood between them and said that they needed to learn to get along with each other, and he did not want there to be disagreements in the family. She smiled and said that he completely forgot that God came this week. It slipped his mind. He held an envelope in his hands and held it forward so that this envelope and his. He said that there is not a single person who could defeat Kim Shin in a one-on-one fight, and all the cases known to him ended in Shin's victory. He said that this is why people like them get together and make a plan with which they can defeat this bastard, and they called their organization About to Catch the Monster. He explained to the boy that he would not fight alone. He would have allies and who, just like him, want the death of this devil. Ji said that in order for him to do this, he needs to become stronger. The man struck him again with a club with his right hand and said that he needed to become strong as soon as possible. After that, he kicked him with all his might and the guy flew to the side and could not stay on his feet. He said that the only way to achieve this is to just live a normal life. He said that the price of vigilance in practice is ordinary death. He looked at his partner who was lying on the ground and could not open his eyes and said that the lesson was over for today. The next morning he woke up and tried to get out of his bed and he put his feet on the floor, and his eyes were still closed, and he still had not come to his senses. He slowly opened his eyes and just looked ahead. He saw glowing stickers on the wall and ceiling that are usually hung in children's rooms. He looked around him and saw the children's room in which he was and could not understand what kind of place this was and how he ended up here. In a box on the floor there were children's toys. What child were you playing with for an hour? There was a backpack hanging on the chair with motivational phrases for the students written on it. He looked at the wall and saw a family photo with a father holding his child and a mother jumping joyfully in the background. She looked at this family photo in surprise and didn't understand what she was doing here, since it ended up here. He was very surprised when he saw him. He couldn't believe that he was young and looked like that. Ji got out of bed, walked to the door and left the room. He entered the hall and saw a large number of empty beer bottles and scattered food. He felt a very disgusting smell in this room, covered his nose and mouth with his hand. After that he asked what died here and why there is such a disgusting smell here. He said that the room in which he woke up was very clean, but in this room there was a real pigsty. I started to walk further around the room and the chance came to a letter that was lying on the floor next to the rest of the garbage. Ji noticed this letter and picked it up from the floor. On the letter it was written that the sender of this letter was Kim Shin, and this immediately interested the guy. He decided to open this letter and see what was inside it, and he wondered what to write them about Kim Shin. In the letter, the boy wrote to his father that he wanted to know how his father was doing because 10 years had already passed since he moved here and his father had probably changed a lot during this time. He said in a letter that he trained a lot all this time. Ji was shocked when he saw that Kim Shin addressed this letter to his dad. The man woke up, went into the central room and said that he was very surprised that the boy had already woken up. Ji-hoo asked this man what kind of relationship he has with Kim Shin. Ji asked why this letter was addressed to Dad. But the man immediately grabbed the letter and tore it out of his hands. He began to tear this letter apart in a frontal voice and said that everything that was written there was nonsense, and he should forget about this letter. G said that he will not rest until he finds out why this letter was addressed to Dad. He threw the torn pieces of paper onto the floor, and they became another machine that littered this room. The boy asked a lot of questions and this irritated the man, so he shouted very loudly that he didn't know anything. He took his face and kept repeating that he doesn't know anything. He said that he doesn't know why the devilish Tiaodia calls him father, and he doesn't understand why he chose him as his father. The prisoner with the scar said that the pervert Shin is constantly doing all sorts of crap and he just almost broke his arm. He turned his head to another conclusion and said that it was a perversion that every week he was asked to photograph the father whose father he had killed. The second guy replied that no one will know what's in this psycho's head. Shin was sitting on the floor holding photographs in his hands, and he looked at them carefully, and was happy because he had these photographs. He smiled and said that Dad was still alone, and he was a very lonely person. The man told a story about what happened 15 years ago, and he met Kim Shin's mother. He said that he really regrets that every day he thinks about what he would have been like if this meeting had not happened. 15 years ago that day the weather was beautiful outside and it was very sunny and bright. He yawned and said that he was tired of hiding and then lit his cigarette. The guys talked to each other about the fact that they already needed to go out, and 3 days had already passed since they committed this act. Suddenly a woman who was missing some of her teeth approached them, and in a nasty voice told the baby if he wanted to meet here. He looked at her in surprise and absolutely did not understand what this woman was talking about now. She looked like an ordinary beggar woman who was dressed in pain. She smiled and told him that they were made for each other, and they needed to be together. He thought that this was probably some kind of joke, that the woman had just gone crazy and that's why she was saying such nonsense. She opened her eyes and smiled and did not see that she had no eyes. This girl said her name was Jin Suk. I didn't love each other very much before. The guy tried to explain to her that they were police and if she pestered them she would end up in a bad situation. The girl held the hand of a boy and began to pull him closer to her so that he could say hello to his dad. The woman laughed in her vile voice and told the baby that his son's name was Kim Shin. I got angry when I saw this disgusting behavior of this woman, and told her to immediately let the child go because she was acting like she was crazy. The girl got upset and asked him not to yell at her because he was scaring her. He started shouting very loudly at the girl that she was crazy and trying to sell them the child. But his friends began to calm him down and tried to explain that she was just crazy. This girl said she has proof that he is his real father. Surprised, he looked at her and asked what evidence she had. She said that she loved each other and evidence that this boy was his child. She extended her hand forward and in her hand was a paper bag. She asked him to open the package himself and see what was inside it. He continued to look in surprise at the crazy woman and did not understand how she could go so crazy. She smiled and said that he should open this package and there will be memories of their love and he will be shocked when he sees what is inside the package. She handed him the packages and told him to take it and open it. He was very scared and did not understand what was inside the package, but this crazy woman behaved with absolute confidence. Suddenly he grabbed the package and tore it out of her hands. She continued to stand opposite him and smile. The crazy woman kept saying that she carried this bag every day and was looking forward to meeting him. He opened this package so that you could finally see what was inside it. He saw that inside the package there were free magazines and advertising brochures and said that there was nothing here except garbage. The guys started laughing with this girl, said that she was really crazy and tried to explain to her that they were real cops and it was better not to mess with him. She got angry when she heard that her lover called the contents of this package ordinary garbage. She came closer to him and grabbed his shoulders and then said that these were all her precious memories associated with him. He dropped this bag on the ground. All the garbage that was inside fell out of it, and the woman at that moment continued to say that she was in love with him. She sobbed and screamed very loudly that she didn't like that he pretended as if they didn't know each other. He looked at her in fear and realized that this woman had actually gone crazy. But he didn't know how to stop her and didn't want to touch her with his hands. Suddenly the boy who was standing behind her grabbed her by the black hair. He asked her to stop and said that she had already done enough. He said that they should stop and go home instead of not seeing this shame anymore. She turned her head back and told her son that they couldn't leave because she had finally found his father. Shin looked at his mother from above and called her a fool, after which he said that he was tired of watching her disgrace himself, and ordered her to leave here. She continued to cry and after a few seconds agreed with him, and said that it was really time to go home. The police couldn't believe that this child had just insulted his mother so rudely. I watched these two go into the distance, and couldn't believe that such people actually exist, and for some reason I felt sorry for this guy. Immediately moves them away and the unsuccessful ones walk along the park. Shin heard the voice of a policeman who was clinging to his mother. This policeman asked him to recover. He said he felt terrible if he didn't do something, so he decided to help them a little. He took money out of his wallet and handed it to the guy, after which he said that with this money he could cook dinner for his mother today. He asked to be kind to his mother because she did not deserve to be treated poorly by her son. He looked at the guys and asked him if the boy understood who he was asking him for. Shin extended his hand forward and took the money from the man. It was 2,001. Shin smiled and said that he understood everything and would obey his dad. At that moment, for the first time in his life, he called him his father. He looked at the boy and thought that this family is really crazy. This guy is exactly the same as his mother. After that, they both turned around and started to leave, and the cop friends told the guy that he behaved well in the situation. Scraps of paper from the letter that had just been torn continued to lie on the floor. He told the boy that day we just thought that this is usually a crazy family, and there is nothing special about them. However, 5 years later, Shin turned 20 and began killing people. Ji said that the first victim of this monster was his father, and he was the first to die. His friend is a scumbag. The man said that Shin has a strange obsessive desire to have his own family. When Shin sees other happy families he becomes jealous, and therefore kills them, and when he was a child he found the first person he came across who cared about him, and called him his father. The boy looked down and thought that all this was very strange, and he still didn't understand the logic of this monster. He remembered the day when he was walking with his father near the airport, and saw a plane in the sky. He turned his head back, looked at Dad's plane and said that this plane was very close. Dad smiled when he saw his son so happy. After that he took sushi with chopsticks, and said that he was very glad that his son likes these planes. Ji said that he really wants to kill this monster with his own hands. He said that he really wanted to know what would happen to him after he killed him and asked the teacher to make him stronger. Teacher, answer that he agrees to allow him to kill this monster. But he must remember one more thing. The teacher said that from now on Ji is no longer an ordinary person and he is a murder weapon called arrow. He went to school the next morning and did not suspect that it would still go with him to pay the road. Suddenly a girl ran up to him and grabbed him by the shoulder and asked him where he was going. He felt very strong pain when she touched him because he had a wound in his shoulder. The guys started asking what happened to him. But he smiled and told them that he was just doing push-ups and his muscles were very sore. The girl asked what happened to his poor face again, and why was he beaten again. Ji said that he fell but the girl didn't believe him and said that he couldn't have fallen so hard and hit his face. They started asking him how he fell face down. But Ji continued to make excuses and tell them that he actually fell and nothing special happened to him. Suddenly he received a message on his phone and he said in a joyful voice that today he will be with Chansu, and it's time to leave. His friends looked in surprise as he left, and couldn't believe that he himself would be with this guy. But suddenly they didn't realize that they had never seen a child named Changsu. They wondered what their friend was doing when he went out for a walk with this strange guy named Chansu. Ji went hunting again at night to punish the bad guys. But unfortunately he was too weak and the guys started kicking him. He was lying on the ground and covering his face with his hands. And at that moment 4 guys beat him and struck him with strong blows. One of the guys shouted that next time this idiot will know that he better not mess with them. They kicked very hard and tried to beat this guy as hard as possible so that he would not be able to get off the ground for a long time. Suddenly one of the guys said that some people were coming here and they needed to leave urgently. After that, they turned around and slowly began to walk towards the street in order to exit the alley. Ji at that moment continued to lie on the ground and watched as these guys went into the distance. The coach approached him holding a loudspeaker. The coach looked at his watch and said that the fight against 4 nicknames lasted 3 minutes and 20 seconds. The coach looked at the guys and told him that the reason for the defeat was not a lack of endurance and strength. The coach took the boy to the basement and said that today he would be training with these bears and one bag weighs 80 kilograms. Ji put the big bag on his back and was barely able to get to his feet, but he needed to move along if with him. The trainer said that muscles and endurance are the basis of everything and the lower body must be especially strong to maintain balance. The trainer said that the boy needs to drink liquid from this plate because food and nutrition are also part of the training. The coach saw how hard the boy was having to eat this food and said that in order to fight Shin he needed to gain weight. Ji tried to swallow this food but he couldn't because it was terribly tasteless, and it was actually hard to eat. He was able to force himself to take a sip and eat this food. Suddenly a coach's hand appeared near his neck and grabbed him by the neck. The trainer began to choke him and said that he should not lose time under any circumstances and regardless of whether he was not eating or sitting on the toilet. The coach said that the boy should always be ready for any situation. Such training continued every day for several months, and he fought in the streets and trained until he lost consciousness. But despite the fact that these trainings were real, Adam, after some time, was finally able to fight back against the enemy. Enemies tried to attack him and attack from different sides, but he was already ready for this. Ji made a U-turn and then kicked his opponent in the jaw. Ji felt light in his body during the fight and he finally learned to control his emotions during the fight. He swung his fist and hit his opponent in the nose with all his strength, and broke his nose with one blow. He paid attention to the sense of rhythm during the fight and tried to feel this rhythm all the time. Suddenly he was hit on the head with clubs and did not have time to notice the enemy who had sneaked up on him. The guy suffered a lot of damage when the bat hit him on the head. The guy who was knocked down made another lock in order to hit him again. Ji received another blow to the head with this bat, and everything began to darken in his eyes and he realized that he was no longer able to resist. Suddenly, some guy grabbed his hammered hand and did not allow him to strike again. The trainer told this guy that he was fighting unfairly and was using the fight to beat up a little kid. The guy turned his head back and said that he didn't understand where this damn bastard came from here. Ji was lying on the ground and could not get up after being hit in the head several times with a bat. The guy with the bat also fell to the floor after the coach hit him several times. The coach approached the boy, saw blood on his face and asked how long he was going to lie on the floor. The coach turned away from him and began to leave, after which he stopped and said that today's training was not over yet. Ji went to the training ground and punched the wooden machine. The coach watched the boy practicing punches and told the guy that the man who was knocked down was a real weakling. Ji felt incredibly strong pain in his head and body but still continued training. He struck the wooden target very quickly, despite the fact that his fists were bloody. 4 months have passed since this fight and he again went to the city to find hooligans to fight. Ji fought much better, his blows were clearer and he controlled every opponent who was in battle. Suddenly, an enemy ran up to him from behind and grabbed him by the neck, trying to strangle him. Ji was ready for such a grab and knew that in this case the enemy needed to be thrown over his shoulder to the floor. He held this guy's hand and tried to dislocate his shoulder. The bully felt very strong pain but still did not scream because he did not want to seem weak and endured the pain. Ji swung his foot with all his might and hit this guy in the face with the sole of his sneaker. Every day he trained until his body stopped functioning. On his face and body the left drops of the raft stacked. On his back there were already 3 bags, each of which weighed 80 kilograms, but he still continued to wear them in order to strengthen his body and endurance. Every evening he went out into the street, looked for hooligans who offended other people and began to fight with them. One of the hooligans ran towards him and shouted that he would kill him, but the guy was not afraid because he heard this phrase every day. Ji noticed in time that the enemy had a knife in his hand and therefore managed to dodge his blow. At that moment when he was dodging, he was able to immediately counterattack the enemy and hit him in the face with his fist. In the yard there was a table wrapped with ropes, and this pillar is already in the garden of fists. The boy trained in this forest every day, and the 3 trees that they used for training were already well broken. The bully ran up behind him and grabbed him by the black hoodie. The bully thought he was about to lift the guy up and throw him to the ground, but she was wrong because Ji had already gotten out of the jacket, and he wasn't in it. The bully turned his head back and looked at the boy to understand where he was now. Ji took advantage of the fact that this bully was distracted by his sweater, and immediately began to hit him in the face with his fists. His fists were already like stone and he dealt very strong blows to the enemy. Ji was a very strong guy and with one blow he was already able to knock out his opponent. The trainer smiled and looked at his student with pride after each triumphant battle. The coach told the boy that he had finally acquired the form of an arrow, and this was enough to penetrate the enemy. Ji stood in front of the teacher, and his body looked very strong and his muscles resembled steel in your body or drops of a bot after a battle. The coach said that they are forced to move on to the next phase of training, and the boy must be ready for this. It was already very dark outside, not a single window was on in the building and all the people inside were sleeping. One man suddenly left the room and was holding a beer bottle in his hands. I said that he wanted to drink more. He suddenly went to the washstand and undid the buttons on his jeans. He started peeing in the sink, which was in the kitchen, and said that he didn't hate his boss because he didn't want to hire him and because of his criminal record. Ji heard information in his headphones that the object was now 47 years old and he, while drunk, brutally killed a RAM employee. He was released and was mentally and physically weak. The objects entered the room and turned on and he was drunk and did not understand what was happening here. Suddenly he saw a guy in black clothes sitting on his bed in front of him. The men, in a frightened voice, asked this guy who he was and how did he get from here? Ji did not answer, stood silently and looked at this man. He was waiting for the command to begin the mission. He smiled and said that he wanted to ask and one more time who this guy was. Ji answered his trainer, and the man who stood in front of him that he should be called an arrow. After that he said that his training called killing begins right now. The trainer said that this creature is exactly the same killer as Shin, so there is no point in feeling sorry for him and leaving him alive. The trainer said that this monster brutally killed a man and must pay for his act at the cost of his life. The coach told the boy that he was no longer a human and that at the moment he was an arrow that flies straight at the monsters. Ji looked at his trainer and thought that this is actually how it is, and he is just a weapon for killing. The coach said that in the ranks it is a danger to the environment. Ji continued to sit silently and look at his penetrated. The man was very angry. Waving his arms, he told this guy that he had no right to invade his house. He grabbed the boy by the jacket and was about to hit him with his fist. He said that this guy in black clothes is the most common thief. Now he will regret that he got here. Ji wasn't going to wait for this guy to be first and yours, and so he immediately twisted his arm and started breaking his bone. The man screamed very loudly in pain and was not prepared for the fact that this guy would be so fast and dexterous. After this, the boy forcefully hit the man in the Adam's apple. The man walked back, put his hand on his neck and started coughing. Ji said that if this idiot was in pain, then he should imagine how painful it was for this man whom he killed. The man slowly began to step back to take some kind of weapon. He grabbed a knife that was lying in the kitchen and said that this bastard, came here to take revenge because of that man. He came to the wrong address. He put the knife forward and asked him why he came. He said he atoned for his sins in a prison cell. His life went awry like that. Ji said that for him this disgusting fat man is no longer human. After that, he accelerated and pushed the man very hard into the door. The door broke out of its hinges and fell to the floor along with two guys. Ji pulled the knife out of his hands and stabbed the knife into his chest. The man screamed very loudly in pain and asked this guy to stop and stop cutting him with a knife. Ji didn't want to listen to this man, and so he had to punch him in the face to shut him up. Ji said that this bastard can't atone for his sins just by sitting in a prison cell. That's not enough to pay for the life of the person he killed. He swung his fist again and hit him in the face. Ji was very angry and said that this man did something that should never have been done, and he killed a man. This sin cannot be atoned for. He began to strike faster and faster, and tried as hard as possible to maim this guy and inflict as many documents on him as possible, until he died. He looked at this man suffering and in pain. Ji said that such monsters must die and he, like Arrow, is responsible for disposing of such monsters. He punched him in the face and shouted that this garbage needs to be thrown away. Ji got a taste and couldn't stop. He carried blows to make it faster. At some point, this man stopped moving completely, and his body did not react to the blows. Blood from the blows was scattered around the room and drops of blood stained the entire room. The glove he was wearing was also stained with blood. Ji constantly screamed and repeated the same phrase that he wants this monster to die as soon as possible. Suddenly he turned his head to the side and saw something very strange. It was something that he definitely did not expect to see here. He looked at the bed that was to his left and stopped for a moment. At that moment, he stopped hitting the enemy and froze in place for several seconds and did not move. He continued to look away with a surprised look. After that, he clenched his fists very tightly and tried to understand whether he should strike again or whether it was better to stop. No, but he realized that he already needed to stop, and after that the man stopped visiting. He got to his feet and left the room and lowered his head down. The next day, the coach hit him in the face with all his might. The coach beat him very hard and didn't stop. He beat him like a punching bag. The coach was very angry, shouting that you were an idiot, failed the food and couldn't buy this person. Ji did not resist and took every blow from the coach. He fell to the ground and hit his head on his back. At that moment the coach shouted that he couldn't call him an arrow after such a failure. He looked at this weakling who was lying on the ground and said that he had been wrong about him all along. The coach called this idiot usually a loser who will never be able to do anything. Ji said that the reason he didn't kill him was because he saw something under the bed. He said that there was a child under the bed who had been watching them all this time. At that moment when he was strangling the enemy and there were only a few seconds left for him to die, he suddenly heard some strange sounds. He turned his head to the side and saw what was being undermined, and there was a little girl. He looked at this girl in surprise and could not believe that there had been a child here all this time. The girl was sobbing and covering her face with her hands in order not to make unnecessary sounds. The coach asked him if this child could interfere with their operations. He said Shin can take a child hostage during the operation and Arrow cannot leave and not perform the operation because of some child. Ji lowered his head down and reminded the coach that he was going to kill Kim Shin, but he didn't want to become a monster like this serial maniac. Ji sat down on the ground and said that he didn't want to be a killer like this monster. The coach laughed his fist and said that he needed to think about what to do with such a weakling like him. He looked at him with an angry look and tried to explain to the boy that if he did not become a monster, he would not be able to kill another monster. Ji answered the coach that he was very mistaken about him. After that, he stood up, turned around and began to leave. He said that if he fails, he cannot be an arrow, in which case he goes to another arrow. The coach was very angry and in a loud voice asked the boy why it's all over and he'll just give up and leave. Ji continued to walk away. I heard the coach telling him that such weaklings would never be able to kill Shin, and all he could do in life was just play at being a superhero. Ji turned his head and said something. The child under the bed saw all this horror. But before the mission he did not know that there would be a child there. Ji told the coach that this child was the same age he was when his father was killed by Shin. At that moment in prison, Shin was sitting on the floor and they brought him a cake with 5 candles on which happy birthday greetings were written. He sat near this cake and made a wish with his eyes closed before blowing out the candles. One of the prisoners said that this was all very strange because they had already celebrated their birthday last month. Shin told this guy that he was mistaken and had not visited him for a very long time, so he had already forgotten. Shin made a wish and then blew out the candles that were on his cake. Shin explained to his friends that they were very mistaken and today was not his birthday but a wake. He said that today is the wake of one child whom he once killed. He cut a piece of cake, put it on a plate and offered it to his friend. He said that Chance could have turned 15 years old today if he had not died. The guy picked up a plate of cake and couldn't believe that this man was celebrating the birthday of the murdered victims, and he didn't know how he could eat this cake now. Shin smiled and wished bon appetit to this guy. A man with a scar, Kian Sky, came into the room and called them all idiots. He said that they were again doing some nonsense instead of doing something serious. Shin smiled and offered him a piece of cake so that he wouldn't be angry with him. Kyung Shur handed over the letter and said that in this envelope were the photographs he asked to take. Shin took the envelope and thanked his friend for doing his job. Kyung looked at the reaction of this vile psycho and thought that he himself was the most disgusting person who had ever met his eyes. Shin saw the photo that was in the envelope and immediately began to smile. In the shower there was a sign with the inscription that Korea is a country with water shortages and water must be treated sparingly. People who were already in the shower and looked in surprise at the new arrivals. The guy from the basin poured water on his head and wet his hair. The trainer and his student were sitting near the shower and soaping their bodies. Suddenly the trainer said that after fighting with a person you need to take a shower, and the smell of blood eats into the skin very quickly. Ji listened to his advice and began to lather his body several times more. The coach saw that his student was listening to his advice and smiled. Ji turned his head to the side and looked at the coach. The coach told him that the whole problem was that his son died on that day, and therefore he caused the events of today to be perceived. Ji looked at him and realized that this is why the coach was very angry today and started yelling at him. They filled the basin with water and then began to wash themselves. The trainer wet the washcloth with hot water and then soaped his student's back. The coach shared one secret with his student, said that he had already ceased to be a man and thirsted together. He explained that it is very difficult for people to kill monsters. This monster is still walking free. He said that not all people are ready to take on the responsibility of becoming a monster in order to kill other monsters, and he thinks every day that he wants to take the life of Kim Shin with his own hands. Ji said that he, too, with all his soul, dreams of killing this vile bastard, but nevertheless there are many who stop him. He asked the coach if his dead son would approve of his father becoming a monster to kill Kim Shin. The coach lowered his head and thought about these words before answering. He said his son probably wouldn't like it. He said that his little son had always been a very kind child. Ji said that his father was also always a very kind person. The trainer continued to soap his back with a green washcloth. At this moment, Ji seemed to go back in time and feel like a very small child. He imagined that the coach is now very young, and he is also at the age when his father was killed. Shin was in prison looking at the photographs that were sent to him recently. One of the prisoners asked him why he asked him to photograph this man every time. Shin decided not to answer this guy and just stuck 3 fingers in his mouth. After that, he cut his mouth with a sharp finger and threw him aside. The prisoner fell to the floor and started coughing and screaming in pain, but Shin just continued looking at the photos. Shin saw that in the photo his father was depicted with some boy and he was angry that he was not alone. He said that next to his dad there is always some strange type of black clothing that irritates him. He said that his father should suffer for loneliness, and he should think only about Shin. But another child appeared in his life. There was a sign on the door that said that the warden was in this room. 2 prisoners stood near the door and fucked their boss. The warden said that he couldn't do anything about Kang Changyu and that he couldn't pretend that he didn't know anything. The boss took a cup of tea and made a tray and said that he understands the situation and understands that it's hard for him as the head of the prison. He explained that his son is being held captive by Changyu, and at this moment the prison warden's daughter is being held captive by the boss because they are the bad guys. The warden looked at this prisoner and said that he wanted to at least hear his daughter's voice. He took another sip of tea and said that prison director Pak must understand that only one person can be saved. The boss explained that Changyu would die in any case by his hand. It would be better to wait a little. But the warden didn't like this proposal. He started laughing and said that lately people have been saying that it is better to have a daughter than a son. 2 years ago, Jinguk, the chairman of a large casino and the head of the mafia, died. A large number of people came to his funeral to say goodbye to him. The guy turned his head back and asked the director if he also came here today. The director replied that he came here to see his face for the last time. On that day, a war broke out among the members of the group to replace the new head of the clan, and during this confrontation, Jan Duman went to prison. He smiled and wished good luck to Director Yang. He said that it is very difficult to survive in prison these days. Ian said that prison is better than being on the street, and that idiot had better take care of himself. Ian took a new cup that already had coffee in it, and began to stir the liquid in the cup. He asked to find out more about Changyu and understand why he went to prison because most likely he wants to kill him. Yang said that if Park doesn't do it this way then he will never be able to find his daughter's body. Suddenly a man tried to enter the room and the guard tried to stop him. There was some loud noise and sounds of fighting outside the doors. Ian and the prison director looked at the doors trying to understand what was happening there. A few minutes later the door was kicked down, and in front of them stood Shin who was holding one, and the guards by the hair with his hand. Ian asked this guy what he was doing, and why did he just knock down the door. Shin said that Yang made him a promise that he had to keep. He said that Ian promised him to protect his dad and make him lonely for the rest of his life. I replied that he did everything that way and didn't understand what the problem was. Shin threw a photo on the table that showed his dad along with some person. Yang looked carefully at these photographs and suggested that there might be some random person next to him. But Shin was sure that this was not a random person. He said that this guy constantly communicates with his dad and is next to him. Shin said he will make his father single again right now. At school there was a sign near the door that said that this was the teacher's room. The guy saw that Ji approached him and asked him why he was so sad today. The teacher congratulated the guy on the fact that he passed the Faculty of Aviation Management today. He smiled and asked the guy if he would give him a ride on a plane after becoming a pilot. Ji looked at this man with a surprised look and did not answer him. On the wall behind the fence there was a sign that said that this was a hungry orphanage. Ji opened the door to the room and went home, after which he informed everyone that he was already home. Suddenly he saw that they had been waiting for him at home all this time, and the children made explosions with firecrackers to congratulate him. They laughed and were happy for him and congratulated him on the fact that he was able to enter the faculty and pass all the exams. Ji said that he absolutely did not expect that they would greet him so well and not forget that he passed the exam. His friends were sitting at the table smiling and talking that their brother was the coolest because he was able to pass all the exams and in the future he will become a pilot. Grandfather said that the boy arrived on time, and he just had time to prepare all the food he had planned for today. Grandfather put his hand on his shoulder and said that he was very proud of him. Ji replied that it was all thanks to his teacher, and without him he would not have been able to achieve anything. Grandfather said that his teacher was not a wonderful person, and you should definitely thank him. After that, they sat down at the table and began to have dinner, and each tried food from different plates. They smiled and said that the ribs turned out amazing today. The food that Grandpa prepared was incredibly delicious. Grandfather smiled and said that these ribs were not very difficult to prepare, so he didn't do anything special. The sister said that she never knew that her brother dreamed of becoming a pilot all his life. Ji smiled and answered her in a calm voice that all this time he had tried and studied very hard to pass the exam. Sia smiled and said that he wants to pass the exam and enter the Department of Social Services, and she will work in a children's institution. Grandfather was happy when he heard these words and said that this is an amazing idea, but it will be problematic if Tessop also wants to work there. Tessop said that working with children always brings him great pleasure. For him it will be the same as going to heaven. Grandfather said that he knew that Tessop was preparing for a police test. He smiled and told his grandfather that he was training every day to pass the exam. The younger children were shocked when they heard that their older brother wanted to become a police officer. They said that it would be very cool. Grandfather wiped his eyes with his finger, and said that it seemed only recently that he was holding a small boy in his arms. But now he is already very old and he is very sorry that time flies so quickly. The children said that they would always visit their grandfather and would never forget about him. But at that moment Ji sat silently at the table with his head down. He suddenly also said that he would never forget about his grandfather. Ji started scratching his head and said in an awkward voice that he had completely forgotten that he had an appointment with one person and had to leave. Tessop was angry with his brother because they arranged this dinner just for him, and he was going somewhere else. Grandfather asked Ji if he really needed to leave so urgently, and couldn't he sit with them for a couple more hours? Ji walked up to the door, and said in a sad voice that unfortunately this was very important, and he had to leave. He asked for forgiveness, and then closed the door behind him. The door slammed and they heard a loud knock on the door. Brother and sister didn't understand what was happening to this guy after he behaved very strangely. Ji left the room so quickly that he forgot his black hoodie on his chair. He walked along the forest and climbed the mountain and held a flashlight in his hands. He slowly continued to walk forward and his glasses glittered from the lantern. He smiled and slowly began to laugh in a quiet voice. He said that he had a dream and he wanted to be just like his dad was. He slowly walked forward up the mountain and said that Tessop is a very good guy and the role of a policeman is suitable for him because he has a sense of justice. He said that his brothers and sisters would be good adults and then went to the iron door. He took the door handle with his hand to open it. Ji promised Dusiak that he would go to adult prison when he turned 20. The coach suddenly saw that the boy entered the hangar in which they were training and asked what he would do today. Ji his glasses and told the coach that he came here to train and he can't sit idle anymore. Tessop was alive and said that he was going to burst after all this food that he didn't eat. He said that he didn't need that much but he didn't want to leave her for Ji because he didn't deserve her, and that's why he wore his black hoodie today. He said that his grandfather was very kind to him, but this bastard has been acting too strange lately. He said that this idiot doesn't even answer questions about where he's been all this time, and what he's been doing. The sister smiled and said that she still didn't understand why she made him a hoodie. The guy replied that all that is in their house is shared clothes. Night fell and a bright moon appeared in the sky. She lowered her head down, and said in a sad voice that she was afraid that Ji would leave them. Tessop started laughing and told her that she was worrying in vain because he would never run away from them because it was impossible. She lowered her head down and said that everything was completely wrong. She explained that she was worried about someone else, that at some point he would simply disappear from this world like a speck of dust, and no one would know where he went. Tessop looked at her in surprise and realized that she had never even thought about it all. He continued to walk forward and pulled a black hood over his head and then said that he did not understand why their brother was leaving so abruptly. The sister said that they had already come to her home, and asked him why he accompanied her. Tessop there waved his hand to her, said goodbye and said that he saw her off just like that. I walked quickly along the street and wanted to get home as quickly as possible. There was no one else on the street except him, and he walked along empty streets. All this time he was thinking about the fact that his brother most likely disappeared somewhere, and it's not in vain that his sister is worried about him. He looked at the family photos on the desktop of his phone, and said that they all don't have a family but they are still family to each other. Suddenly he felt a very strong pain as if someone had hit him on the head with a bat. Tessop fell to the ground and dropped his phone. He immediately lost consciousness. There were two men standing behind and one of them was armed with a bat. The assistant told the boss that this is the same guy, and this is his black jacket for the most important one. He also came from an orphanage. Tessop was lying on the asphalt with blood flowing out of his nose and he was whining in pain. This guy picked up an axe, squatted down, and swung the axe to deliver the final blow. On the table there was a large number of photographs depicting the coach, and these photographs were scattered all over the table. Shin tore his father's head from these photographs and put it in his mouth. After that, he experienced these photographs and swallowed them as if they were ordinary chips. He tore the photograph into two parts and separated the guy in a black jacket who was next to his father. He put the torn part of the photograph back into his mouth and began to chew it so that he could swallow it later. He chewed this photograph and constantly repeated the same phrase that he would not allow anyone to take him away from his father. He looked at the photograph of this guy in a black jacket and hated him. A desire arose in him to destroy him and cause him pain as quickly as possible. He told this guy in the photo that his dad belongs only to him, and he is not going to share with him. The prisoner who was next to him in the cell suggested that Shin finally take a break and apologized with something else. He said that this is all very strange and Shin spends all day long just looking at these photographs. The rest of the prisoners who were sitting in this cell were traumatized and were afraid to say anything to this crazy psycho. Ian petted his dog and said that this time he kept his promise. He said that a dog that barks at its owner should not be left unattended, and it is better to tie it closer to you. Ji made a difference with his fist and was about to deliver a very powerful blow. The coach managed to dodge this blow, and did not allow the guy to attack him first. After that, he made a counter blow, and Ji was already quite trained and was able to dodge this blow. He went behind his trainer and took him into a painful hold after which he could throw him to the ground. Ji wanted to throw and inflict severe damage on his coach. He swung his elbow to attack him. The coach was able to deceive the guy and kicked him in the knee and knocked him off balance. After that, he struck him on the back of the head with his elbow, and this blow caused incredible damage. Ji covered his face with his hands in order not to miss the blows of the fish, always protected. The coach said that the guy has become much stronger lately, and he needs to add more speed. Ji was very tired after constant battles but still did not give up and continued to stand in a fighting stance. The coach suggested taking a break and going to have a little snack to recuperate. Ji asked, "Will they really eat porridge that is impossible to swallow again today?" The coach said that, in principle, this is their main diet, but if the guy is really very tired of this porridge, he can offer him to eat noodles. After training, we didn't go to the nearest place where they cooked noodles. After they ordered, 30 minutes later the noodles were prepared and brought to them on a plate. The coach said that he recently learned that the guy passed the exam. He asked if the guy really wanted to go to university. Ji said that she actually doesn't want to go to university. And after that he asked how the coach knew about this. The coach took a glass of vodka and said that he was watching every action. He drank this vodka and said that in this way he found out about admission to the university. He asked the guy if he really felt uncomfortable because he was being watched. Ji said that he didn't care at all because he watched, and it didn't bother him. But he still wondered when the coach had time to do this. The coach said that he watches him absolutely always. He said that he began to observe this from the very moment the boy was sent to an orphanage. He said that he watched Ji enter school and he saw the first fight that Ji had. Ji was more shocked when he heard all this from the coach. He understood that everyone even knew the coach about his victories in sports competitions. The coach poured himself another glass of vodka and said that he even watched Jihu eat pork and sweet and sour sauce with the children from the orphanage after graduation. He brought the glass to his mouth, and said that at the first meeting he was very small, and now such an adult his years flew by quickly. Ji looked at the coach in surprise, and at that moment he understood absolutely everything. The coach said that he didn't want to eat anymore, and suggested that the guy finish absolutely all the food. Ever since he started seeing Coach Kim Duseok, he completely forgot his father. At that moment, his phone suddenly started ringing. He picked up the phone and asked Sister Sia what happened and why was she calling him. She sobbed and in a trembling voice said into the phone that he should come as soon as possible. He heard her say through the telephone that Tessup was very ill now. Tessup at that moment was in the intensive care unit. Various sensors were connected to his body that showed his vital activity and helped Tessup stay alive. He could only breathe with the help of a ventilator that helped him pump air into his lungs. Ji was shocked when he saw his brother lying on the hospital bed in such a terrible condition. Grandfather sat next to his bed and sobbed. He did not understand what could have happened to him. Who could have beaten him so terribly? The sister was sobbing but nevertheless managed to pull herself together to report that the doctor said that some person had cut off his finger. His hand was actually missing a finger, and his hand was wrapped in bandages. She said that the nerves in his leg were cut, and that someone had abused him before he lost consciousness. Sia turned her head to Ji and asked him if he knew anything about this whole situation. He bit his lip, lowered his head and didn't even know what to answer. He looked again at his brother's mutilated body, and could not believe that some monster had done this to him. Ji said that he would kill the person who committed this terrible act. Sia looked at her brother in fear and asked him to repeat what he just said. Ji turned around and immediately left the room to go in search of this monster. It was raining outside that day and the weather was disgusting. It was very cold and wet. Ji decided to call someone and inform him that his brother Tae-sop was now in the hospital, and he had lost his left finger and leg. He said that this had already happened before with another person, and we were familiar with this situation. The trainer said that there was one small group of criminals from one organization who could do something like this. He explained to his student that his brother suffered because these people confused Tessup and thought that he was Ji. Ji continued in the rain and asked the coach where these creatures are and he wants to kill them all. The coach said that unfortunately he cannot do this because he must hide his identity, and he needs to hide. Ji said that he will not sit with his tail between his legs like a real coward and do nothing when they are trying to kill his brother. The coach said that it was his fault, and he himself would deal with these guys and take revenge on them. He said that arrows should remain unknown and Ji is very important in order to kill Kim Shin in the future, as they agreed before. The coach said on the phone that even if he dies, Arrow should still remain alive. The boy asked the coach what he was talking about now. After that, he looked at the screen of his phone and saw drops falling on him. The coach dropped the phone call and then walked up to the house and looked at 2 burning windows on the 3rd floor. An adult man lay on the floor without outerwear, and said that he apologized and he would sign the contract only if he was not killed after that. The criminals started laughing at this man and said that he should have thought about this earlier. If he had done this earlier, nothing would have happened now. One of the bandits was smoking a cigarette and in a dissatisfied voice told this man on the floor that he couldn't even imagine what it was like for them all this time. Mr. Kim begged these guys to forgive him and let him go. He said that he would improve and would do whatever he asked. One of the bandits said that first you need to give a down payment. This contribution should be very generous. They continued to laugh and mock this man and said that the money they would take from him would be payment for their moral damage. Suddenly they didn't hear a knock on the door and the man behind the door said that it was a pizza delivery. The leader of this gang asked if someone had ordered pizza. The second guy replied that this delivery guy most likely got the address wrong. Mr. Kim continued to lie on the floor in a puddle of his tears and begged those guys to let him go. A sudden man who came to the door, in a very surprised voice, asked the guy who was in front of him why he doesn't look like a delivery man. A few seconds later he was hit with all his might and thrown back, after which he fell to the floor. One of the bandits held a bat in his hands and said that if this one comes up to him, he will regret it. The coach said that he does not advise them to insult him, much less call him an idiot. The coach took one of the guys who was lying on the floor at that moment and lifted him up. After that, he swung his force and struck him with his fist. The coach said that they should call him the Grim Reaper. That would be the best name to describe his activities. I ordered the last bandit who was in the room to tell Zonky that it was his turn and soon he would come for him and destroy him. At that moment a large number of armed guys ran into the room. These guys heard noises and decided to come to the aid of their fellow gang members. The trainer stood in front with a dissatisfied expression on his face and was preparing for battle. The bandits started laughing when they saw that there was only one enemy here. One of the bandits began to turn his head in search of other opponents, but saw no one. After that, he asked why this old man came here alone. He smiled and told this old man that if he wanted to die before retirement, then he made the right choice. The trainer swung his fist and immediately dealt the first blow to the enemies. He hit the guy who was standing in front of him with such force that this guy could not stand on his feet and fell to the ground. After this, the coach swung his fist again to deliver another blow. He hit the enemy in the face and broke his nose, after which blood began to splash out of the enemy's face. At that moment, he swung his leg to hit another enemy. He kicked the guy in the chest and broke his ribs with one blow. At that moment a sharp knife was thrust into his back, and the man who did it said that finally this old man would die. He laughed and said that this old man's body would never withstand a stab in the back. This guy was wrong because the coach suddenly turned around and grabbed his face with his hand. He began to squeeze the head of this bandit, and made it possible for the bandit to suffer before death. The fat opponent who stood in front of him was shocked, and said that this old man was able to kill the guy with his bare hands. Said in a quiet hoarse voice that he was giving them one last chance to make the right choice. He said that if they left here they could continue to enjoy their lives. He looked at all these cowardly idiots, and said that he would not touch them if they just think and leave here immediately. One of the bandits got angry and grabbed his knife. He didn't want to act like cowards and give up just because everyone was scared of the old man. He made a dash with a knife in his hand in order to stab the enemy. Ji once asked his trainer if he could fight 10 enemies at once and defeat them. The trainer said that unfortunately this only happens in comics, and in real life the body has a limit, and no matter how many people practice martial arts it is almost impossible. The coach was able to dodge the knife strike in time to launch a counterattack. One of the bandits was very angry and wanted to take revenge for his guys. The trainer has already developed a taste for delivering incredibly powerful blows to his enemies. After each blow, the opponents felt very strong pain and their skull immediately broke. He fought off several enemies at the same time, striking them with kicks and punches. Suddenly, another enemy appeared behind him holding a wooden stick in his hands and wanted to hit him in the back of the head. The coach heard his loud cry and immediately reacted to it, and then punched the enemy in the face. Creme scattered in different directions, and he was the culprit of this bloody holiday. His bestial grin was like an animal. His eyes resembled a devil who ran and destroyed his enemies. He continued to strike quickly and strike his enemies and break bones and skulls. It was no longer possible to stop him, and he was ready to fight to the last drop of blood. His fist struck incredibly powerful crows turned into real killing weapons. After each blow, the bandits' teeth flew out of their mouths, blood and drool. He continued to fight off the enemies, not paying attention to the fact that there were a lot of them. However, most of them were already lying on the ground unconscious. The trainer told his student that there is no way to defeat such a large number of enemies. He said that there is only a chance to defeat them, but it will only work if the enemies are several times weaker than him. Ji looked at his teacher in surprise when he heard that the enemies should be weaker. The coach knew that enemies feel stronger when they work as a team and it is safer for them to attack when there are many of them. But if these enemies are separated, then they can't imagine anything other than a punching bag. The coach looked at the frightened faces of his enemies and understood that the only way to overcome was to destroy their belief that they were stronger when there were many of them. He knew that he needed to instill fear in them using his power, and only in this way could he defeat them. He was like a devil and his eyes burned with fire and thirst for blood. He asked why they stopped attacking him. The opponents were incredibly scared when they looked at him. They understood that they were unlikely to be able to do anything to him. The coach slowly approached them closer and closer and said that he was giving them one last chance to leave in order to stay alive. They looked at him as if he were a real giant who could crush them like little insects. The bandits slowly began to step back and their legs were shaking as if they were little defenseless weaklings. The trainer continued to advance on them and walked with a confident gait like an indestructible rock. He knew that these enemies were already very scared and most of them would be afraid to attack him. Hayunim walked up to the wall and saw his friends. He smiled and asked what they were doing here and what happened here. He approached one of the guys and hit him on the head with his palm, after which he said that he was a little late. The coach saw this guy and thought that he knew him. This guy is called Hayunim Junchi. Junchi smiled and said that those little fat guys couldn't handle Grandpa. He looked at the coach and asked him not to be afraid and not to be nervous because this is not worth doing. The coach at that moment realized that the fear that he sowed in the hearts of these opponents was only in an instant when this guy came. Junchi immediately started going to meet the coach and asked him how he was able to give away such a large number of children in such a quick period of time. He approached the coach and said that he was very surprised that such a historian was capable of such feats. The coach froze in place and could not move. Jinchu started laughing at him and asked why he was calm rather than tired. Jinchu I saw that this old man was not moving and said that his desperate attempts to do at least something were in vain because he was already at his limit. Jinchu came even closer to him and said that if the historian fights with him, then he will simply die. The coach wanted to listen to all this nonsense, and therefore immediately raised his fist to strike. Raining outside at that moment, and the weather was terrible. The guy was walking down the street in the rain and talking on the phone. He asked his interlocutor why he couldn't borrow money from someone because he had a lot of time for it. He said that in this case this idiot should sell his kidney and eyes. This big guy continued to communicate with his interlocutor on the phone, but suddenly a guy appeared behind him. He heard this guy's voice and turned his head back. G stood in front of him in a blue t-shirt and a black mask on his face, and said that he knew that he was working with killers. The big man in a dissatisfied voice ordered this idiot to leave here immediately while he was still alive. G immediately grabbed this t-shirt and lifted him up. G shouted loudly that he wanted to know where Junkie was now and advised this guy to inform him about it as soon as possible. The dog was sitting on the floor and quickly waving its tail. Its tongue was hanging out of its mouth. The man asked the dog to give him a paw. After this, the dog heard the command to spin around itself and began to follow the command. The man said the command to lie down, but the dog did not immediately comply with his order. The man once again repeated the command to lie down in a dissatisfied voice. At this moment, the dog began to turn its head in different directions and look at its owner in surprise. The man once again repeated the command to lie down, and then raised his hand to hit her. Ian held his hand up and once again shouted loudly to the dog to lie down. But the dog, unfortunately, did not understand what the owner wanted from her, and suddenly she heard something at the door. A prisoner burst into the room and told the director that Kim Duseok had invaded Junkie's place and started a fight there. Yang looked at this informant in surprise and said that Kim Dumak is the same guy that Shin calls his dad. The informant said that this same guy turned out to be much stronger than they thought. He asked if reinforcements should be sent there. Ian took the dog with his hand and said that this shouldn't be done because it would be unnecessary. He said that one Zhongchu would be enough because Yang personally trained him to fight and he should cope with this task. The bandit fell to the ground in a puddle and began to say in a frightened voice that he didn't know anything. Ji continued to strike him and said that you want to get information from him and will knock him out until he tells. The bandit said that this man is the boss of all combat groups, that's all he knows. Jinchu he said that he was not a scoundrel who would still need to be looked for in this world, and after that he took his tooth with 2 fingers. He pulled the tooth out of his mouth and said that he had never seen such scoundrels as this old man. I was surprised by the capabilities of this grandfather. Jinchu called this Mr. a real monster, capable of killing a large number of people with his own hands. He smiled and said that this was the first time this had happened to him. Jinchu he put the tooth in the inside pocket of his jacket and said that if they had not met, he would most likely still be alive. But now this old man is resting lying on the floor and his time is up. Jinchu said goodbye to this lion from the underworld and wished him a good trip to hell. At that moment, in the prison cell, Shin got angry with one of the prisoners and bit his finger with his teeth. The prisoner screamed very loudly in pain and asked to stop this psycho. The second guy tried to stop Shin and calm him down so that he would stop biting this guy. But in response to his request, he received only a blow to his face with his fist. Shin was incredibly angry that these idiots were trying to hurt his father. Another guy put his hand behind his neck and started choking him. One of the prisoners ran up to him and tried to push him. But in response, Shinu grabbed his balls with his hand. Throw this guy's tire up and hold it over his head, showing off his strength to the rest of the prisoners. Shin said in an angry voice that he was the only one who could harm him. The prisoners asked this psycho to calm down and said that they were on his side. They wanted to harm his father. The tire threw the prisoner to the floor with all his strength, and the prisoner broke his back at the moment of the fall. The guy looked at him in fear, didn't understand what to do next, that he couldn't do it calmly from a fish. Shinu stood with his head down, and asked them why they were actually on his side. Shinu straightened his hair, and then said that they are not on the same side because they look like a crocodile, and the bird will catch him at any moment if he just closes his mouth. Suddenly another person appeared in the room and shouted the name Kim Shin very loudly. This man swung his hand with his strength, and hit him in the face with his palm. This man was Boss Yang, and only he could afford to hit this psycho in the face with his palm. Shin smiled after getting hit, and said that this guy came on time, and he wanted to ask him a lot of questions. Shin continued to smile and said that his cheeks were very bad now, and he asked if Yang really had the right to do this. Ian looked at him with a dissatisfied look and said that a blow is medicine for a rabid psycho. Shin started laughing and then made a walk forward to start the attack. Shin said that I was wrong, and as soon as a person sees a mad dog, the best thing for him to do is to immediately run away or he will die. Shin was about to strike, but at the last moment Yang showed him a photo, after which Shin was forced to stop. The photograph showed Coach Kim and asked Shin what he thought the life of this old man now depended on. Yang said that one call and this old man will go to the bottom of the sea to feed fish with his body. Shin at that moment began to get angry, and he had to restrain his anger so as not to kill him now. Shin ordered that no one touch him with their dirty hands because he belongs only to him. Yang said that if Shin does something for him, then he will give him Kim to him. He showed a photo of this old man even closer, and after that he said that Shin will bite him, and in this case he will never see his daddy again. At that moment, the bandits were standing near the bed on which Coach Kim was lying. They asked how the patient was feeling now, and the doctor replied that everything was wonderful. The doctor smiled and said that he can hear and see now, but Grandpa doesn't understand anything. The bandit asked Hyunim if they should continue to monitor this bastard. Hyunim asked him counter questions. What does he propose to do in return? Hyunim looked at this old man again and said that whoever is doing what they are doing now is great. Hyunim put his hand on this bandit's shoulder and said that he needs to wash his hands better because he stinks terribly. He smiled and said that it was not a joke, and he said, "You are absolutely serious. Maybe because of this you are an idiot and will never appear here again." Suddenly the trainer began to make some sounds, and everyone who was in this hospital room was surprised that he could talk. Hyunim smiled and said that such warriors are like an old man, I never die. The coach at that moment was thinking about his student, and constantly tried to repeat his name Ji-Hu. Hyunim covered his nose with his fingers to feel this terrible stench and asked the old man why he came here. He didn't wait for an answer from the old man, and said that your clone would have to sleep here forever. It took 4 months from that moment that the coach was caught by these bandits. There were cakes on the table, and there would be candles on the cake in the shape of the number 20. Ji-Hu at that moment made a wish and blew out the candles, and all the other guys in the room congratulated him on his birthday. Ji thanked those turning around and erased the fact that they gave him such a nice dinner today. The grandfather smiled and asked the boy what he was going to do next. He said that the boy had already passed the entrance exam and could have a lot of fun. Ji smiled and said that he, Sia and Dae-sop wanted to go to the amusement park. After they finished their holiday breakfast they went to the amusement park. First of all, they decided to go on a roller coaster. Ji screamed very happily and got a lot of fun while riding on these roller coasters. After that, I was sent to the store, which was located on the territory of the entertainment center, and bought cotton candy and a corn dog there. The guys laughed when they went on the carousel, which is intended for children, and Sia constantly took pictures of them. They dressed in funny costumes and constantly took pictures. After that, they decided to go to a cafe and ordered themselves a delicious pepperoni pizza. Tessop asked the guys if he likes this pizza, and the guys raised their fingers up to show that they really like this pizza. After that, they went to karaoke, and Taesop decided to be the first to approach the microphone and began to rap. They danced with him and helped him create music using various musical instruments. When they finished having fun at the amusement park, they went home by subway and Taesop fell asleep. Ji smiled and said that most likely he was just tired after performing at karaoke and was now drooling like a dog. Ji started laughing and said that if he saw himself now, he would want to hit himself on the vacuum cleaner to wake up. Sia looked at him and said that she was very glad that he returned to them. Ji looked at her in surprise and didn't understand why she was saying this because it seemed to him that he had never left. Sia explained that in those days he was like a stranger to them. It seemed to her that their friendship was over and that Ji whom she had disappeared again forever. After that, she smiled and shared the secret that now she thinks that it was just an illusion, and she is glad that now everything is as before. See, as she said that she is very glad that he is now the same Jihu who was before. The guy heard these words and lowered his head down. Suddenly she said that she completely forgot to show him something and opened her bag to take it out. She pulled a gift out of her bag and handed it to him, and said that it was his birthday present. Ji took the gift from her and asked what was inside. Sia lowered her head down and said in an awkward voice that there was a hoodie inside the gift. Sia, she said that this sweatshirt is similar to the one that Tessop was walking on the day he was attacked. She looked at his severed finger and said that she still thinks about the situation that happened to him. Jia lowered his head and thanked his sister for such a gift. Sia, she said that you shouldn't dwell on this event. You need to move on and go to college. After that, grow up and become grandparents. He said that her most important dream is that they always remain friends. Ji suddenly told her that he had to apologize to her. Sia, she asked what happened and why is he now apologizing to her because he didn't do anything, but when she turned her head to the side, he was no longer there and he left the carriage, after which a voice in the carriage announced that the doors were closing. He didn't understand where Jihu had disappeared and why he was moving so fast. At that moment Ji decided to get out of the car and be alone with himself. Apparently he had to think a lot for himself. He held her gift in his hand and repeated the same phrase that he was very sorry. There were no lights on in the hospital at that moment, and near the doors of the hospital there was a white bus with its headlights on. The guy was sitting next to this old man's bed and smoking a cigarette. He said that what just happened was terrible. The guys suggested doing something with this old man so that he wouldn't smell too bad. She started scratching her head and said that they have big problems because Shin will kill them all if he sees what his dad looks like. The coach at that moment was conscious and saw everything that was happening around him. He took a puff of his cigarette and said that they told him that this old man can talk and suggested asking him something so that it wouldn't be so boring. The coach at that moment looked at these guys and saliva flowed out of his mouth. The guy took another puff of cigarettes and said that this bastard is constantly looking at him, and then started laughing. He took his cigarette, or held it to the old man's face in order to hurt him. The guy began to mock the old man, saying that he was now helpless and could not do anything even if he put out the cigarette in his eyes. The coach kept repeating the same word to Jihu. It was as if he was calling him for help. The bandit leaned his head closer to the old man and asked what did he just say. The coach tried to pronounce the word happy birthday, but his words did not sound like members were separated. It was difficult to understand anything. The bandit continued to laugh at him, but at that moment Jihu stood behind him, who had already killed the other two bandits. The coach once again tried to pronounce the phrase, happy birthday to Jihu, and this time he managed to pronounce these words. Jihu looked at his teacher at that moment, and tears appeared in his eyes. The guy didn't understand at all what this old man was talking about, and thought that he was completely crazy. But suddenly he felt a very strong pain on his face because he was kicked in the head. At that moment Ji cried and hated these bastards and said that he would kill every single one of them for what they did to his coach. At that moment, a black car drove up to the building. Hyunam got out of the car along with his partner, and said that they now need to check on the younger ones who are now in the hospital. The partner began to resist, and said that he did not want to do this. But Hyunam that in his place it would be better not to be insolent to his boss and grabbed him by the ear. When the guy entered the room, he looked forward and was surprised because he didn't understand what happened here. The bandits who were supposed to keep the old man were lying on the floor unconscious, but the old man was still lying on the bed. At this moment, Jihu suddenly appeared and immediately kicked this guy in the head. After that, he lunged forward and swung his fist to hit the second opponent. But the enemy very quickly stopped his attack and grabbed his fist with his palm. Hyunam smiled and looked at this boy and then said that his appearance was a real surprise. Jihu asked this guy if he was the same Hyunam junkie. He smiled and asked this boy a counter question. How did he know his name? He looked at him with the mad look of a psychopath, and said that people who know his name would dare to swing their fist at him. In the prison at that moment, a new battle was taking place in the shower room. The prisoner waited for Shin to enter the shower room and then attacked him with a knife in his hand. Shin looked at this guy with contempt, and stood still and motionless with absolutely no fear that he might be killed now. The blade of the knife was already almost near his eye and after a few seconds the blade was supposed to pierce his head. But Shin got his bearings in time and grabbed the guy's head with his palm and hit the back of his head on the tile. The guy felt a lot of pain. The back of his head was broken, blood was pouring out, and his nose was broken. Shin decided not to dwell on this, and once again hit the wall with the back of your guy's head. Shin, keep banging your boyfriend's head against the wall until his head turns to mush. He saw pieces of tiles flying off the wall, and there were drops of blood on his face. When he let go of this guy's blue, he fell to the floor and didn't move. Yan watched all this through the glass door and said that they had finally finished off those who threw Changyu here. Yan said that Kim Shin is incredibly good at killing people and his peers in this matter. The guy looked at his boss and said that they need to be careful with this psycho because no one knows what will come into his head. Ian smiled and said that it makes no difference whether the person in front of you is a killer or a person because everyone has their own weakness. Shin stood near the wall and watched the brains slowly flow down this wall. Ian said that as long as his father is in their hands, there shouldn't be any problems. He smiled and started laughing and said that the most important thing for them now is just to keep this guy on a leash as tightly as possible, and at the right moment this dog will gnaw everyone's throats. Ian understood that thanks to this guy he could forever become the very first boss and no one could resist him. The coach watched his student fight this monster, and hoped that the boy would be able to win. Jihu very quickly hit his guide using his fists. The greenhouse constantly blocked his blow. Jihu did not give up and continued to carry new blows to break through his defense. He decided to use his leg to throw a side kick and deal as much damage as possible. He managed to do it, and with all his might he hit him on the head with his foot. Jihu asked this killer what did he do with his trainer. Hyunam smiled and said that he was amused that the boy was so worried about this old man, and that he didn't like it when he felt like a loser. After that, he hit this boy in the face with all his might. He continued to strike him from different sides and said that for such insolence, this deception would be punished with him. It would be the same as his coach. Jihu put his hands in a defensive position and blocked all the blows. After that, he found the perfect moment to attack the enemy, and kicked him in the chest with all his might. Hyunam was very surprised when he realized that this boy could give him this rebuff and fight him on equal terms. Jihu made a dash towards him in order to deliver another blow, and hit him in the face with all his might. At that moment they punched each other in the face. Hyunam felt his opponent's fist on his cheek and couldn't do anything about it. Jihu also felt the enemy's fist on his cheek, and after that he said that Hyunam is just an ordinary weakling. His fangs cannot harm. Hyunam got angry and then kicked the guy in the leg with all his might to throw him off balance. He began to quickly strike from different directions and tried to break through the boy's defense. He continued to beat him and said that in a few seconds something would start to take effect and then it would be the end of him. He raised his fist again to strike, but Jihu managed to cross him and gave him a very powerful uppercut to the jaw. Hyunam could not resist such a powerful blow and fell to the ground while the boy continued to stand in the same position. Hyunam repeated the same phrase that this was all some kind of joke and he couldn't just lose it to a brat. Jihu looked at him with a dissatisfied look and anger overwhelmed him. He asked again what did this idiot make him a coach. Hyunam continued to lie on the floor and say that this boy fights very well. Suddenly he raised his head and said that he was giving up and this guy had just won it. Hyunam, he said that this is not a joke and he is saying this seriously because he cannot defeat this boy. He asked him to stop and stop this fight. Jihu looked at him like he was an idiot and said that this was the stupidest sentence he had ever heard and said that they were just going to stop. Hyunam wiped the blood that was on his face with his hand and said that he could do anything to stop it, and was even ready to surrender to the police. Ji hit him again and said that he wasn't going to just let him go. Hyunam replied that he did not understand the logic of this stupid guy, and it was time for him to leave here. After that, he began to run towards the door to leave this place as quickly as possible. Ji continued to shout after him to stop and not run away like a cowardly girl. He said that he would kill him here and now, and he would have to fight absolutely everything for this. Suddenly he felt a strange sensation in his body. His fingers began to move as if they were rubber. He didn't understand why his body looked like he was made of rubber. He looked at this guy and realized that his plan worked. He said that due to the fact that he was still a young drug, it took longer to process the drug than necessary. His face looked like he came out of a cartoon painting. Ji was getting worse and worse and asked this idiot how he did it. Hyunam replied that what this boy is seeing now is just a funny dream that he is having right now. He said that this drug is a product of their company. He showed his rings that were on his hand and said that when hit, the drug enters the body and gives the enemy hallucinations. Ji said that he now understands how these bastards were able to defeat his coach. He smiled and replied that everything is not quite as he thinks. He asked the boy his thoughts about what would happen to his coach when he was no longer needed by them. At this moment, the coach continued to lie on his bed and a fly was crawling on his eyeball. He was very weak and couldn't control his body. He couldn't even blink his eyes. Ji at that moment began to get very angry at these scoundrels for acting in such a terrible way. He started shouting very loudly that he would kill this creature in any way, and he wouldn't be able to get out of here just like that. Hyunam at that moment stepped on his head with his foot and hit him in the back of the head with all his might. I kept my foot on his head and said that this brat couldn't do anything now, so he was absolutely harmless. Hyunam, he said that he spent a lot of money on this old man there, and he wouldn't just leave here. At that moment, he hit his palm with his fist and said that he was offering him a deal. He said that this grandpa will live, but the boy will have to work for him and pay for his treatment, and he has a young, excellent body, so this will attract clients. He clenched his fist and said that the drug Happy Dream is an unusual drug. He kicked him again and hit him in the head and said that when it enters the body, this drug stimulates the hippocampus of the brain. Thanks to this, the effect of this drug makes you remember all the special moments in a person's life. He said that people who took this drug look very funny in some way. He said that he makes money from these people who really want to go back in time and immerse themselves in their memories. Suddenly someone called him, and he picked up the phone and said that he needs Dr. Kim to be sent here because there is work. Ji slowly began to close his eyes but still tried to resist this feeling. Well, after a few seconds he still closed his eyes and could no longer remain conscious. He returned to the moment when he stood near the fence and waved his hand at the plane that flew over his head. He turned to his father and said that this plane was flying very close to them. The father smiled and said that he was very glad that his young pilot was so happy when he saw the plane. Ji-hoo smiled and told his dad that when he grows up, he will definitely become a pilot and conquer the sky. He promised his dad that he would fly with him to different countries and show his father the world. Dad responded with words of gratitude to his son and said that he would never be able to refuse such a tempting offer. He grabbed his shoulders and lifted the air and then said that he wanted to see how his child would fly a plane. Ji laughed and told his dad that he was no longer a little child and in front of him was already an adult first grader. Dad said that for parents a child always remains a child and for him he will always be a little boy. Ji-hoo. He smiled and happily said that in this case he would always behave like a child named Ji-hoo. It was the best memory that he kept in his head all his life because it was the last day that he was able to spend with his father. Suddenly he opened his eyes and realized that now he felt very strange. Hyunam was sitting near his bed smoking a cigarette, and when he saw that the boy had woken up he said that this guy should thank him. He said thanks to him and this drug, his head now brings happy memories. The doctor said that this guy's body is very strong. Hyunam smiled and said that the doctor should take all his internal organs from this guy. The doctor smiled and said that he would carry out the boss's order in the best possible way. The coach at that moment understood that I would now do terrible things to the guy and thought that he somehow needed to help him. Ji-hoo at this moment continued to be unconscious and flying in his childhood memories. He used sushi chopsticks to take them into his mouth. He smiled and showed Dad 2 thumbs up and said that it's very tasty. There's nothing better in the world than Dad's kimbap. The father began to laugh and said that in that case the boy should have loved carrots. Ji-hoo answered his father that this sushi is delicious, everything except the carrots. The father took off his glasses in order to pass through the glass and apologized to his son for spending a lot of time. The boy smiled and said that he understood everything because Dad works hard and earns a lot of money, and there is no need to apologize for that. The father patted the guy on the head and said that he had the best child in the world. He continued to stroke his head and said that he didn't know why God gave him such a child. Ji-hoo said that he has already grown up and very soon he will become a real pilot and will earn a lot of money for his dad. Suddenly he saw a shadow and a man who approached him and greeted them. Shin stood in front of him and smiled very disgustingly and asked why aren't they so happy here. The father asked this guy what happened and why did he decide to disturb them. Shin continued to smile and said that he saw 2 joyful people and said that he wanted the same thing. Suddenly the guy opened his eyes again and began to come to his senses a little after this memory. The doctor didn't understand why this guy was constantly whining as if he were a whiny girl. The doctor said that this will all end very soon and his nightmares will also go away, but it is unlikely that he will ever be able to wake up. The father continued to ask this man what he wants. He replied that he was not happy because they were having a family picnic. Shin suddenly took out a knife and hit his father in the chest with all his force. Shin said that he also wants to play with them and have fun, but he was never able to play as well as them. Father fell to the ground and otherwise writhed in pain. Ji was very scared and did not understand why this man had just attacked his butt and stabbed him. Shin asked the boy what is his favorite song that he always likes to hum. The father extended his hand to his son and told this scoundrel not to touch his son. He continued to pull his hand as long as he still felt the strength. A sudden chat hand grabbed the doctor's trouser leg and did not allow him to move. The coach, through the pain, was able to get off the bed and grab the doctor's leg to stop him. The doctor turned his head back and looked at this old man in surprise. He didn't understand how he got here. The coach kept saying the same thing so that this doctor would not do this terrible thing. But outside, Hyunam kicked him in the back of the head and caused him a lot of damage and a lot of pain. Hyunam, he said that this was all starting to piss him off very much, and it was high time for him to die a long time ago. He swung his leg again to strike. He laughed like a psychopath, kicked him constantly, said that he wanted to break his back so that he could never wake up again. Suddenly he heard the voice of a guy who was now supposed to be unconscious. Ji stabbed the doctor in the chest and slowly began to rise from Paul. He said that this bastard should burn in hell. Hyunam asked this guy how he managed to stand up. He said that before no one could lift a finger. Ji understood that he didn't have time to talk with this bastard and therefore immediately began punching him. Hyunam continued to block these blows in a defensive fighting stance. Ji-hoo at this point asked for forgiveness from his father and continued to strike. He still had hallucinations before his eyes, but he was ready to resist the effects of the drug. He remembered his father who was crucified on the fence like Jesus Christ and said that his father always tried to protect him. Tears appeared in his eyes because he began to blame himself for not being able to protect his dad then. The coach continued to lie on the floor and heard everything that his student said. He could not move. Ji-hoo continued to strike and tried to break the bones in his hands so that his opponent could no longer resist. Hyunam felt a lot of pain and started screaming in pain. Ji-hoo grabbed this guy by the neck and tried with all his strength to throw him to the ground. The last blow that he dealt to him will leave an imprint on him, and he will have a big dent. Ji struck very hard. Each opera cat broke the opponent's lower jaw. He continued to strike and each time said that he wanted to avenge his dad. Hyunam understood that he could not resist such a large number of blows that he was now receiving. All he saw was a fist constantly coming closer to his face. Ji-hoo sat on the body of this opponent. Every second he dealt more and more blows to the enemy. He repeated the same phrase about asking his father for forgiveness for not being able to protect him. Memories popped up in his head as he sobbed while he was looking at his dead dad. When he finally finished knocking down his opponent, he sat down next to the bed and picked up a note with a happy birthday written on it. It was written there that even old age would never separate them. He continued to sit near the bed and look at this note. Suddenly a man came into the room. I said that he didn't think that the boy would come here after all. This was the same detective who once tried to stop Do-seok from killing Kim Shin. The detective lowered his head and said that he would hit him very hard for how everything turned out. Ji-hoo, that pity has absolutely nothing to do with it, and there is no point in feeling sorry for anyone. After that, he said that he is Arrow, a detective who opposite him is a Bao. Ji said that his most important duty is to hit the target and kill Detective Ji for coming here after the first call for help. He lowered his head and said to take care of the boy, but Arrow must also take care of himself. After all these events, Ji-hoo was arrested for suspicion of murdering several people. After the trial took place, he was sent to the prison where Kim Shin was imprisoned. He walked with the prisoners and was about to go to prison for the first time. He only thought that in this prison he would kill this psychopath, and this demon would pay for everything he had done. Ji saw that the iron bars were found by prisoners who had been sitting in this prison for a long time, and they behaved like real monkeys. But suddenly she drew attention to the man who was sitting on the bench because it was the same Kim Shin. Ji at that moment immediately realized that everything was going according to plan, but nevertheless anger filled his heart. Ji stood in dirty clothes with his head down and looked like a real drunk. The detective said that he should remember his story and he got drunk on his birthday and walked down the street alone, then had an argument with a passerby, got into a fight and accidentally killed him. He said that the boy needs to forget about his past life and now he is a completely different person, and from now on his name is Kim Chong-hu. He lowered his head down and repeated his name once again for Kim Sung-cha. The detective said that Dusuk came up with this name in advance, and he knew that this moment would come someday. Kim said the coach put their names together. The detective looked down and said that he was very sorry 10 years ago he shot Dusyok without thinking instead of helping him kill Kim Shin. He handcuffed the boy and said that he was still very sorry for what happened then, and he admitted his mistake. The detective said that because of his mistake, many people are now dying and he believes that these deaths are on his conscience. In parting, he asked the guy for forgiveness for the fact that they use him as an arrow. They have sheets of other choice. Kim went to the courtroom here for the judge to pronounce his verdict. The judge listened to all the materials on this case, and said that given the fact that the crime was completely accidental, he is ready to make his. The judge announced that the defendant was sentenced to 3 years in prison. Grandfather and his brothers and sisters were shocked when they heard the news and could not believe that their brothers were going to prison. She wiped away her tears and said that it's obvious that this is not so, and he shouldn't do it. She looked at him for the last time and realized that something was unclean here. Grandfather also cried and tears flowed down his cheeks. He asked the boy for forgiveness. He understood that he could not protect him. Suddenly he got up from his seat and said in a loud voice that it was his and all because he had little time for him. Grandfather said that boy, you need to pay for this sin, and after that go back to his family, and they will always wait for him. Kim's grandfather, and he felt incredibly sad and offended because grandfather and his family were watching, but it was a terrible sight. They continued to look at him, and tears flowed down their cheeks. He said in a trembling voice that he was very guilty before them and asked them to forgive him. When he went to prison, he was told that his number was 2525 and his name was Kim Chong-hu, after which they opened the cell and allowed him to enter through the window of his cell. When he entered, he saw in front of him several prisoners who were in this room. The fat man who was lying on the floor was a serial killer and had 9 murders to his name. His name was Yu Tonmi. Tonmi ordered this guy to immediately introduce himself to her and explain what he forgot here. Kim Kolda was in this prison for robbery and rape and had an 11-year prison sentence. He started yelling at the guy for being silent, as if he was deaf. Kim sat down near the wall and continued to sit silently, and did not answer anything with this scumbag. Kolda suddenly stood up to start a fight so that this guy would tell him everything, but they calmed him down and explained that in this case he would end up in solitary confinement. Chang-soo was in this cell for fraud and armed assault, and explained to his cellmate that this guy still doesn't know who's in charge here. Ji continued to sit on the floor and looked at the floor. At that moment he thought. Silence began in the cell. The prisoners did not know what to do correctly. Ji-hoo was only thinking about whether he would be able to get rid of this garbage, or would he still have to move on with his life. He thought that if he waited for the entire building at once, he would destroy all these criminals. But for now, he just had to calm down and focus on just getting past Kim Shin. Tommy Gray leaned his elbows on the wall. After that he said that I'm just an ordinary stupid boy here, and in prison there are laws that must be followed if you want to stay alive. I tried to explain to him that this unusual place was not given to him. If he attacks, he will die immediately. Ji thought that he and these guys actually don't have laws and don't care about other people's lives. The fat man suddenly called his crybaby, and the short, weak guy immediately said that he was listening to his master. The fat man asked this weakling to explain to the new guy how the rules here work. This guy's name was Ko Chon-man. He was put here for attempted murder. The fat man hit this guy with a club with all his might because he didn't understand how to explain the prison rules to a new guy. He took him by the neck and said that because of such stupid questions they treat him like crap. The fat man said that this new guy is still a very small guy and only 10 minutes will be enough to learn. The thug smiled and said that if he didn't understand, it would turn out even more. Ko looked at this new guy in fear and didn't understand what he would need to do now. He was very scared at that moment. Left the corridor slowly stepping foot. Ian asked your informant if Shin knows that his dad is missing? The informant said that he doesn't know yet, but soon he will need to take a photo of his father and give it to Shin. Ian said that this can't be done under any circumstances. He shouldn't find out that his father is missing because he can't imagine what a rabid dog will do if the truth is revealed. He thought that he needed to come up with something that wouldn't work, or it would be better to even find a replacement for this old man. Suddenly I heard some fine sound from one of the cameras and turned my head. Ko began to attack the new guy and White kicked him in the head. Ji did not resist. I lay on the floor, covering my head with my hands. Ko continued to kick him, constantly saying that this new guy should remember the rules of the prison. He shouted and said that everyone should follow the instructions of their elders and not make mistakes. The fat man started laughing and said that everyone looks very funny and this weakling even cries at the moment when he hits others. Suddenly he looked out the window and got scared when he saw what was happening there. Ian stood outside the window and watched the guy being beaten in the cell. The fat man ordered to stop immediately. Ian said that it's time for everyone to go to bed and I don't understand what kind of noise is happening in their room. The fat man immediately reported to his boss that they had a new guy in their cell and because he didn't want to listen to his elders, he had to be beaten. Ian looked at the camera in surprise and became interested in the fact that they had a new prisoner. Ian saw that this guy was lying on the floor and covering his head with his hands and said that disobedient people need to be punished. But after that, Ian said that because they were making a lot of noise, they needed to stop doing this and go to bed. The fat man promised his boss that I wouldn't make so much noise again and wished him good night. Jihu heard his boss's name and immediately realized that it was the same Yang Doman. Yang said that there is absolutely no one here in this hole who can match his strength with Kim Shin. Suddenly at 5 I heard noise from the same cell in which the fight had just taken place and did not understand why they did not carry out his order. He once again went to the window and said in a dissatisfied voice that he didn't like it when his orders were not followed. Ko sat on the floor and cried, wiping away his drool and snot that flowed from his nose. Ji stood in the middle of the room. The rest of the prisoners were unconscious at that moment. In a few seconds he was able to neutralize absolutely all opponents. Ian was surprised when he saw that this guy was able to take out 3 opponents at once in a few seconds. After that, he looked at his hands and saw that he had no weapons and this guy model only used his fists. Jihu turned his head towards this guy and looked at him with a dissatisfied look. Before he was sent to this place, and he was told that this prison was under the authority of Jan Doman. The detectives explained that I will become Yang Do-man's assistant, in which case he will be able to get to Kim Shin. He looked at the boy and said that as soon as he goes to prison, he will need to make sure that Ian notices him. The boss smiled and said that this new guy fights very well. Then he approached him and asked what his name was. The boy replied that his name was Kim Chung-hoo. Ian smiled and said that my boy was very lucky and asked if he wanted to work with him. He explained to the guy that not everyone gets such a good opportunity. If he has any conditions, he can voice them. Ji thought for a few seconds about the conditions he would like to request before collaborating. After that, he said that he needed something and voiced this request. And after that he immediately fell silent. Ji said that all he really wants is to kill all the scum like him. After that, he lunged forward and punched him in the face with all his might. But unfortunately he could only do it with his head. He understood that he needed to cooperate with this person in order to achieve socially. He must forget about his desires because he is just an ordinary arrow. Ian asked him again what he would want to demand his help. He said the boy could ask for anything. Ji was starting to get angry, and his anger could be seen on his face. He remembered his uncle who was tortured by these terrible people and Jan Domo was the person who did this to him. He remembered his brother Tyryong who was in the hospital because of these vile bastards and because of them his brother's finger was cut off. He continued to clench his fist and hold back his anger. Ji understood that he had to kill Kim Shin and therefore he had to come to terms with these rules of the game. Ji agreed to cooperate and said that he would work with him. After that, he pointed his finger at Ko and said that they must help this guy. Yang asked Kim if he really wanted to help him see that this guy had recently beaten him. Ian looked at this weakling and said that if he wants it so much, then this guy will not be cured. After that, he asked if there were any other wishes, such as money or cigarettes. Ji said that this one wish would be enough for him, and he wants this guy to be helped. Ian started laughing and said that he really likes strange guys like him, and once again invited him to work together. The next morning, all the prisoners were taken out for a walk in the yard. Some prisoners were playing sports in the courtyard, others were smoking cigarettes or talking about something. Ji stood near the wall of the water and suddenly saw that some guy approached him. This boy was Ko and he came here to thank him for helping him yesterday and asking for forgiveness for daring to hit him. Ji said that there was no point in apologizing because it was not the guy's fault. It was obvious that he had been bullied all these years. Ko thanked him again and said that to be honest, He felt a little better when Kim beat up all these guys in the room because he lived like a real year for a whole year. Ji was surprised when he heard that this guy had been staying for a whole year, and asked him if he really didn't tell the guards about this. Ko said in a sad voice that he told the guards about this many times, but they did nothing and just laughed at him. Ji saw that not far from them a mess had started between two criminals, and one of the guys was trying to take all the money from the other. When the second guy replied that he didn't have any money on him, he immediately got hit in the face. That moment, while these guys were fighting among themselves, the rest of the prisoners simply surrounded them and watched the fight and did nothing to stop them. Ko said that he absolutely does not care about fighting games and smoking, and the prison guards are here just for show, and even when a person dies, the death is written off as an accident. Ko explained that ordinary law does not work here and all laws here are written and invented by Jan Doman. Ji was surprised that everything was so poorly organized in this prison. He couldn't believe that the public authorities didn't care about this place at all. Ko said that he doesn't know how it works, but he finds out for sure that the director bribed all the guards in this prison. He pointed with his hand at one of the guards who was sitting on a chair and said that these guards are bribed with drugs or money. Ji couldn't believe that absolutely all the people who were here were his pawns. Suddenly another prisoner appeared and answered his question. He said that if it is not possible to bribe a person, then his family is taken hostage. This guy told the new guy that he had to go because the director was calling him. Ji immediately followed this guy without asking him any questions. The informant asked the guy if he had ever been in the army. He said the boy looked very young. Ji replied that he had never been in the army. He was asked how he got to prison. Ji answered that he got very drunk and got involved with a dragon, and after that killed a man. The informant smiled and said that accidentally killing is not bad. He turned his head, looked at the guy and said that he was very lucky that the director noticed someone like him. Ji realized that everything was going according to plan, and he was very quickly able to join his organization, and his uncle said that a certain onion would tell him everything. Ji didn't understand where this very Bao his uncle was talking about, and how to find this person. He entered the director's room and the first thing he noticed was a black sign with various inscriptions. The detective wet a rag and placed it on Duziok's head. He apologized to his friend for having to get involved in their plan but said that Jihu had already gone to prison. The detective said that he was very sorry that he had to use this guy in such a terrible role, but there was no other choice. The coach continued to lie on the bed with his eyes closed. The detective said that if he had at least some backup options, he would use them. They have no other choice. His head and said that they are now committing an unforgivable sin. He does not know what they will need to do if they die. Well, I lowered my eyes and thought that all I could do was think about the devil and they would definitely go to hell for these actions. The informant went into the director's office and told him that he had brought a new guy. In this room there was a very long table on which there was a large amount of food and alcohol. Yang said that they came on time and now it's time to meet everyone, and today a new member has appeared in the family. And his name is Kim Chong-woo, and although he is young, he is already quite good, so don't offend him. All the prisoners unanimously said that they would listen to their boss's request. Ian said that everyone needs to remember that they are one family, and this is an unusual word for them, but a real law. Ian put his hand on his shoulder and said that calling older brothers or uncles is quite normal. Ian smiled and said that he is usually called his father, and therefore the guy can treat him as his father. Ji looked at the floor because he didn't want to make eye contact with these scoundrels, and said that's exactly how he would treat them. Ian poured alcohol into his glass, didn't lift the cup up, said that he should at least make a toast. Ian smiled and said that they had all worked very hard this week and suggested improving their results next week and reaching new heights. Suddenly Shin came into the room and ordered everyone to wait a little and not to rush. He held a box in his hands and said that he had brought a cake for his friends, and invited them to eat this cake together. Ji turned pale when he saw this monster with his own eyes. He understood that this psychopath was now very close to him. Shin said in a very sweet voice that there is a lot of delicious food on the table today. After that, he put the cake on the table and 4 candles were burning on the cake. The informant said that this one brought his idiotic cake and ordered it to be immediately removed from the table. Yang smiled and said that everything was fine and this behavior, as always, was in the style of Kim Shin, and after that he asked why he suddenly decided to treat them with cake. Shin lit 1 candle that went out and said that on this day a child named Seo Hyun was born. He smiled and said that this girl was small and she had 2 tufts of hair on her small head. The informant said that it sounds very disgusting and he is already tired of this idiotic psycho. Shin continued to talk about how this girl went for a walk in the park with her father, and she waved her little hand to everyone passing by. Ji at that moment began to go crazy. Rage overwhelmed him and was ready to explode at any moment. Shin said that this girl waved her hand not only to people but also to trees, flowers and animals, and these people looked so cute and happy and he just didn't wave to stop them. Ji held himself in control and stretched his fists under the table, but understood that he needed to come to terms and could not fight with him. Shin saw a guy sitting opposite him at the table, and said that he had never met him before and most likely he was new here. Ji was barely able to contain his emotions and calm down in order to answer. Ji was able to exhale the air from his lungs and calmly said that he was new here and his name was Kim Chong-hu. Shin smiled and said that he was very pleased to meet you and asked if he would like to blow out the candles in honor of joining a new family. Ji looked at this disgusting cake at that moment, and his evil became several times stronger than it was before. Shin said that the candles need to be blown out so that the soul of this little girl can rest in heaven. Ji stood up from the table, took the head of this vile psycho with his hand and hit his face on the cake. His eyes expressed rage and he exploded with anger. Yang asked the guy what he was doing, and why did he just dip Shin in the cake. Shin smiled and slowly began to raise his head. His face would have been filled with pieces of cake that had been poured onto him. Ji continued to get angry and look at the vile creature that was in front of him. Suddenly Shin raised his head, pointed his finger at this boy and said that he finally remembered him. Ji thought that his body was moving on its own at that moment. He couldn't control himself, and now he has big problems because there are too many opponents around. The prisoners looked at him in surprise and could not understand what this new guy was doing rather than him being completely crazy. Ji says that he must kill this psycho and to do this he will most likely have to strike first. But Shin didn't attack him and instead smeared his nose with his finger which was smeared into the cake. Ji realized that there was cream from this cake on his nose. He didn't understand what was happening. Shin started laughing and said that when he was a child, he saw that other people often do this and kids play this way. After that, he smeared the boss's face with pink cream and said that it was all a lot of fun. He started applying this cream to the faces of other prisoners and said that this was a very fun activity. Ian finally realized that the situation was still under control and began to laugh quietly. After that, he put his hand on Jihu's shoulder. I said that he didn't even know that this new guy is a very funny guy, and he's funnier than you might initially think. The other prisoners also started laughing when they saw that their boss reacted normally to this situation. Ji also pretended to be funny, but nevertheless he had to restrain his anger and be hypocritical. Shin continued to dirty other prisoners and laughed. He constantly said that it was very funny, and he had never done such a thing before. At that moment there were prisoners in the cell who had been beaten by this guy yesterday. Ji cornered near the wall and silently looked down. He clenched his fists and tried to calm his anger. He replayed the moment in his head several times and couldn't understand what it was and why he didn't attack him. Ji understood that if this psycho attacked him, then he would already be dead. Ko approached the guy and asked what his religion was. Ji looked at this prisoner in surprise and asked what does it matter why he is asking this. Ko explained that all I was doing was that today was religion day. If he had nothing to do, could they go to church together, and if he agreed, he would feel better and his mind would find peace. Ji agreed to go to church with this guy, and when he went there weren't very many people that day. Ji asked this guy always or was he a believer? The guy replied that he only became one when he went to prison and began to believe in God. Ko said that in this place no one makes fun of the diary, and therefore he is very comfortable here. Ji asked this guy how he ended up in prison because he understood absolutely he will not say that he is a bad person. Ko said that as a child he was bullied by his classmate and at one point he could not stand it and stabbed him with a knife. But he did not die because the blow with the knife was shallow. Ji understood that this was very familiar to him and the story. Ko looked down and thought that apparently he simply had no choice in how to endure the bullying. Suddenly a priest appeared in front of them and greeted them. He was a completely young guy and smiled very sweetly. The priest asked if everything was okay with them. Ji said that he was new here, had never been here before, and told his name to this priest. Sonic immediately hugged the guy and said that he was glad to welcome him to this place, and said that it was very wonderful that God sent his lost soul here. The student said that in this place any prisoner can find peace of mind and start living again with a clean slate. The priest hugged him, and Ji did not understand what was happening here. This priest walked back to him a little, smiled, and asked if he wanted to confess. Ji asked how this is done. The meeting continued to smile and explained that this cathedral is a place for people who have a heavy burden on their hearts, and anyone can come here, even if they are not baptized. Ji didn't understand what he should do to the priest. He claimed that confession would ease his soul. They went to the confession room and closed the doors. The priest asked the guy for what sin he ended up in this prison. Ji said that he killed a man and because of this he was sent to prison. The priest continued to ask questions and this time asked whether the guy regretted this action. Ji lowered his head down and thought about it for a few seconds. He replied that he didn't regret his actions one bit. There was a pause between them and the priest didn't know what to answer to this guy. Ji that now this man will condemn him for these words. But the priest said that the boy should not blame himself for this and regret what he had done. The priest said that this monster deserved to die and the guy did everything right. He smiled again and said that he had heard about Chonghu and shared a secret, told him that he was the Bao in this prison and was glad to welcome the arriving arrow. The door to one of the prisoner's cells was locked. The informant entered the room and asked the boss why he called him. Yang ordered his informant to find out all the information about this new guy named Chonghu. The informant asked the boss why he was so interested in this new guy. Yang turned his head towards him and explained that this guy does not seem like a person who behaves carelessly or stupidly, and he is an unusual person for daring to do such an act to Shin. Ian said that he wants to know absolutely everything that this guy lived before he went to this prison. Ji finally realized that he was Sumac Onion and asked what is their plan for further action. What should he do? Priest explained that I had a small problem, and it was that besides him there were other bows that acted in their own way. She asked what exactly does the priest mean? And the priest replied that there were 3 more people in the first part of the prison. The meeting said that when these guys failed to contact Dusiak, they got nervous and tried to kill Kim Shin using their own methods, but no matter what they did, nothing worked. The door opened in the room, revealing a dim light. 3 guys were armed with knives and stood near his bed. They looked at this psycho's bed and thought that they wanted to deal with him as quickly as possible. One of the guys was the first to swing a knife and said that he would take revenge on him for all the deaths he committed. He stabbed his knife into the blanket and hoped that in this way he pierced Kim Shin's body. Each of these guys very quickly struck this bastard and tried to inflict maximum injury on him. Suddenly Shin appeared in the room and asked these idiots what they were doing so late. He said they are very noisy. The guy turned his head to the side and there were tears in his eyes. He didn't understand how this monster ended up in another place. Shin smiled and said that a person passing by told him that guests would come to him today. After that, he immediately raised his hand to strike. He hit this guy in the neck with his hand and broke his spine. He hit the second guy in the face with his palm and also broke his jaw. He punched the third guy in the nose, broke his nose and half of his skull with his blow. The priest said that all these people who tried to kill him in this way were themselves brutally killed. But after that he said that there is a very good idea that he has been developing for a long time and wants to share it. He said that the idea is to add poison and from 1/1000th of a gram all the muscles of a person are instantly paralyzed. She explained that in this case the human brain experiences the entire spectrum of pain and every cell of the body dies in agony. He said that this is the death this monster deserved. Ji took the bottle of poison in his hand and examined it. Ji asked if this was the same plan that Dusik came up with. The priest sat silently for several seconds and then said that these were his plans. He instructed the priest to carry them out. Ji began to feel sad and said that if his task was to add poison, he did not understand why he had been training all this time. The priest said that training is just preparation for the task and no matter how the guy trains, he will still never be able to defeat Kim Shin in an ordinary battle. Ji at that moment got angry and thought that the priest was not talking at all because he had never seen him in battle. The meeting answered the guy that he felt his anger had been torn down in this matter. It wouldn't help him in any way and to kill this devil he needed a different method. Ji lowered his head down and sat there for a whole minute. After that, he answered the priest that he understood everything and in fact it was a good plan. Ji said that he is not here to defeat this monster with his own hands, but to destroy it once and for all. The priest said that Shin eats only table food and he is crazy and gives out cakes to everyone but never eats them himself. The priest said that there is only one way to kill this monster, and that is to give him poison. In fear at that moment and said, "Are there really no other ways? He will fail this task. It will no longer be possible to kill him." The priest replied that it was so easy to do now. The priest explained that he would have to poison not only Shin but also all the other sinners who filled this prison. The priest said that all this garbage would need to be destroyed. Other people just couldn't throw it away. He started laughing and said in a joyful voice that this garbage would disappear forever if they couldn't do everything right. Ji held a bottle of poison in his hand and looked at it. He thought that a monster who had committed many terrible deeds should be punished, but he still didn't understand why it was necessary to kill everyone who was in this prison. He thought it was wrong. Ko walked up to him and scratched his head, after which he asked how it went. He said that after his first visit he cried all day. Ji looked at him and said that as far as he knew, Ko had stabbed his victim. Ko looked at him in surprise and said that everything was so. After that, Ji asked to tell about that day. Ko did not like to remember the events of that day, but nevertheless said that he lived in a village in which there was only one middle and high school. Ji looked at the guy and listened to him carefully. Ko looked down and said that since childhood he was constantly bullied and unfortunately there was no good person there, Kim Chung-hoo. He went back into his memories and remembered that very day. Ko was lying on the ground in the woods and one guy kept kicking him and telling him that he had to practice his football kick. The rest of the guys stood behind him. Ko covered his head with his hands and the acne would recover and stop hitting him. But these guys only laughed when they heard his requests to stop. They said he cried like a girl. He felt defenseless and couldn't fight back these guys, so all he did was endure humiliation. One day they grabbed him on the way out of school and grabbed his cheeks with their hands. The bully who constantly bullied him took the beetle and tried to put it in Ko's mouth so that he would eat it. That day they fed him a cockroach that they found on the street, and it happened in high school. When they got a little older, this guy stripped him naked in front of the whole class and said that in honor of his birthday, Crybaby promised to dance a striptease. Ko couldn't fight back this idiot, and so he had to stand in his underpants in front of the whole class. This already happened in high school. After leaving school, they sat on a bench and drank alcohol, and this guy said that Ko was like his best friend. That day they talked while sitting on a bench and drinking alcohol. This guy drank his cup of alcohol and said that it's very good to be a child because you can live your carefree life without thinking about anything. This guy said that he was very drunk, and it was very boring for him to drink together. He suggested that Ko call his younger brother because it would be much more fun that way. Ko said that his brother is just a high school student, and he shouldn't drink alcohol yet. This guy insisted and said that the last time he saw his brother he looked pretty sexy, and he asked to call this little brother to have a drink with him. Ko said that he couldn't do it because his brother was probably already asleep and it was too late today. But this guy hit him on the head with his palm with all his might and his glasses flew to the side. The bully continued to insist, and told this idiot to immediately call his brother. Ko held her hand on her cheek and didn't understand why it was and the idiot just hit him. He felt very hurt because of this. Ko said that due to the constant bullying he had to endure, the village seemed like a hell from which he was never destined to escape. One day he still couldn't stand it, and decided to take revenge on him, and stabbed him several times in the body. This idiot sat on the ground and sobbed. He felt incredible pain. Ko looked at him and said the same phrase that he only cries because he feels pain and people cry when they are in pain. Ko said that he is tired of crying and the most important reason why he is crying is this idiot. Ko explained that she is absolutely inexperienced in killing people and is not good at it. But that day he couldn't stand it, and his patience ran out. So he was forced to do it, and he didn't even have time to understand anything. The guy raised his fist to strike him first. A marriage began between the prisoners and one of the guys dealt a very strong blow to the enemy in the jaw. After this blow, the fighter began to fly backwards and blood flowed from his nose and mouth. He received another blow from below to the chin. The fighter stood near the fallen body of his opponent, and the people who were there during the day and watched the fight shouted that he had already won his third victory in a row. The prisoner approached the other guys and started collecting money from them for losing bets. This fighter continued to laugh and asked who is ready to fight him next. Suddenly one person appeared in the crowd and began to applaud the fighter. Ian applauded this fighter, and said that he fought amazingly for 3 fights. Ian asked if this fighter could stand another fight. To be afraid, he replied that he could fight again without any problems. Yan pointed his hand at Kim Shin and asked why this fighter shouldn't fight him. The fighter looked in surprise at the boss and at the opponent with whom he had to fight, and said that he was not ready to fight Kim Shin. Yan smiled and said that this was just an entertaining fight and nothing more. After that, he asked Kim Shin how does he like the idea of fighting this guy. Shin at that moment called very loudly and said that he didn't even know what to answer because it all looked very boring. The fighter immediately stepped back and began to say that he would not fight this psycho and was forced to abandon the fight. Yang, in a dissatisfied voice, asked this fighter why he didn't want to fight. He didn't wait for an answer, and after that he looked at this fighter like he was trash, and said that if he doesn't want to fight Kim Shin, he shouldn't call himself the strongest. He lowered his head down, and said in a trembling voice that he had to apologize for his words. Ian looked at this coward again, and said that he was ashamed to look at new generations of weak losers. And after that he asked, "Does anyone else want to fight Kim Shin?" The guys turned their heads to the side even though Boss Yang promised them that they wouldn't be able to get everything they wanted after the battle. Suddenly one man from the crowd raised his hand up and said that he wanted to fight. Ji said that he had a desire to try to fight him, and everyone who was in this room was shocked that there was at least one daredevil. Ian looked at this guy and said that this is the same new guy who recently came to them. Ji said that he is absolutely not afraid of Kim Shin and is ready to fight him in a duel in order to measure his strength. Ji clenched his fist very tightly and thought that if he could defeat him in battle, then there would be no need to use poison. Shin smiled and walked up to this guy. After that, he said that thanks to Chung-Hu, it became much more fun here because before everyone was afraid of him. Ji didn't intend to talk to him for long and therefore immediately punched him in the face. He didn't want to waste time and tried to use every opportunity to defeat him. Ji continued to throw very quickly and strikes using his maximum speed and put all his power into the strikes. Ji turned my head back and saw that now was the right moment to strike again. He immediately kicked him in a roundhouse and put enormous force into this kick in order to neutralize his opponent as quickly as possible. Shin was flying down, and his head was turned to the side. It seemed that after this blow he would have broken his neck. Ji's eyes were burning and he was ready to continue carrying powerful attacks. But the last blow he struck penetrated and was caught in his palm and blocked. Shin smiled at that moment and began to laugh quietly. He looked at the guy and said that Chung-Hu fights amazingly, and it's a lot of fun to fight, and finally he has a fun opponent. Ji didn't understand what was happening and why this guy was still feeling so good after all the blows he had just received. Shin hit this boy in the chest with all his might and said that he needs to be more friendly from now on. Ji didn't understand what was happening and why Shin was still able to fight because he did everything right, and combinations like this should have caused incredibly powerful damage to him. Shin grabbed him by the head and slammed his head onto the floor with all his might. Ji did not expect that he would receive such a powerful wound from this opponent, and when he hit his head he realized that he was starting to lose consciousness. Shin said that it was fun but that he would most likely have to end it so as not to kill him. Shin stood next to him lying on the floor and said that he accidentally miscalculated the force and hit him too hard. Shin started laughing and asked Chung-Hu again, "Is he alive or is he dead?" Ji didn't answer and continued to lie silently on the floor. Shin looked at Yang and asked him to help this boy because they will still have to finish this game with him next time. Yang was surprised when Shin started talking about this guy so happily. Suddenly Ji appeared behind him and grabbed him in a chokehold. Ji performed this grip perfectly, and Shin felt that they were beginning to choke him and he was slowly beginning to suffocate. Ji remembered the words of his trainer who said that small children and grown men, girls and old people die after this grip. The trainer said that this grip can destroy even a monster, no matter how strong it is. Ji continued to strangle him and understood that this psycho was an ordinary monster who needed to be strangled just like other opponents. Shin started screaming very loudly and choking. His face turned red and he could not do anything against the seizure. Ji continued and was not going to let go because he wanted to see it through to the end. Shin raised his hands and intended to resist because he didn't want to die in such a stupid way. He threw his hands back and grabbed Ji by the neck with his fingers and began to choke him. Shin used his strong fingers to press on the carotid artery to strangle him. Ji felt that he was starting to suffocate, and the only way to free himself from the grip was to let go of Shin. Kim Shin smiled at that moment, and understood that despite the fact that he could suffocate at any moment, he still would not allow his opponent to get out of here alive. Shin pressed his fingers tightly against his neck and tried to break his neck frame. He rolled his eyes upward and felt incredible pain at that moment. Shin stuck out his tongue with every second and recovered more and more difficult to remain conscious because the air had been entering his brain for a long time. Suddenly he removed his hands from his neck and lifted him up. Shin once relaxed his fingers and with a slow movement of his hands began to remove them from his neck. Ji felt an incredibly strong pain at the moment when his neck was freed from the grip and began to fall back and drool flowed from behind his mouth. Shin stood still and kept his hands in the same position without lowering them down, but Ji at that moment fell to the floor. Shin smiled and started laughing when he saw his opponent fall to the floor. He looked at him and said that this guy almost managed to do what he planned. Shin looked at him lying on the floor and said that this guy is a wonderful fighter, and he almost died after this capture. Shin suggested that this guy play more in the future because it was incredibly fun. Yang smiled at that moment, and realized that this was one of the best battles he had seen in recent times. Yang said that he was confident that this newcomer was a very serious fighter, and he had faith that he could fight on par with Kim Shin. He laughed, and said it was amazing. Ji at that moment was lying on the cold tile and was unconscious. But nevertheless his eyes were open and drool was flowing from his mouth. Ian laughed, and said that this guy is a great fighter, and he's glad that I couldn't find him. But all I have to do is point him in the right direction. This guy who stood behind his boss clenched his fist tightly because he began to hate this newcomer. Kim lay in his bed and slept. That moment the sun's rays entered his room through the window. He was in a part of the room that didn't have much light, and so he continued to sleep. He moments of his life when he was still young, and saw his child for the first time. He took his child in his arms and said that from now on I will not be the happiest people on the planet, now little Jiangsu will be with them. Kim looked at his son and his wife and said that he would protect them with all his might, and do everything so that everything would always be okay with them. He remembered the moment when his son first began to walk on his own legs. It was an event that could not be forgotten. She looked at him with angelic eyes and he understood that these were the happiest moments in his life. They were incredibly happy as they saw his first steps and said that you have strong legs for little Jiangsu. At those moments in his life he laughed like never before. They often walked together. Their child slept soundly in his stroller. When the first autumn came, he sat on his dad's shoulders and cried because he was afraid of the cold. For Christmas they gave him the same toy that he had dreamed of for a very long time. He was happy when he saw his child happy. His wife always rejoiced with him and laughed, and saw her boys happy. Jiangsu came home after kindergarten and talked about how they had been taught to dance all day and decided to show his parents how he could dance. Kim said today they will not watch the home concert. Mom asked her son to dance and do it quietly so that the neighbors wouldn't complain. Jiangsu put his hands together and said that he wanted to show how a shark moves. He started humming the Baby Shark song and danced the moves from that song. He showed how a baby shark swims in the water. Mom clapped her hands and was happy when she saw that her son was dancing well, and she said that it was very cute, and when he grew up he would become a real singer. He continued to sing the Baby Shark song and smiled. He really liked his parents watching him dance. Mom said that this definitely needs to be filmed and asked her husband to bring this phone. Kim I watched his son dance and sing this song and tears appeared in his eyes. His wife asked him what happened and why was he crying. He replied that I don't know, and it was just emotions that washed over him. He wiped away his tears with his hand and said that he had become very sentimental lately. He used his finger to wipe the tears from his eyes. After that, he looked at his hand and his attention was drawn to the fact that he had no finger, and this finger was his little finger. The wife continued to laugh and said that she just has a very emotional husband and there is nothing wrong with that. Jiangsu started laughing and said that it was the first time he had seen Dad cry, but he said that this was absolutely normal. The kindergarten teacher explained to them that men can cry too. He continued to cry and told his wife and son that he needed to go away for a while. He held his chest with his hand and said that he forgot to do something. Well, from his appearance it was clear that he did not feel well. Haoyan got scared and asked what happened to him. She said that she was very worried about him. Jiangsu looked at Dad and asked where he was going to go. He said he wanted to play some more. Kim hugged his son and asked them for a reason. He said that he had to leave for a while but he promised that he would return very quickly. The next memory in his head was a frame from their family photo that was stained with blood. Kim was already an old man, but he still remained in this moment. His tears continued to flow down his cheeks. He replayed this moment several times in his head. At that moment the door to the room opened, and someone walked in. Detective stood in the doorway and held a teddy bear in his hands. He was very surprised when he saw that Kim sat down on the bed. Kim felt very bad but nevertheless was able to find the strength to sit down. He repeated the same word to Jihu, and tears ran down his cheeks. In prison there was a sign on the door that said Medical Center. Ji was lying on the bed in the hospital, and his eyes were closed. Suddenly he opened his and heard a voice from the lighting who said that he was very glad that he had finally woken up. The priest smiled and said that if a guy feels bad, he better go back to bed. He asked the arrow how he felt after the fight with Kim Shin. He was wondering what the guy was thinking about then, and how confident he was that he could defeat him. Gee, that I would have been a little stronger. He most likely would have been able to defeat this monster. But unfortunately he did not have enough strength. The priest said that, unfortunately, everything is not at all like that, and no matter how much he wants, he will never be able to defeat such an opponent. The priest said that this opponent is very durable and cannot be strangled, and in a normal battle it is never possible to defeat Kim Shin. He looked at Ji's body and noticed that the guy was constantly shaking, and the priest said that his ribs were broken. Ji lowered his head down and heard the priest that with such a body he would definitely not be able to win. He closed his eyes and said that he would have to use poison, after which he reminded that arrow must always obey orders from the bow. After that, he came to the door and said that Strela should not act arbitrarily. He stopped near the door and asked Chong Hongha to think carefully before starting this mission. The priest said that the guy should at least think about his father who died from the hand of this monster. He closed his eyes again and slowly began to leave the room. One of the prisoners passed by him, and they walked towards each other. The priest suddenly shouldered this prisoner. The prisoner turned his head towards the priest and asked him what was happening and why he had just pushed him. The priest smiled at this guy and asked for forgiveness. He said that he was thinking a little. I didn't notice him at all. The prisoner said that he absolutely doesn't care about this, and he is very tired and therefore will not beat this priest today. He took out the candy from his inner pocket and offered this candy to the prisoner. He said that this candy relieves stress well. The prisoners looked at this candy and said that he had not been a child for a long time and therefore he did not need this candy. But after a few seconds he still took this candy and put it in his mouth, and after that he told the priest to come next time. He lowered his head, smiled, and once again asked for forgiveness for accidentally bumping into him. After that, he returned to his church and saw in front of him a cross hanging on the wall. He sat down on his knees and began to communicate with God's Father. He prayed that God would help Chung-He like him on the path of truth and help him make the right choice. He held his hands together and continued to pray and repeat this prayer like a mantra so that God would definitely hear him. The prisoner put the candy in his mouth, and suddenly he began to feel something very strange, and his head began to spin. His eyes slowly closed, but he did not understand what was happening to him. The meeting continued to ask God to reward Chung-Ha with the courage he once gave him. The prisoner fell to the floor and his arms began to cramp. Suddenly he was noticed by other prisoners who were walking along the corridor and asked what was happening with this guy. Why was he acting so strangely? This guy was foaming at the mouth and slowly starting to die. He continued to communicate with God and asked him for help. The priest asked God to make sure that Chung-He would not regret anything because the priest himself was already starting to go crazy because of all this. He took a piece of meat on chopsticks and dipped it in the sauce. Yang smiled and said that Chung-He should eat as much as possible in order to gain strength. Yang leaned over to him and told him the secret that he used to fight personally with Kim Shin. Asked the guy where he learned to fight so well with his fists. Ji replied that he had never learned to fight anywhere, and after that he let his head down. Ian laughed and said that this is very strange because the guy never studied anywhere, he fights very well. But in this case he offered to be his mentor and teach him to fight. Yang looked at him and said that utopia is a conditional meritocracy. He tried to explain that the better his skill, the better the attitude towards him. Ian put his hand on his shoulder and said that the guy must try hard in order for everyone to respect him here. The informant looked at this guy and hated him every second, and more he liked that he was treating him so well. The prisoners walked along the corridor slowly stepping forward. Yang told his assistant that he thinks that this guy will be the one who can hold Kang Chongwei in prison. The guy looked at him in surprise and said that this is a very serious statement, and that such a responsible task cannot be trusted to a newcomer. He said that he was the one who had to carry out this task. Yang looked forward and replied that people haunted by nightmares often do not know what to do, and the mind of his assistant must be clear in order to make the right decisions. Yang continued to walk forward and said that even though this newcomer lost the battle, He showed how clearly I can fight and made a strong impression on everyone. The guy looked at the boss in surprise and still didn't understand why he trusted this newcomer so much. Yang turned his head back and told him that if his assistant was so unhappy with this decision, he could try to fight Kim Shin himself and prove that he is not a weakling. The guy lowered his head and silently continued it after the boss. He understood that he could not take such a risk. He began to clench his fist tightly and get angry at this guy because he won him in the fight for the boss's respect. When he returned to his cell, he began punching the wall. He hit the wall with his fist and blood splashed out from his fist. He started screaming that he was tired of being a faithful dog to follow this boss everywhere, especially in prison, and he was tired of being a pawn in his hands. He continued to punch the wall hard. He didn't understand whether this guy really didn't have enough psychos around him. Did he really want to raise a pet bird for himself again? Suddenly a security guard came into his room and told the gentleman that most likely he had come at the wrong time. The security guard reported that he had come to him online and this visitor was asking for a date. He looked at the guard in surprise and asked who could have come to him. He didn't expect that he would get a date today. He was sent to room number 1. In this room he could communicate with civilians. A man in a black suit sat opposite him and said that they had received CCTV camera data from Junkie's workshop. It took a lot of time to restore even one frame and the hard drive was almost destroyed into trash. The guy asked what all this could mean and who did it. The man handed him a sealed envelope and said that they had identified the man. But to be honest, this was the first time he had seen his face. The guy took this envelope and opened it, and then said that most likely they had a new killer. The man said that they were trying their best to find more information. But suddenly the guy took out a photo from this envelope and said that you shouldn't do this. He looked at this photo and said that everything turned out funnier than he could have imagined. At the bar, the waiter held a glass of beer and said that she was talking about service and that it takes a lot of time and at rush hour there is an unimaginable number of people here. He looked at his partner who was sitting opposite him and told him that the guy was not healthy. Because of this it would be even more difficult for him to do his job and he chose him because, in his opinion, he was the most suitable for this position. After that, he told the guy that tomorrow he would no longer be able to work here and asked for forgiveness. Tessop got upset and hung his head down. Tessop didn't even have the minimum wage here and he doesn't understand why he worked here for so long for 2 people. After that, he looked displeasedly at the boss and told him that in this case he should count overtime for him. If at least 1 is not enough, he will report this to the appropriate place. The boss was unhappy and started shouting at him that the guy was going too far now. He should have thought before he said such words. Tessop turned around and silently began to leave, and the boss shouted after him that he would never be able to find a good job even on a half-time basis with such a terrible character. Tessop turned his head back and told this idiot that if he said even one more word he would be in big trouble. He turned his head at this lord, and told him that in this case he would simply burn his store to the ground because he, as a sick person, has nothing left to lose. After he quarreled with his boss, he went to a restaurant to have dinner. He was sitting with his sister. Sia looked at him and saw that he was very sad and said that he would be able to find a good job. Tessop took a bite of burger and said that no one needs a disabled person at work and they can always find workers more worthy than. Sia said that Tessop is not telling the truth now, and he is a very good worker. He took another bite of his burger and said that he had already submitted his resume, and, more than in the old organization, no one hired him. He explained that he constantly hears people around him constantly whispering about him. He lowered his head down and said that he absolutely didn't think that he could live like before again. Tessop said that I really miss Jihu and often remembers how they played different games with him as children. He still had a photo on his phone that showed all the children from the orphanage along with their grandfather. Suddenly he saw that he had received a message on his phone, and he reacted to this message with surprise. Tessop held the phone in his hands and told his sister that most likely she was right as she said that he would succeed. He would have jumped up and said in a joyful voice that he would be able to find me a job in a good company. Sia continued to smile and said that everything would be fine as she said and he should not be disappointed in himself. He began to rejoice and laugh and said that this was all incredible and looked like a utopia. The door to the cell was open and the light was on in the cell. The informant came to her boss and reported that there was important news. Ian asked what's the matter? The guy explained that this most famously concerns Kim Chong-woo, and the boss will be interested to hear this news. Yang asked what happened to this guy and what is this news. The guy pressed his lips together and stood silently for several seconds. After that, he said that everything was much more complicated for us than he thought. He lowered his head down and said that before he tells the story, he wants to ask the boss if he wants to think again about who he will transfer the case to Kang Changyu. He explained that they have been working together for 15 years. Ian looked at this guy in surprise and needed to think before answering. After that, he said that they had already talked about it and didn't want to repeat it again. Ian put his hand on his shoulder and said that they had actually been working together for 15 years and when we first met he was also a newbie. The dog at that moment was sitting on the floor and watching, didn't understand anything, but she was very interested in watching it. He lowered his head and listened as the boss told him that he himself would be very upset if a newcomer took his place. Ian that his friend looked at him for so long but for all 15 years he still didn't understand anything. Ian said that the oldest, the greediest are the first to feed and this is the law of the mafia. The guy replied that he knew this law very well, but he still had doubts. He hung his head down and said maybe he was actually wrong all the time. Shin raised his head up and did his morning stretches. He went in for sports early in the morning to keep his body in good shape. He had an amazing flexibility that very few people possessed, and he was able to touch his feet with his head, and his fingers were able to stretch like the best ballet dancers. He did yoga and tried various poses that helped him warm up his body. Shin said in a quiet voice that Chong-hu, this new guy in prison, is always having fun with him. He saw a photograph that was hanging on his wall and said that this guy most likely has a gift from him. He thanked his dad for sending him such an amazing gift. He continued to look at the photo and saw this boy sitting next to his father's bed. He constantly looked at him closer and closer, trying to look at him as best as possible. He slowly began to leave the room and said that without this guy I was very bored in prison, but now there was finally some fun. He went out into the corridor and walked barefoot on the cold floor. Shin approached a group of prisoners and asked them where their bok was now. The guys greeted him. Shin immediately kicked one of the guys in the neck and said he wanted to talk to the boss. Shin was angry and started knocking down everyone who stood in his way, hitting him with his bells and kicks. The guys didn't understand what was happening and looked at this monster in fear. They didn't know why he suddenly started attacking them. Shin continued to beat up these idiots and threw powerful punches to have as much fun as possible. Shin said that if they want to stop then he wishes him luck. He started laughing and saw a large crowd of prisoners in front of him, and said that he was very sorry for all these guys. Shin smiled again and said that today there will be not only Greeks for a snack, he is going to kill them all, don't spare anyone. The hand of one of the prisoners lay on the wall, and was covered in blood and a fly landed on his hand. The face of one of the prisoners flowed down the wall, and left a bloody trail on the wall. The entire corridor was filled with the corpses of prisoners and their dead bodies lay along the entire corridor. Yan shouted very loudly that Shin is crazy, he doesn't understand why this crazy person killed all his guards. Shin entered the room holding the hands of one of the prisoners and at that moment he was strangling his prisoner. Foam flowed from his mouth. Shin himself was covered in blood. He smiled and said that he simply kills people. This should have been clear to even the stupidest person. Ian said that he doesn't understand what he's doing at all, and is completely crazy. Shin asked Yang to be silent, and then smiled. He threw the body of the dead prisoner on the floor and said that he really missed them and was glad to see them again. Shin said that Yang should have been good, and you should have fulfilled your part of the agreement. After that, he came even closer to him, and said that now his actions would cost his life, and he himself was to blame for making a mistake. Ian started screaming very loudly that this crazy person had gone completely crazy, and ordered his guards to immediately stop him and kill him. They looked at their boss in fear and said that I couldn't do this because no one before them had managed to stop this psycho. Suddenly he heard the voice of Yaki Young who entered the room and after Kim Shin. He stood behind him and looked at his boss with a satisfied look. Shin thanked Ye Young for his good work. Yang continued to not understand what was happening here and shouted very loudly at Shin to stop immediately. Young said in a quiet voice that the gentleman himself yesterday announced the law according to which the mafia exists. He reminded his boss that the old and greedy members of the mafia should be the first to feed the dogs. Ian looked at this guy in fear and said that he couldn't do this because they had been together for 15 years. Young took out a knife from his pocket and said that it was time for the couple to start the show and stage it here. Ian screamed very loudly in fear and could not believe that he was betrayed by his best soldiers, whom he trusted more than everyone else. Yog put a knife in his palm and said that he allows his master to fight Kim Shin. Young explained to his boss that he must now prove that he is not a weakling and show everyone that he is the most important here. Jan held a knife in her hand and screamed that I'm not all stupid. He said that the people closest to him betrayed him, and now those whom he raised want to test his strength. He got up from his chair and said that for now he was able to. Ian took a fighting position and put a knife in front of his face, and said that they will see why his name is Cerberus. Shin started laughing and said that Cerberus is a very cool nickname for an uncle. Ian jumped and swung his knife. He immediately wanted to stab his passer and not waste time. Ours pierced the guy's body and pierced his white t-shirt. These events took place 20 years ago when he was still young. He came closer to the guy who had just stabbed him with a knife and said that if this guy is weak, then this job is not for him. He watched this guy die and didn't tell him that he should accept it as he should. He only had one that day, but this knife replaced everything for him. He saw this guy fall to the ground and said that thanks to his knife, he was the only way to get what he wanted. He was forced to kill a man with a knife and murder was the only way to achieve his goals. The guy tried to get to his feet despite the fact that he had a wound in his chest. Ian was forced to kill absolutely everyone who opposed him and pierced their body with a knife, and in this way proved his strength. He looked at his boss and understood that killing all opponents was the only way to show that he was capable of something, and that day he was given the nickname Real Cerberus. The old man looked at him and said that this puppy will achieve a lot with such a character. Yang that day thanked the president for his approval and realized that from that moment his life would only go uphill. But at present he had to understand that even a real Cerberus and a Yamal dog would not be able to fight a real demon. Shin was very angry and he wanted to inflict as much pain on this old man as possible for deceiving him and not fulfilling his paronyms. Shin held his head and said that he was sure that since Yang she would always end this boy and his dad would be alone again. He looked at him with his demonic eyes and said that unfortunately he again did not fulfill his part of the agreement. Shin hit his head on the ground with all his might and said that he hates people who don't keep their promises. These people are very boring to him, and they deserve the right to life. Shin stood near his lying body and said that it was even boring to play with him, and he could kill him at any moment. Ivani grabbed him by the clothes and asked him to stop. He started crying and begging for Shin to let him live. He didn't want to die. He said that he could only be his personal dog if he was allowed to live. The demon laughed, showed his sharp teeth, and said, "Is this all true?" Yang looked at him, and there were tears in his eyes. He said that I am ready to give everything and now Shin is the most important in this prison. But Shin suddenly grabbed his ear with his fingers and began to pull it up. Shin said that he is not interested in all this. He just wants them to play a game with him now and ask him what song he likes. Yang looked at him in surprise. His face was starting to turn red. He couldn't believe that Shin decided to play with him the game he plays with small children and his victims. One of the guards came out of the central corridor and saw a large number of corpses of prisoners lying in this corridor. Ian continued to sing the children's song and sang verses from this song. The prison director was forced to sit still and lowered his eyes, waiting for this to end. Yong said that no matter how much the head of the prison wants, he will not change and the commander does what he has to do. The prison director said that he is ready to put up with everyone. The main thing is that his daughter is safe. He looked at the prison director smiling when he heard his name called. Yong looked at this brat and said that he still didn't understand how to address him. The warden was frightened. Drops of sweat were running down his face. He said that the piglets were sorry for making a mistake and asked what should they call him. Ki-young put the cigarette in his mouth, and the prison director immediately smoked the cigarette. The guy said that now he should be called Director Nam Ki-young. Ian continued to sing the song and kept saying that he couldn't sing it anymore, and he was missing some of his teeth. Blood was running down his face, and he was in incredible pain. Shin raised his hands, which were stained with blood. He didn't say that if you deal with this fat man with your bare hands without pressing, everything will end very quickly. Shin smiled and said that he wanted to hear all the purchases, and he was disappointed that he could not do this. He turned around and started to leave, and at that moment Ian was sitting on the floor. Before leaving, he turned his head to the director and said that he wanted to ask him something. The prison director looked at him in surprise and asked what happened and how he could help. Shin asked the prison director if he could leave here and promised that he would return soon. The director said that if he is going to go outside, then he will not be able to do it because it is impossible. Shin tried to explain to the prison director that he and Jan Duman are completely different people and therefore should not be judged by everyone under the same actions. The director tried to explain that it is not in his power to release prisoners and the authorities who are above him will notice this. Shin didn't want to listen to this little man's boring excuses anymore, and so he hit him with his finger on the glass of his glasses. Shin smiled again and said that he would leave very quietly and no one would even know about it. So there is no need to worry about that. The director sat with a frightened expression on his face. His glasses were broken. He did not understand what to do correctly. The coach was finally able to come to his senses and took lessons on a spoon to eat rice for lunch. His hands were shaking, but nevertheless he tried to bring the spoon with rice to his mouth. The detective said that he needs to eat more carefully in the evening. He just woke up. Kim replied that, unfortunately, he did not have time for this and therefore took a whole plate of rice in 2 hands. The coach explained that he needed to immediately restore his body to its normal shape and continue on his way. He started eating the plates and explained that he needed to fulfill the promise he made to Jihu. There was a sign near the elevator that showed what floor the elevator was currently on. Dad told his son that he needs to wait a little longer, and now they will go. He pressed the elevator button to take him to the first floor. A man came out of the elevator, and he asked for forgiveness for the wait, but the man replied that there was nothing wrong with it. The machine said that they had never met before and asked this man why he had recently moved into this house. Shin wore normal clothes as a child and told him that his father's house was here. Shin came out of the elevator and said that he had not seen his dad for a long time. The boy noticed that this guy had 6 fingers. Dad covered his mouth with his finger and asked the boy not to talk about other people like that because it's ugly. The detective asked the coach what promise he made to the guy. Suddenly they didn't hear a knock on the door and realized that they most likely had an unexpected. The detective said that this was very strange because he wasn't expecting anyone today and doesn't understand who could come. From behind the table I said that we need to see who decided to visit him. Kim continued to eat the rice plate. Suddenly he thought it was very strange that someone decided to come to them at such a time. The guy kept ringing the bell and wanted the door to be opened for him as quickly as possible. He constantly pressed his finger on the doorbell button and wanted them to hurry up and open it for him as soon as possible. He smiled and said that he would soon see me with Dad and he had already come to meet him. The detective came to the door and said that he would open it now and that there was no need to knock on the door so loudly. He took the doorknob with his hand and began to open it. When he opened the door he saw a girl in front of him and asked her who she was. It was a girl with pink hair and Navi was about 15 years old. She asked why it took him so long to open and said that she ran here very quickly. The girl immediately went into the apartment and said that it smelled very bad in here, and she felt as if someone had died here and offered to ventilate the room. The detective grabbed her by the backpack and ordered her to stop immediately so she could tell who she was. She looked at him with a dissatisfied look and asked what was wrong with him. Suddenly the coach came out from the room and said that it was he who called this girl and this girl was Onion, and she hacked the computer. He explained that her name was Cho Dopal. The girl was happy when she saw her uncle and said that he looked like a skeleton. The detectives looked at the girl in surprise and said that Cho Dopal was a boy. She once again turned her head to the side and looked at the detectives and said that her name was just an alias. She asked if he had ever seen hackers who work under their real names. Kim asked Cho Dopal if she was able to find out anything about Kim Shin. She explained that the poets were the reason she came running here. The girl with horror in her eyes explained that she tried to hack the camera from prison, and it seems that Kim Shin was recently released. Shin entered the apartment, and used his sense of smell to determine by smell where his dad was now. He continued to sniff his t-shirt, and said it smelled like leather and cigarettes. He stood in the center of the room in which a lot of garbage was scattered and said that this is exactly what his father smells like. There were a lot of stickers on the ceiling that glowed at night. He lay on a small bed that was made for a child, and lying on this bed he said that he really hoped to meet him. His dad no longer lives here. He thought about finding Chongha and asking him where Dad is now. There was a broken photograph on the floor and glass scattered all over the carpet. He pulled the photos out of this frame and tore it in two, separating his dad from the rest of his family. He started eating photos of his dad and that he needed to tell him that he was back. The coach hit the table with his fist as hard as he could. He said that he hates this psycho and to do everything possible to stop him, and the idiot constantly moves. Kim said that he couldn't believe that this psycho killed Yen Domin, and now he's calmly walking down the street as if nothing had happened and said that he urgently needs to be dragged. Cho was sitting on the computer at that moment, and said that she was looking for a place where he could go, but so far there were no traces. She explained that he doesn't even use credit cards, which makes it difficult to track his locations. Cho said that if we can't find him soon, I don't even know what else he might do. Suddenly they didn't pay attention to the switched on TV, which was showing new ones, and the director said that in broad daylight, the body of an adult and a child was discovered in an apartment building in the city center, and the corpses were found in the security room. They watched in horror on TV and heard that during the case it turned out that the apartment belonged to Mr. Lee. According to the news, they showed this very house in which the coach used to live, and the announcer said that, judging by the fact that the things were badly damaged, the police made certain conclusions about the fact that it was a mistake to do this. Why was this in his apartment? And she begins to have suspicions about who did it. The coach hit the table with his fist again. He was incredibly angry, and said that Kim Shin is a real piece of shit. It was only 10 minutes of 12 of middle. The boss bit his fingers and could not calm down. He hoped that this psycho would finally come back and he wouldn't have big problems for him. Suddenly the variation began to make sounds and he heard Kim Shin's voice. The warden realized that this psycho actually came back and did not deceive him. Kim Shin looked at the gates of this prison and at the lanterns that shone on him, and said that the doors were open for him because he came back and back. He waved his hand, smiled, and said that he had come home again. He stood on his hands and did push-ups 15 times. After that, he did push-ups for the 16th time and drops began to flow down his body. He did push-ups for the 17th time, but the more he stopped it became harder for him to do push-ups. When he finished the exercises, he landed on his feet and was able to rest peacefully. Ji began to blame himself because he couldn't even do half the push-ups he wanted to do. He took his ribs with his hand and said that he needed to recover even faster, and there was very little time left. Suddenly he raised his head up and saw that Shin was standing in front of him, who were very surprised that the boy had already started playing sports. Shin smiled and said that the boy was still supposed to be 3. He had not recovered from the last battle. Ji asked why he came here. Shin smiled and said that he just wanted to thank him for helping Chung-Hoo find his father. Ji at that moment understood that this Mirza was talking about his coach, and he most likely guessed something. Shin took a few steps to meet the guy and said that now it's better for Ji-Hoo because that's his real name. He patted him on the head and said that the boy had grown a lot since the last time they saw each other several years ago. Shin would stroke his head and cry with the boy. He would say that he was very sorry that this boy just wanted to be an airplane pilot. He stroked his hair and said that this guy has become so big. He can't believe that this boy has grown so much lately. Shin told the guy that time flies very quickly and he doesn't even have time to notice how such children grow up. Ji-Hoo understood that this psychopath was able to reveal him, and now he is unlikely to be able to fight him in his current state. He clenched his fists tightly and prepared for a battle that was unlikely to defeat him. Shin said that he remembered the song that Dad used to. He took a step forward and began to sing a line from a song that says that if you take a step, then your mother will smile. He continued to walk forward and sang a song about how if you make a mine, Dad will smile. Ji couldn't stand this vile behavior any longer, and raised his fist to hit him. Ji-Hoo felt incredibly angry when he heard that it was you idiot singing the song that his father sang before he killed him. Ji understood that most likely he would die in this fight, but nevertheless he wanted to pour out the hatred and anger of the monster. Shin felt a very strong big cheek yet continued to smile, and continued to sing the song. Ji didn't understand how this bastard could 5 songs after being hit so hard. Ji-Hoo remembered that Kim Shin is an ordinary person like everyone else created from the bones of flesh and blood and he can be killed. Shin to meet Ji-Hoo and still continued the song despite the fact that his nose was bleeding. Ji swung his fist again and shouted something loudly that he would kill him at any cost, even if he himself had to die. Shin stopped and grabbed his hand and did not allow his Ryu to move further. Shin continued humming the same song and almost sang it to the end. Suddenly he started laughing and said that he managed to sing all the verses and not die. After that Shin hit the guy on the shoulder with all his force and broke his bones. Ji felt his arm bone being separated from his chest bone and felt incredible pain at that moment. Ji screamed in pain and didn't understand how he should resist this monster. Shin continued to laugh and said that now they could finally play with him normally without prying eyes. Shin grabbed his hand and said that now it was Jihu's turn to sing the song. He twisted his hand and said that he wanted to hear all the verses from the song just like his father did. After that, he began to break his second arm and the guy felt the bones separate from the rest of the body frame. Jihu lay on the floor and felt incredibly strong pain but did not know how to resist it without the help of his hands. Shin laughed and said that if a guy doesn't want to sing a song then he can offer him an alternative option. His face was completely covered in blood and he said that the alternative was that he told where his dad was now. Ji was lying on the floor with his head in the ground. He understood that he could only choose one of two. Shin that the guy should sing a song or tell where his father is. If he doesn't choose anything from these two options then he will break his left arm first, and then all the bones of his body. Jihu said that he and his coach Duseok trained every day to one day kill Shin. Shin looked at him in surprise and again pimples. What did he just mean? Ji said that after every workout, I didn't go to the shower with him and communicated with each other like father and son. Ji tell him that I didn't talk to each other every day, we replaced each other as father and son. Ji continued to lie on the floor and tears were flowing from his eyes and he said that his uncle raised him since childhood, and therefore he knows him inside and out. Shin started happening and the guy is now acting like a child even though I just asked him to sing a song. Jihu said that the name Kim Chong-hu was invented by Duseok. For this he took the name of his son and combined it with the name Jihu. After this, the boy asked Kim Shin who gave him his name, and whether he knew his father? Shin immediately reacted to this provocation, and could not withstand such pressure and tension, so he swung his leg. He kicked the guy in the head with all his might, and caused incredible damage to him. The blow was so strong that the guy flew into the air and turned over several times in the air. Jihu was prepared for the fact that it would be very painful, but nevertheless he found my place for the psycho. Jihu fell to the ground and after the fall, dust began to fly into the air. Shin no longer smiled as before and ordered the guy to immediately shut up and start singing a song. Ji continued to get to his feet after such a strong blow, and through the pain was ready to attack his weak spot. Ji stood up and said that Shin is very funny when he is angry and thanks to his careless blow, he was able to remember something. Jihu said that he remembered one way to kill Kim Shin and thanked this psycho for reminding him. Shin started smiling and grimacing again and the guy got pimples. How was he going to kill him? He immediately lunged forward and said that the guy couldn't even stand on his feet normally. He swung his leg with all his might and hit him in the face with his heel. Shin looked at this guy falling down and said that he was just an ordinary toy that his dad sent him. Ji felt a lot of pain and his head turned to the side. He sat down and lowered his head down. He was in a lot of pain and couldn't lift his head. Shin grabbed his head with his hand and lifted his head up. He waved his fist and said that Ji is an ordinary toy that is waiting for a cloud of all forgotten toys. He punched him in the jaw with all his might and his head flew to the side. Shin held him with his right hand in his hair and with his left hand began to hit him in the face, saying that he did not envy him. He didn't understand why the guy didn't answer him, and she repeated once again that he didn't envy him at all. Ji fell to the floor and lay absolutely exhausted, but he was still conscious. Shin stood near his body and looked at him, and said that he wanted to repeat again what he said before. He told him that now he would very slowly break each finger on his hand and the guy should sing a song at that moment. Ji looked at this psycho and realized that he had never seen such crazy people before, but he still had a plan. Ji was still waving his left hand and his fingers were stained with some kind of liquid. He put his fingers in Shin's mouth and this psycho felt very unpleasant vile tastes in his mouth. Shin jumped back and pimpled. Why did this idiot put his dirty fingers in his mouth? Ji immediately realized that his plan had finally worked, and he began to laugh. At that moment he realized that it was his turn to laugh. Every second he started laughing louder and louder. You realize that he doesn't even understand what just happened. Shin asked him why he suddenly felt so happy. He said that Jihu acts like a real child. Jihu continued to laugh and looked at this idiot like he was a loser. He said he smeared his fingers in poison. Shin looked to the side and saw that he was lying on the floor with an open bottle of poison that poured out from there. He was incredibly angry at that moment, and couldn't believe that this boy would think of such an act. Shin put 3 fingers in his mouth to trigger a gag reflex and pour out all this poison. He started vomiting on the floor trying to save his life. Ji lay on the floor and watched the exercise and said that this method will not help and if the slightest drop enters the body, his muscles immediately begin to paralyze. Ji said that this psycho would finally die from burning pain throughout his body, and after that he started laughing very loudly again. Shin turned his head back and looked at him, and said that he wanted to get the antidote immediately before he died. Ji continued to laugh and said that the antidote for this poison had not yet been invented. He tried to sit up and said that no matter how strong this demon is, when his muscles are paralyzed, he will not be able to do anything to him. Shin turned his head back and looked at him with a dissatisfied look. He could believe that he had finally been outplayed in this game. He lowered his head down, and again began to hum a children's song about how if he takes a step his mother will smile. Shin sings the second line of this song about how if he takes 2 steps his dad will smile. Ji looked at this psycho finally dying and tears began to appear in his eyes. He said that dad can now feel calm. Shin didn't want to just give up and ran up to the guy to kiss him and give him this poison. Ji was shocked at that moment. He understood that this psycho still turned out to be a smart bastard and was able to think of such an act. Shin looked at him and said that if the slightest drop enters the body, he will also die. Shin started smiling again through the pain and said that he didn't want to go to hell alone, and it would be much more fun for them together. There was this sign on the door that said Financial Utopia, Customer Relations Department. In a large office there were a lot of people working while sitting at the computer. The guy handed over a cup of coffee and told his boss that he had brought it for him. The boss said that he was just thinking about a cup of coffee and the guy had already made it. Tessop said that he remembered that his boss drinks a cup of coffee every day at this time. He smiled, looked at him and said that he shouldn't have done this, but she's still grateful to him. Suddenly the deputy called the guys and asked them to make 10 copies of the document that he gives him. Another guy who was sitting in the back of the office asked him to call Mr. Quick. In this office he was given various tasks. He was asked to clean up when he got a little dirty or to set up a video conference before starting. Tessop always told the submissive that you will do whatever they ask him to do. The gentleman looked at this guy and smiled. He thought that he had not met such employees for a long time. Tessop went to the coffee machine and made himself a glass of coffee. The boss asked the guy if he liked this job. The guy replied that he was happy with this job and everyone treated him very well. The boss told him to see that this guy is a kind person and his son is the same age as him, but he constantly spends time with his toys. Tessop scratched his head and said that he didn't even know what to answer. The boss took a sip of coffee and said that in fact Tessop is here for a reason and there is a reason why he got here. The boss said that when he saw him he was reminded of his past because he was also from the orphanage like this guy. Tessop was very surprised when he heard that his boss was a man from Periot. The boss said that when he was a child this place was called an orphanage. He put his hand on the guy's shoulder and wanted to tell him something. The boss suddenly smiled and said that it was the same as walking through a dark tunnel and suddenly seeing a ray of light. He smiled and asked the guy to try hard and wished him good luck. He said that he was going to talk to the company about transferring Tessop to a full-time employee position. He was shocked when he heard these words from his boss and could not believe that he had such an opportunity. Tessop bowed to his boss and said that he would try even harder. The boss asked him not to overdo it. The boss suddenly took the cases and asked the guy to bring it to one client on the way home. Tessop took the case and said that he would definitely complete the task after work, and asked what was so heavy in this case. The boss said that these are just ordinary documents. He smiled and said that these documents are very important, so you need to be as careful as possible with them. When work ended, he immediately went in search of this place that his boss told him about. He came to that place the boss told him and was surprised that it was exactly this place. He didn't expect the company to cooperate with places like this building. Tessop knocked on the door several times to have it opened for him. Suddenly, from the other side, he heard a man's voice asking who came. The guy replied that he was sent by his boss from the Financial Utopia company. A tall, strong man with scars on his face opened the door for him, and his partner who came to him looked. This guy asked what was inside the case. Why did the boss give it to them? Tessop said that he was not told about the contents of the case, and handed it over to these guys. When he saw the tattoos on his hands, he thought that his boss was collaborating with bandits. The guy smiled and thanked the stranger for bringing it. He continued to smile, and said that the guy should say hello to the boss and thank him for this parcel. Tessop said that she would definitely convey her gratitude to her boss, but at that moment he looked in surprise at the guy in front of him. Several times after that, he replayed that moment in his memory when the boss gave him this case. The next day the guy came to work and again asked him to hand over another case, and thus began working as a courier. Every day he brought cases to the same place. I don't know what was inside and handed these cases to this guy. Well, one day something unexpected happened when he was walking along an alley in a poor neighborhood. He heard a girl's voice asking him to stop. At that moment he drew attention to her and asked what was needed. It was a girl with pale skin who was wearing a jacket and asked to be given money, and she would do anything to get money. The next day when morning came the building was very quiet. The coach sat at the table and said that if Kim Shin and Ki-young killed Yang Do-min, it's bad, but nevertheless it has practically no effect on them. He wanted to know how things were going with the Arrow and Bao that were in prison. Ko replied that she checked Jihu and he is currently coping well with the implementation, but it is unknown what is happening to him at the moment. However, she said there was very bad news. Ko said that the Bao was killed while trying to attack Kim Shin. The coach looked at the girl in surprise and asked what does this all mean. He said that this couldn't happen. He ordered them to wait for orders. Ko said in a surprised voice that she also did not understand what was happening and why everything turned out this way, but it was as if they were possessed and risked attacking him. Kim hit the table with his hand and said that he didn't understand why she obeyed his orders and they put the rest of the team in danger. He said that they hate it when they don't follow his orders and don't listen to his plan. The detective asked in a surprised voice, were they all dead? Did the three of them really die at the hands of this monster? Ko answered in a sad voice that, unfortunately, not everyone was killed and there is not a single survivor, and now Jihu is completely alone in prison. The priest walked along the prison corridor and hummed a song. Suddenly he said that he sincerely believed the words of God. He said that the Lord was calling him, and he was happy and grateful, and would keep the oath he made to him. He entered the room in which Jihu and Kim Shin were at that moment lying unconscious. The lighting continued to hum a song about how he would save his words in order to follow the right path. Jihu lay on the floor unconscious. I slowly paralyzed his body and mind. Shin was in the same condition, lying face down on the floor and drooling from his stomach. The priest continued to sing a song about how his God's people will save his God's children. He threw Kim Shin on his back and started leaving the room with him. The priest said that he loves his father very much and will do a lot for him. He is on his back the most terrible psycho and said that he feels that God, like Kim Shin, I don't understand, you don't value him. He had a cross on his hand and he said that it was exactly the same so he could understand it. The priest said that it would be very correct on his part to do everything that Shin has risen again. He began to smile and said that he would do everything possible to resurrect him just like Jesus did once. The priest took a bottle with some liquid and poured the contents of the bottle into Kim Shin's mouth. For some time, Shin was still unconscious and lay with his eyes closed after the liquid entered his body. The priest was sitting on the stairs near the podium of the large cross, and Shin was on his lap. The lamp illuminates the cross that hung on the wall in such a way that it seemed like a divine ray. The priest said that all his life he was worried about one question: how could God and the Great Father create such a monster? A large butterfly with an unusual color on its wings hung on the wall. Sanji stood in front of a painting with a large number of butterflies, and his mother told him that he had already collected a lot of insects. Sanji that as a child he was not at all like everyone else, and ordinary things did not bring him joy, and this distinguished him from others. His parents always wanted him to be the first in all endeavors, and that day they said that he should quickly get ready and prepare for Mass. Sanji, from childhood, understood that he needed to live correctly, because only when you live correctly are you protected. He stood and looked at the painting with butterflies. His attention was directed to the cross that hung on the wall above this painting. He knew that if he committed evil, in this case he would immediately have to pay for it, and therefore he asked the Lord for forgiveness because it would be very scary. Sanji told God that he had led a rather long but nevertheless very boring life, like a bug hiding in the dark. He was constantly involved in charity work, often distributed food to the homeless, but did not get any pleasure or happiness from it. He rarely heard any compliments for his work, and mostly saw the dissatisfied faces of the people he helped. Sanji said that he does this only to make people feel good, and it is not difficult for him at all. He knew that he lived in such a way that his truths and thoughts were not revealed, and therefore he had to lead such a miserable existence. But at some point in his life, Kim Shin appeared, and that's music news. He saw this man on the news for the first time, and they said that he was a maniac who killed 28 people. He was quite young and watched in surprise the news report that was talking about this psycho. Sungji understood that Shin was somewhat similar to him, but Shin was not a noble devil. He said that he came here only because they were interested in what punishment Kim Shin would receive from his almighty father. After that, he turned his head back and realized that nothing had happened to him. Sungji looked at the cross that was hanging on the wall and said that this devil was undeservedly lucky again despite the fact that he is not a noble bastard. The cross continued to hang on the wall, and the priest constantly communicated with it. Sanji said that at one point he had doubts why his father did not show any interest in them because he had been submissive all his life. He realized that it was for this reason that he needed evidence, and one day he approached an old man who was wandering along the street. He offered this homeless man who once insulted him and offered this old man candy, and this was his first victim. After that, he found another victim whom he chopped off with candy. The victims he killed became more and more geometric progression. Sanji killed more than 10 people using poisoned candy and learned to hide dead bodies. He felt calm in those moments when dead bodies came to him. He walked in the rain and dragged the corpse of a man behind him. He stopped at the edge of the mountain and looked at the big city that was in front of him, and at that moment, he only thought that he had not received any punishment. Not suddenly, a realization came to him that had never crossed his mind before. This consciousness was that his father had absolutely nothing to do with their actions. He continued to hold Kim Shin's body in his arms and said that their father no longer loved them. Suddenly Shin woke up and tried to say something in his quiet, hoarse voice. He said that the Sungjus are the coolest people he's ever met. He smiled at the priest and did not thank Kim Shin for having just been praised, and after that he called him God. Tessop stood in the alley and looked at this girl with surprised eyes. She kept asking him for some money and said that you will do anything to get this money. Tessop understood what was happening to this woman and why she was standing in such a long winter jacket because it was autumn outside. She put her hands on his shoulders and said that he should not pretend not to hear her. She explained that she had not been able to sleep properly for a week. Tessop continued to ask her why she was doing this. He sincerely did not understand what she was going to do now. The girl came closer to him, and in a quiet voice said in her ear that she would do whatever he wanted. He just had to get her one thing from his suitcase, just one. Tessop that under no circumstances will this matter happen, and it is better to immediately move away from it. The girl got angry and started trying to snatch the suitcase from his hands. Tessop stepped back and took the suitcase with both hands and said that the girl most likely misunderstood him and that the suitcase contained documents from his company. She started laughing when she heard him say that there were documents in the suitcase. She asked if she could look at these documents if he was actually telling the truth. After that, she rushed at him again and said that she wanted to take just one thing. She started screaming that she had nightmares, she couldn't sleep and felt that she was just going to die soon. Tessop jumped back and ordered her to immediately let go of him and stop holding him. She didn't listen to him and still held the suitcase with her hands, and at some point she almost managed to open it. A few seconds later she opened the suitcase, and the contents of the suitcase began to fly in different directions. Small bottles began to fall to the ground and scatter in different directions. The girl fell to her knees and began to rake all these bottles with her own hands. She shouted in a joyful voice that she could sleep and dream again. Tears appeared in her eyes and tears flowed from her mouth. Tessop couldn't believe that this girl was actually a pro and there were no documents in this case. The girl immediately began to run away after taking a large amount of drugs. He ordered her to stop immediately and began to run after her. She looked at these bottles of drugs and thought that she could live in her sleep for a whole year thanks to these drugs. But suddenly she crashed into a man who blocked her path and suddenly appeared in front of her. This man was his boss, and he told the girl that she was putting them all in difficult situations and asked why she was doing this. She began to smile and laugh, and behind him stood the chronicles who protected him. She fell to the ground and was scared when she saw this man, but she continued to hold all these jars of drugs in her hands. Tessop was very surprised when he saw his boss in this place, and did not understand what he was doing here. The girl said that it was her fault, and most likely she was actually crazy and didn't understand what she was doing. She threw out all those jars of drugs and said she'd bring it all back. Tessop saw how this girl begged his boss not to kill her and to leave her alive. He leaned down and asked her to raise her head, after which he asked why they should kill her. He said that there is no need to say such terrible things and she will simply compensate for the damage caused. She said that she couldn't compensate them with money because she had run out of all the money. He smiled and said that she shouldn't go to the stock exchange because for people like her there are special ways to compensate for the damage. He turned his head towards his guardian body and asked him to inform this girl. Tessop continued to look at his boss in surprise and did not understand what was happening. He saw this girl being brought in by two people and getting her into the car. The boss stopped smiling and his expression became very serious. He approached the guy and gave him injections from a syringe, and after that said that he asked him to take good care of the suitcase. The boss began to slowly inject the drug into his body. The guy immediately felt weakness in his body and began to slowly close his eyes. The boss said that he was very sorry that everything was happening like this because he really liked this guy. The doctor has prepared all the instruments to begin the operation. The doctor scratched his head and said that this was the second patient of the day, and that was a lot of patients. The boss said they can't add any more drugs to this guy, so they need to do it as quickly as possible. Tessop slowly began to open his eyes and felt that he was regaining consciousness. The doctor noticed that the guy woke up and asked if he could no longer be given a drug so that he could feel this pain. The boss said that this guy would die anyway, so there was no point in wasting drugs on him. After that he lit an ecos. The doctor said that everything was clear to him, and told this guy that he would now feel very severe pain. Tessop asked why they are doing all this. The boss looked at him in surprise and said that he didn't understand the meaning of the question why. He said that in the beginning he chose Tessop specifically for this task. If he suddenly disappears, no one will even notice it. Suddenly we didn't hear the doorbell, and the toy door started to rotate. Some person was very intense and knocked loudly on the door trying to get it opened. The boss looked at the door and said that he didn't know who could come here. Suddenly the door handle slowly began to turn to the side and someone opened the lock. The coach's face appeared and said that he made a promise to Jihu and must fulfill it. He promised that while the guy was in prison, the coach should protect his friends with all his might. He said that he almost let them suffer again because he himself was weak. The coach looked at Tessop and asked him for forgiveness for being a little late. The doctor recognized this old man and said that for the first time he saw that the corpse came to life and returned to the place where they were ready to kill him. The boss said that this was their client. He took a loan from them. He rolled up his sleeves and thanked them for saving them from their problems, and showed up himself. The boss untied his tie and smiled. He said that this old man could barely stand on his feet, and asked if he was really going to fight with them. The coach hit the light switch with his bat as hard as he could. He said that they absolutely did not guess what he would do here now, and they were mistaken if they thought that they were stronger just because there were more of them. He held the bat tightly in his hand and prepared for battle. The coach was very angry and said that in order for them to never do such terrible things again, he is now forced to kill them all. The coach hit the wall with his fists because he felt guilty. He said that it was his fault that all these people died and the whole plan failed only because of him alone. The detective tried to stop Damak and calm him down. Ko coughed several times and told her uncle that she was sorry for saying this, but if there was anything else she managed to find out. She said that this information concerns Tessop and he is most likely in big problems now. Ko said that this guy is now being used in a corporation near Utopia and he does not occupy the most reliable position there. The coach immediately woke up when he heard these words and could not believe that the guy got involved with these bastards. Ko said that the guy joined this organization about a month ago. Ko explained that until recently there were only homeless people with drug addictions, but now they accept orphans from orphanages and orphanages. She opened the database and found Tessop there as an employee of this company. She said that this company of orphan guys who sincerely believes that they work for an honest company. The detective looked at her in surprise and said that he couldn't believe that Jihu's friend was doing these terrible things. The coach said that this is not the most important problem Vidya has in this organization. There are things that look like they could happen to him. He clenched his fist tightly and said that all the selected employees would soon begin to disappear from the company. Ko saw that her uncle was getting ready to leave somewhere and asked in a surprised voice what he was going to do. The coach put on his jacket and immediately ran to help Tessop because he knew where this guy could be. The detective tried to stop his friend and explained to him that he couldn't go fight in such a state. He turned his head and told them that after Jihu became an arrow, he promised him that he would protect his friends. Ko looked at her uncle in surprise and could not believe that he was so faithful to his promises that he was ready to go fight despite the fact that he is now very weak. The detectives lowered their heads and looked at the floor. The coach said that he failed to fulfill one promise, but he couldn't screw it up a second time. He looked at the guys and said that he had to do everything possible to save this guy. The switch he hit with the bat was broken. The guys didn't understand where this old man had gone, how he could move so quickly in the dark. The boss said that they should not panic and should not protect important points and wait. He said that battles in the dark are air battles in close proximity. The boss said that this guy wants to outwit them. Well, they should be smarter. In the dark room, the trainer's steps could be heard moving quickly in space. They couldn't notice him in this darkness, but they heard his movements. The boss did not understand why this old man did not attack them, and he understood that soon his eyes would get used to the darkness, and then he would have no chance of winning. But suddenly he realized that this was the old man's plan. He thought that while the old man was not sitting in the dark, he would decide to find cartridges. Suddenly he saw a bright light on the right side and immediately turned his head to that side. The guys couldn't see what was in front of him because the light was blinding their eyes. The guard covered his eyes with his hand and said that he saw absolutely nothing. The coach outwitted them all, and he used the flashlight that was on his head to blind the enemy. At that moment he hit him in the head with a bat. The second bodyguard immediately realized what the enemy's plan was and attacked him with a knife. When he struck, the light disappeared again and he missed. They didn't understand where this old man had disappeared again, and the boss thought that it was all like hunting wild animals. But the boss thought that he was hiding in the dark and paralyzing them with the help of light, and then turning off the light again and hiding in the darkness. He thought that in order to catch animals you always need bait. The bodyguard felt a strange sensation on his back. He felt scared. They touched him with a finger, and he felt this touch. The big guy turned around and immediately struck. He stabbed his knife several times, trying to attack the enemy who was supposed to be behind him. All his attacks would be meaningless because he did no damage and missed. Suddenly he was blinded by a bright flash of light, and he did not see anything that was in front of him. Coach hit this strange guy in the head and beat. The brute fell to the ground and felt severe pain in his cheek. The coach didn't understand why this guy suddenly decided to give away his location. After that, he felt a hand on his shoulder and realized that it was a trap. The boss said that he caught him, and now the old man will not be able to escape anywhere. The boss took him by the hand and threw him over his shoulder. He threw him to the ground, and the coach hit his back very hard on the floor. The boss fell to his knees and said that victory would be his. But his glasses fell to the ground and he looked for. He said that if he catches prey once, then after that he never lets it go again. In the past, the boss was a very good judoka and often practiced various martial arts. If he caught his opponent's grip, then he would no longer let go. One day he broke the arm of his rival and soon joined a corporation called Utopia. His face rarely expressed emotion unless he had to do so on purpose. Chief Nival knifed other gangsters during the fight. He killed opponents using his hands, and that was enough for him. He could wring his enemy's neck with his bare hands and kill him within seconds. He was a real devil and killed opponents by soul or broken bones. He loved to fight because during the end of the day, due to adrenaline, he does not feel pain at all, and therefore even if he is stabbed with a knife, he will only notice it when he sees his own blood. But he said that there were different types of fractures of bones and ligaments, and it could be recognized immediately. He said that breaking bones or tearing ligaments is much more painful than just getting stabbed. The boss said that he loves making people feel incredible pain and scream from this pain. Suddenly a very bright light appeared on his face, and he was forced to cover his eyes. The coach asked him if he was done telling his uninteresting story. He suddenly raised his hand and saw that he was missing one finger, and he did not understand how this happened because he was sure that he had grabbed the old man. The bright light continued to shine into his eyes, and it became very painful for him to keep his eyes open. Trainer Tilo dwarf canal choke hold and said that the pain from fractures cannot be compared with the feeling of losing family or loved ones. He said that the people he killed could be dear to someone, and could be someone's family. The coach said that if a person doesn't have parents, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have a family. And at that moment he remembered the guys from the orphanage who were always like family to each other. The coach said that all these guys had close people. They were much more valuable than ordinary relatives. The boss felt that he could no longer resist, and his hand fell to the floor. The trainer was breathing heavily because he had not fought like this for a long time. He thought that he had destroyed all three rivals and now all that was left was to save the boy. But suddenly he felt someone hit him on the head with a bat. Suddenly the doctor appeared and said that he was again seeing a dream in which people were dying and he was already tired of this nightmare. He swung his bat again and said that if he had a drug then he would see only happy dreams. The coach felt like he was hit on the head with a bat again. He couldn't resist because his leg was broken after the boss twisted it. He slowly closed his eyes and felt that his consciousness was blurry. He was beginning to see very poorly. The doctor once again swung his bat and ordered him to disappear and get him out of this nightmare. But suddenly a man stuck a sharp knife into the doctor's back but pierced his body. He turned his head back and asked what the hell is going on now, who could have stabbed him. The knife was covered in the doctor's blood and the guy who stood behind him held ours in his hands. The doctor said that he doesn't understand why he's in pain. You see, everything that's happening now is just a dream, but nevertheless he feels pain. The doctor fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Tessop stood near his body and looked at the man with a flashlight on his head. The coach understood that he needed to explain to Tessop what was happening here. Tessop suddenly said that corporate life is disgusting and absolutely not suitable for him. After this, the guy asked the coach what was going on here. The car drove forward very quickly and shone with its headlights to illuminate the road. The detective was driving the cars. The coach and Tessop were sitting in the back seat. Dusuk told the guy everything from the very beginning and now he was also aware of all these matters. The coach sat in the back seat with his head down and understood that he didn't want to tell this but was forced to tell about Kim Shin who destroyed Jiho's family. The coach told Tessop why it happened that he became disabled and lost one of his fingers. He had to tell absolutely everything, even why Jihu went to prison and the plan that was not invented. They sat in the car in silence for several minutes, and suddenly Tessop said that he thought so. Tessop replied that all his life he was sure that Jihu could not just kill a person for no reason and his friend was not capable of this. When the cars didn't arrive, I stopped near the building. The coach said that gangsters and utopians are not trying to find the delivery man, but it's impossible to know for sure, so it's better for Tessop to stay with them. Tessop asked the coach if their team could make him stronger. The coach looked at him in surprise and asked again what he meant. Tessop said that he wants to help his friend Jihu and avenge him because of his father because of everything those monsters did. He said that he also wants to become an arrow. At this moment the prison was very quiet. Ko entered the room and was surprised when he saw what was happening there. Jihu was lying on the floor and his face was covered in blood. The guy himself was unconscious. Ko got scared and raised his head to the guy. He asked if he was okay. He looked at him and couldn't believe that someone did such a terrible thing to him. He looked at the guy and didn't believe his eyes because it was terrible. Tears appeared in his eyes and he started crying. Suddenly Yong appeared in the room and asked this crybaby to step aside and not interfere. Ko said that he needed help and he just now noticed that Chong-hu was lying here unconscious. Yong smiled and said that this guy had already died and his body was already starting to smell like corpses. Yong ordered his subordinates to take his body and take it out of here as far as possible. Ko asked for forgiveness and asked these guys where they were taking his body. Yong swung his leg with all his might and hit the weakling in the face. Yong asked him, was he really that close to this corpse? Yong said that if he is so worried about his friend, they can send him together. Ko was very frightened with tears running down his cheeks and said that he apologizes for his words and actions and does not want to leave them with him. When they left the forest to bury it, they took a shovel and started digging the ground. They dug a deep hole for him and started burying this guy from different sides. Yong took a cigarette and asked this corpse if he could take revenge as he wanted. He laughed and told him that justice had not prevailed. After that, he squatted down and threw a cigarette into his hole and said that the guy was still very young and could become a rising star. Well, the mistake was that he thought that Kim Shin is evil and he is the embodiment of justice and his plan was doomed from the very beginning. Young watched his body being buried and said that the devil can do whatever he wants. After that, he looked at him, narrowed his eyes, smiled and said that the observer can only do one thing. After that, he stood up and told the guys to quickly bury him, and went towards the building himself. Kim Shin came to his senses after being given the antidote, and began to warm up. He stretched his muscles and Kostya in order to feel alive again. Sungji said that Kim Shin has an excellent stance. He just took the antidote, but he can already move so actively. It's amazing. Shin said that despite all this he still feels lousy. Shin looked ahead and asked the lighting how the two guys standing next to them were doing. Sanji smiled and said that these are his brothers and they are really obstinate guys. The priest pointed at the fat man and said that this was Yung Chan and a lot of people had heard about him. This guy earned his fame when he caused a fire in the elite dormitory of one of the universities for rich kids. People tried to run out of this building and covered their mouths and noses with their hands so as not to breathe in the smoke. And nothing was visible behind the smoke, and they could not find a way out. Suddenly a man with a lantern appeared in this smoke and said that people should follow him, and he would lead them to the exit. People understood that they had no other choice, and they had to trust this person. But suddenly, when I didn't come closer to him, they saw this man swing a large hammer. He hit one of these guys in the head with all his might. The girls saw some man, just a guy, with the help of a young man, and immediately got scared and started screaming. Young Chanwoo told the girls to come up to him and not be afraid of him, and little drops of blood flowed from him. There were gas masks on his head, so Max could breathe calmly in this smoke. He said that this exit was the way to a better world. He tried to explain that they should give up their desire to live because salvation will never come to them. The priest said that he set fire to the hostel and killed 5 people with a hammer, although his victims included 4 more children, but the police could not prove this. Sanji smiled and said that the well-known motive for the crime was a feeling of inferiority in appearance. Chan suddenly replied that this was not the case at all and he had other motives. He wiped his face from the bot with a towel and said that he just wanted to teach the guys, but they ignored him, and so he had to flatten his head. Sanji smiled and said that these were very true words and asked the guy to continue in the same spirit. After that, he showed the second prisoner named Han Suntae and said that he is the leader of the rebellion faction, and he kidnapped 3 high school students and demanded a ransom from their parents. The children shouted that if he gets the money then he will let them go. But Khan never let them go, and among these children there were also his subordinates. They were all incredibly scared and asked him to open the doors and let them out. All these people thought that he was keeping them in the cell because he just needed money. When he kept these guys in the cell for a long enough period of time, he began to give them a bottle of water and 10 nuts once a week. He watched them fight for this small amount of food and 1 bottle of water. He looked at how people were ready to kill each other in order to get water and 10 nuts. A month later, the police found this place, and when they saw what was happening inside the cell they were shocked. All these people were exhausted by hunger, and their dead bodies were lying on the floor, and there was a terrible smell in this place. Sanji said that inside this chamber, 5 points of bodies covered in blood and dirt were found. Khan replied that when finding out the reason for committing the crime, he answered that he did it because he loves people. He loved people very much, so he was curious about what we don't think about and how we act in certain situations. Khan tried to understand how their inner self is formed and what needs to be given to them so that they can survive, and what needs to be taken away so that they kill each other. Khan said that he was studying humans and wanted to understand what needs to be done for a person to cease to be human. He revealed that the only reason he is involved in this plan is Kim Shin. His cheeks turned red at that moment. Sagji gave him his head and said that people like his brothers are always imprisoned, and he is going to find them all and gather his gang. Kim Shin stood near the cross and a ray of light fell directly on him as if there was no mission that sex should go. Shin said that the gang is a very interesting idea. He is sure that it can be very funny. He turned his head to the side, smiled and suggested that we start walking together and take a walk. The clock that hung on the wall showed that it was now 2:30. The prison director bit his fingers and said that this was all very dangerous. The guard who stood next to him said that it is easier to stick his head in bed than to do such things. They looked at the video cameras and said that if these 3 guys united something terrible would happen. The prison director continued to chew his fingers and ordered his guard to shut up immediately. He continued to bite his fingers and there were tears in his eyes. He said that these psychos never returned despite the fact that they promised to do so. I did this. He did not take any action as a supervisor to stop them. It was already dark outside and the city was glowing with various bright lanterns. The guys were happy and shouted that they finally couldn't get into the street. Shin smiled and was pleased that these guys also felt happy at this moment. Han turned his head to Shin and asked, "Isn't he interested in listening?" Khan said that he killed as many as 5 people but some of them probably survived. Shin smiled and said that the bad one of all these guys probably survived. He continued to smile and said that he was most interested in this process, and a little later he would have to tell him all the smallest details. Khan again felt his cheeks turn red and he said that he would tell him absolutely everything. Shin smiled again and in a joyful voice told his entire team that they had arrived. He raised his hands up and said that now they need to start their walk. The man opened a bottle of wine and poured it into a glass. He said that everyone knows that Director Jan Doman has already died and suggested that I was bitten by a mad dog. He raised his glass of wine and said that in this way this old man left them, and one way or another he would try to create a different atmosphere in this company. He said that they should trust him and research behind him, in which case he would take the company to the next level. People in the company began to say that they immediately felt better when they found out about the death of this bastard. One of the gas lord asked when he is going to wash his new position. Kang Changyu took a sip of wine and said that he didn't want to complicate things, he was going to keep things simple. Suddenly they didn't hear the two doors. The man who kept the door said that the director had a guest. Ken, in a dissatisfied voice, answered this guard that there is a meeting of directors here now. This guy replied that the guest said that he must definitely see him. Ken was very surprised when he heard that someone was supposed to see him, and did not understand who was behind the door. Suddenly a big guy knocked down the door, and said that it was a little stuffy in here during the day. There was a whole team of psychopaths standing there. Ken, in a dissatisfied voice, asked these idiots who they are. How did they get here? The guys continued to walk forward with confident steps and had no intention of stopping. Shin asked in a surprised voice, did they really not recognize them? Answered that they are those same crazy bastards. Shin said that it was he who killed Yang Domin and now came here to receive his reward for this act. Khan said that he now understands who this guy is because this is the same Kim Shin crazy guy. Can this man says that he killed Yan Domin, they cannot leave him without reward? He asked what he wanted and offered him some chewing gum as a trophy for his work. Shin walked up to the chair and pulled it up to sit on it, and said that this uncle was very funny but he had other plans. Shin said that they need to get a place where they can have fun with their friends. Ken smiled and said that there is a lot of this place here, and you can have a good run here. At this moment all the directors stood up from their chairs. You took out your weapons. Shin held his hand to his face, and said that this place called Utopia would be the perfect place to have fun. Kon said that this idiot was talking some complete nonsense. Shin sat at the table and leaned his head on his palm. He supported his head like an ancient Greek god with the help of his palm. He said that Jan Domin used to own a share of the Utopia company, and asked to give this company to him. Shin said that only in this case he will not kill them and will leave everyone alive. A knife suddenly appeared near his face, which one of the directors offered to yours. This guy said that it would cost them nothing to kill these guys for breaking into their meeting. Suddenly the big man grabbed this guy by the hair with his big hand and pulled his head up. He said that they would cut off his head for saying such things. With one movement of his hand he threw the guy aside. He threw this man into the wall, and when he hit the wall he broke it with his head. He smiled and said that his head would go to feed the chickens and therefore he advises me to get involved in this matter and sit quietly. He broke and held this guy by the tie and belt. Don't let him fall. Suddenly one of the guys shouted that they should all shut up immediately. Kong smiled and asked everyone to calm down immediately, and said that these guys are just children and they need to be patient. Kong said that as far as he knows, Kim Shin has absolutely no interest in money. Shin replied that money does not matter to him, and he has already said this several times. Shin smiled and said that all he wanted was just a place to have fun. Kim began to laugh quietly, and said that if he needs places to have fun, he hits the goal very clearly. Shin smiled and looked at this guy. You understand that he is now beginning to understand what the whole point is. Khan said that he will agree to this proposal and do as Shin wants because this place does not belong to him anyway. The other directors were shocked that their main director wanted to give a share to this psycho. Khan said that there is no need to panic so much because this guy helped them a lot when he killed Jan Domin, and this is the price that you have to pay for the service. Shin stood up at the table and said that it was very good that they managed to agree. He began to leave the room, saying goodbye and saying that the director must fulfill his promise. He said that if the director does not fulfill his promise, then he will simply die. Shin and his team left the building and continued down the corridor. One of the men with the power of a director, then he is actually willing to give him a share? Ken took a glass of wine in his hand and said that he was not completely crazy yet, and he just had to adapt to the situation. He got up from the table and went to the window and said that if they had to fight they would have suffered greatly, and there was no point in killing these guys. Khan smiled and he said that his methods are not as cruel and ignorant as Yang Damana. I should not harm others. Khan knew that these guys would eventually end up in prison, and in this case they would have many chances to deal with them. Shin turned his head back and told the guys that they couldn't do anything but they had to meet in prison in 3 days. He said that at the moment they have and therefore they can have fun to the fullest, and do whatever they want. Khan asked his boss what he was going to do all this time. Shin smiled and said that he wanted to visit his mom. The trainer stood on 2 legs at the bottom. His leg was in a special cast that helped him walk. The trainer said that if Tessup wants to become an arrow, then he should try and attack his trainer. Tessup didn't understand how he could attack the coach because he had problems with his leg. Kim said that this needs to be done because this test is to test the guy's skills, and so he should just hit him. Tessup raised his fist up and said that he would try to punch. He warned the coach that he would attack now. The guy swung his fist and struck the coach from the side in the face. Kim felt this blow on his cheek and said that it was a complete failure. He looked at the couple and answered that this was the most terrible blow he had ever seen, and the guy could not kill anyone with such weak fists. Daesop replied that he has never fought in his entire life, but if he trains like Jihu, he will succeed. The coach said that his whole problem is not a weak fist and that it's just violence. He swung his fist and said that the fist is meant to hurt others. The coach said that Tessup's fist has no determination and people like him are usually called ordinary people. The coach didn't hit the guy because it wasn't necessary. He explained that the boy could not become an arrow because he was an ordinary person. Tessup said that he wants to become an arrow because Jihu managed to do it. He was sure that he was also stronger and asked the coach to give him a chance. The coach sat down on a chair to rest a little and said that if he were in his place, Jihu would never hit his injured leg in the face because it would not cause the most damage. The coach looked at the guy standing near the wall with his head down and said that he would never be able to compare with him. Tessup fell to his knees and bowed his head to the coach. He began to ask the old man to teach him to be strong and make him an arrow. He said that all his life he dreamed of becoming a policeman, and he wanted to be a fair policeman and be on the side of the law and protect the weak. But now that he has a disability, one finger is missing, he is not allowed to be a police officer. They say he is unfit. He began to get angry and a vein appeared on his forehead. He told her that he wanted to eliminate something that could easily take the lives of many people. The coach asked the guy if he was really going to destroy gangs all over the world. The old man put his hand in his trouser pocket and said that if his words were sincere, he should go out into the street and find the villain who committed the mortal sin. The coach gave him a knife and said that his task was to kill a person who committed a mortal sin and punish him for this sin. He held the knife in his hands and said that only in this case would he be able to stand like an arrow. The clock hands indicated that it was already 12:30. The detective asked why it was necessary to give such a serious task to Tessup. He said that these were very frivolous tasks for such an ordinary guy. He let the coach down and said that he couldn't put him in danger, and he had already committed an unforgivable Greek act when he brought Jihu here. The coach explained that Tessup is weak-willed and is not at all like his brother, and he will give up the moment he looks for a victim, despite the fact that the world is full of sinners. In order to kill sinners you need to be invisible and act so that no one knows who you are. People walked down the street and talked to each other. Some of them were wearing headphones and all their attention was directed to the phone. Tessup kept his hand in the pocket that was in his hoodie. He thought that he needed to find the villains to kill him, and he couldn't look for the villains blindly. He had to understand what to do in this situation where there might be that same villain who needs to be killed. He continued to walk forward, shifting from foot to foot, and his Vance walked along the street. He suddenly stopped and saw a store in front of him with 25 written on it. He walked into this store and the girl asked what he was doing here at such a time. The guy replied that he was just walking by and decided to stop by. Sia said that after he got a job it was impossible to contact him, and asked how he was working in the company. Tessup replied that this is an ordinary company, and he has nothing to tell about his work. Sia smiled and said that it was very lucky for him to come in because she was ready to die of boredom, and if he waited here a little, she would give up her shift, and they couldn't have dinner together. And Tessup smiled and told her that I love eating burgers with her. In this establishment there was a man who was sitting near the window and had a hood on his head. This man said that he is not very noisy when communicating and he cannot concentrate on eating. Sia calmed him down and asked him to understand that this man was eating and wanted silence. But this guy suddenly told them to go fuck in the mat because this place is not for this bastard. Tessup wanted to object to this man and enter into a conflict with him, but his sister did not allow him to do this and said that at this time there are always a lot of strange people visiting the establishment. This guy left the establishment and said that he couldn't eat properly from these bastards and they ruined his entire appetite. He said that he wants to kill everyone who works in these shitty stores so that they never spoil his appetite again. Tessup said that this guy is completely crazy and he doesn't understand what he's saying. Sia said that the only way out is to just ignore such people. Tessup saw the trash that left this check and asked her sister why she avoids them. He asked, does she not want to talk to her because he is suspicious or because she is afraid of him? He saw that his sister didn't answer anything and it started to make him angry because he understood that she was afraid of him. He came out of the establishments very loudly shouted to this guy to stop immediately. Tessup said that people should pick up trash after themselves and only pigs leave such a mess behind, and after that he said that you can't drink alcoholic beverages in the store. He saw that this guy was wearing headphones and ordered him to immediately remove all the garbage that he left there. He put his hand on his shoulder so that this guy would finally stop. The big guy started laughing and said that this ugly bastard is filled with that enemy, and today is not his day. He gave him a fancy gesture with his fingers and said he just wanted to eat ramen. He turned his head and said that he liked all this, and this guy got his girlfriend in time. He smiled and said that today will be the day of his death, and the fun begins right now. Shin asked the guy if he really didn't have a single idea that he would like to bring to life now. He turned his head at him, and said that after so much time he was finally released but continued to follow him. Han said that he really wants to know Kim Shin and that's why he follows him. Khan stood next to him near the house and said that since his mother was inside, she couldn't follow him. Shin opened the door and walked inside the building. Shin said that the guy can also come in with him. This is the first time he brings someone to his home. Khan saw that there was a photograph hanging on the wall showing a woman with a child. Shin said that his mother is very beautiful and he loves her very much and is proud of her beauty. Han looked at the child who was in her arms and said that most likely this child was Shin. In the photo they were sitting on a green chair and the mother was hugging her child. Shin walked to the door and stood silently near it for several seconds. Han said that he wanted Shin to tell him some story of his childhood and asked if it would be difficult to do this. Khan again felt his cheeks turn red and admitted that he was extremely interested and would do anything to hear this story. Shin turned his head back and looked at this guy in surprise. The boy was holding a transformer in his hands. I played the role of a dad who said that he had already come home from work. The girl held the princess in her hands and said that she had already prepared the cake. The boy with the dinosaur told his mother princess that he also wants cake. The princess started feeding everyone a piece of lei and said that this was the most delicious cake. The guy fed his toy and said that it was very tasty, and he always knew that her cakes were the best. Suddenly the boy heard his mother's voice calling him by name Shin. She leaned over and told her son to stop playing, and it was time for dinner. He laughed and said that they would stop playing now. Mom held his hand and asked what he would like to eat. The boy replied that he really wanted cake. Mom smiled and said that he only talks about cake every day, and it's not even his birthday. Shin said that he would just try the cake once. She smiled and said that she would buy him a cake, but he should sing her a song about 3 sheep. Shin smiled and told his mom that he was singing this song now. Shin said that this is his oldest memory of how he walked with his mother, and sang a song about queens who sit at home where there is a mother and a sheep, a father sheep and a baby sheep. He was near the tree and watched the mother and child and said that at the same moments in his life it was as if he did not exist. He felt like nothing that didn't even have a name. The boy continued to sing a song about a sheep and was glad that his mother was listening to him attentively. He remembered this boy's name Kim Shin and thought that he really liked this name. He wanted him to have the same name as other children. There was a notice on the wall saying that I was missing a boy named Kim Shin. The girl posted these advertisements and said that her child was missing and asked people to help her. She handed out notices to people passing by and told them not to call her if they suddenly saw this boy. She said that she had lost her child and asked people to at least look at this brochure before throwing it away. She asked them to watch at least once. The missing boy announcement continued to be posted on the wall. After a while, this ad looked terrible and it was torn from different sides. After some time, this ad was covered with other advertising posters. 2 whole years have passed since that moment, and a large number of syringes lay on the table. The mother of this child looked terrible and her lips were very dry and her cheeks sank into her cheekbones. She held a photo in her hands and asked her child Kim Shin to forgive her because she couldn't find him. She looked at this photo and said that she did everything possible, she still loves him. A woman sat on a chair in a room in front of a window without the light on and said that she really missed her boy. She said that I was ready to do absolutely anything to meet him again. Shin that his mother was a researcher at a pharmaceutical company, and she missed her son so she invented a medicine. She drove her vein into the wilderness, and asked her son to change her because he had such a mother. This medicine allowed her to meet her child in her dreams. As soon as the drug entered her body, she heard the voice of her boy singing a song about sheep. She turned her head and saw her child who was singing a song about mommy sheep, daddy sheep, baby sheep. She started singing this song with him, and it was cool. In front of her stood a boy who was a grandfather wearing the same clothes as her son, but he had already grown up and his clothes were small. The boy slowly walked closer and closer to her. He hummed a song and continued to approach her. The woman looked at this boy in fear and asked who he was and why he was wearing her son's clothes. Kim Shin stopped in front of her and said that he is her very son and he has returned. She looked at him and said that he was her son. She was not crazy. She could distinguish her son from someone else's. Shin took the syringe from her hands and took it for himself. She said that she remembers what her son looks like. This guy is a completely different child. But Shin covered her mouth with his hand and stuck the syringe into her neck. Shin took a few more syringes and asked her why she still didn't recognize him. He stuck 3 more syringes into her hand at the same time and said that he was the same Kim Shin. He said that she really wanted to see him. He is now standing in front of her. The girl felt very severe pain and a large amount of medicine entered her body. Tears began to appear in her eyes and she felt incredibly intense pain. She took the boy's cheek with her palm and began to stroke him. Tears were running down her cheeks and she looked at this boy and couldn't believe her eyes that she was actually seeing all this. She saw him smiling and calling her mom. Her heart began to melt at that moment. She saw her child standing in front of her and asking to buy her cake. Health immediately began to fight and struck Tessup's club with his fists. He said that what this guy would do was just that it was the most important mistake and all his worthless lives. He continued to hit the police with his fists and said that no one will spare him and now he is a corpse. Tessup felt incredible pain every time a fist hit him in the face. After he punched him several times in the face, he took him by the neck and began to choke him. He smiled and said that there was no point in regretting what he had done. Tomorrow he discovered his corpse. Tessup thought that he needed to do something, but he didn't know what exactly. He knew that this guy was going to kill him. Suddenly he took out a knife from his pocket that was on his jacket and plunged it into the enemy's body. The fat man felt a very strong pain in his stomach and stepped back. Tessup was finally able to breathe normally and started coughing after this big guy walked away from him. The bald thug asked why this idiot carries a knife in his pocket. He said only psychopaths do this. He hours from his stomach and said that this idiot did not hit the vital organs. He again approached the guy, already holding a knife in his hand, and thrust the knife into his chest, after which he said that no one dares to cut his body with a knife. Tessup felt very strong pain. He held back your pain with all his might, but he had a knife in his stomach. The big man asked if he had just heard the sound of his death. The guy fell to his knees and the big guy said that this small knife couldn't penetrate his stomach. He pulled out on his stomach and began to lick the blades that were stained with blood. He said that this blood is very sweet but he needs to finish the job. Tessup continued to sit on the floor and gnashed his teeth. Suddenly, some kind of yellow light appeared in his pupils and something began to happen to him that had never happened before. Khan and his guide walked along the laboratory looking at the green jars. Scientists said that achieving target production is very difficult, but it can still be done. Khan smiled and said that this drug should sell very well and that he needs to expand his plant. The scientists explained to the director that there may still be side effects and they, of course, are conducting research but continue to copy the drug made to the group leaders. Khan turned his head back and asked what side effects could there be? The scientists replied that he talked about it last time. The scientist adjusted his glasses and said that the drug changes the content of serotonin and vasopressin, causing abnormalities in the amygdala. But Khan asked him to explain this in simple words. Scientists tried to explain that some drug addicts fall into an irrational state, and they do not feel pain and also become extremely aggressive. Khan smiled and said that he remembered about it but he already answered this question last time. Khan said that it makes no difference to him, and no matter what in this situation everyone will think that they are producing drugs. The scientists continued to explain that there would be side effects, and that this would cause many problems. Khan said that this is not his job and he should just mind his own business. If he refuses, then his family will not be happy. Khan began to leave this place and muttered to himself about how this scientist had completely stopped being afraid of him. The scientist was holding a tablet in his hands and his hand was shaking after he heard the boss's reaction. He said in a quiet, trembling voice that in this way a massacre could begin if people used this drug. He looked at the cage where there were rats on which this drug was tried and all the rats were dead. One of these rats was still alive, and she was the only one who was able to kill all the others and stay alive. This rat held the tail in its hands and ate it. Tessop grabbed this rock by the hands and began to break his fingers. The big man screamed very loudly and felt incredible pain. His nose and mouth were bleeding. Tessop punched him in the face with all his might, and caused him very heavy damage. The guy grabbed his face with his hand and lowered his head down. Tessop at that moment turned into a night demon who was ready to fight and destroy those who committed terrible sins. The big guy stretched his arms forward and asked this guy to stop, and don't kill him because he made a mistake. Tessop grabbed his mouth from both sides with his hands and began to tear his mouth apart. He slowly tried to open it with his fingers. After that, he looked inside with his glowing red eyes and smiled. He raised his hand up and all his fingers were broken. His teeth were knocked out of his mouth, and his nose was bleeding. Tessop got the taste and continued to strike him despite the fact that the infiltrator was already defeated. He punched him in the nose with all his might and broke his skull. He struck faster and smiled when he saw that the enemy was feeling pain. There was a twinkle in his eyes that made him continue to fight. He delivered another strong blow to the fat man's face. After that, he swung his fist again despite the fact that his bones had already been knocked down. He laughed and felt incredible pleasure from hitting this guy. He sat on top of him and continued to poke him. But suddenly he heard his sister's voice. She asked him in a trembling voice what he was doing now. She was very scared and asked her brother to stop immediately. She began to be afraid of her brother and asked why he did this. Sia continued to say that he is not like that and he should not have done this. Tessop was afraid to turn his head and look at her. He stood up, his head was lowered. He still didn't want to look her in the eyes and continued to come closer and closer to her. Suddenly he grabbed her by the neck with both hands and began to choke her. He looked like a mad Cerberus whose chains were released and his eyes burned with hellish flames. He strangled his sister and completely forgot that she was the closest person to him. There was rage and evil in his eyes. He was strangling his sister and absolutely did not give himself an account of what he was doing now. Sia felt like she was starting to choke and her eyes slowly began to close. Suddenly a trainer appeared behind him and gave him a fatal hold and ordered him to stop immediately. Tessop felt that he was beginning to choke, and it became very painful and difficult for him to breathe. The coach did everything possible to stop this guy and calm him down at any cost. Tessop tried to break out of this grip but he couldn't because he was too weak. Suddenly he felt himself starting to lose consciousness, and his eyes were closing. The coach continued to hold him in this grip and waited for the moment when the guy lost consciousness and passed out. Kim looked at this guy and realized that if a few more minutes had passed, he would already be late, and it would be too late. The coach looked at the girl who was lying on the ground unconscious, and he felt scared because this guy had hurt her. He didn't understand what happened to this guy, and where he got such frantic power from. It was very quiet and calm in the shelter from the very morning, but suddenly one person came in. This man handed over a white letter and said that he wanted Grandpa to take it. Grandfather thanked your master, and said that he helps him even in those moments when it is very difficult for him himself. The man scratched his head and said that everything was fine. He needed the money much more. He explained that there wasn't a lot of money in this envelope. But with this money I couldn't buy anything tasty for the children. Grandfather held the envelope in his hands and said that this money was quite a lot for them and he would use it wisely. The boy approached his grandfather, took him by the leg of his trousers and thanked the gentleman who gave him the money. The man smiled and said that it was a small gift and asked the boy to be obedient and study hard to become a great man. This man returned to his poke and got on his bike. Lee went on about his business, and people passing by greeted him and said that they had collected waste paper that they could not give to him. Was the grandmother who was sitting next to her on the ground hungry? Well, Grandma replied that she was not hungry. Lee stopped and took the bag and said that even if she is not hungry, she should not skip meals and there is some food in this bag. She took the packages from him, thanked him. She said that he reminded her of her son, if he had not taken a slippery slope. Lee understood that this grandmother had a difficult fate with her son, and he felt sad. He took cat food out of the bag and put it outside. He saw a cat who was looking for food near the trash can and put this food near her, and said that she needed to eat because she was very hungry. The cat hissed at him and reacted very aggressively because she thought that he wanted to offend her. Lee said that she was doing everything right and should be careful not to be offended. He said that people are the most dangerous animals. You always need to be careful. A man stood not far from him and smoked a cigarette, and said that he needed to get rid of this garbage, and he should take responsibility if it scratched his car. Lee lowered his head down, apologized to this gassed gentleman, and said that he would immediately remove his cart. He scratched his head and said that he would be careful in future. We apologized again. When night fell, a small number of windows were burning in a large building. A man in a brown jacket approached the director and said that they needed to talk. He said that they have selected people to send them to kill Kim Shin in prison, and now he is waiting for instructions from Director Kang, but can explain to them that he had already tried hundreds of times to kill this psycho. But unfortunately nothing worked for him, and for this task he needed a trusted person. The gentleman will not believe that this psycho is so strong, and now he did not know what he needed to do. Khan suggested sending Fatty Lee there because he was the strongest he had ever seen. Lee continued to drive down the street with his cart, and thought that he still needed to help so many starving people. Suddenly he saw that in the alley hooligans were insulting a boy who could not buy them a drink. The bully hit the guy on the cheek with all her force because he didn't respond to their request. The bully said that girls are waiting for them. They need alcohol because of this, and they are idiots, and they can't do anything. Lee continued to pull his cart, and suddenly stopped to ask these guys why they were beating this boy. The bully looked at this fat man and said that he had better go on about his business and not interfere. The gentleman asked the director, "Is this Mr. Lee really so strong that he can cope with Kim Shin?" Khan stood up and told Chairman Jin Guk that such a sinful person cannot enjoy the end of his years and live happily, and all thanks to Mr. Lee, because if it weren't for him, he would have been sent to another world a long time ago. Khan replied to all the chairmen and soldiers that there is no person who is stronger than Mr. Lee. He went to the window and said that there was a time when the Chinese triads tried to infiltrate Korea, and the chairman sent one Mr. Lee to them when they arrived in Korea. This gang of thugs started laughing when they saw that this man came to them alone. Lee straightened his tie and said that if I don't want to live, then it's better to run away from here and he won't pursue them. Ken said that the chairman sent him alone against a whole crowd for a reason, and he had an understanding that this guy could handle them alone. Lee destroyed all the opponents despite the fact that there were a large number of them, and ordered them to never return to Korea again because there are only monsters living here. He turned his head back and said that Mr. Lee is much more terrible than Kim Shin, and there is not a single person who can compare with this man in strength. Lee said that he helped these guys and now they should let this boy go and not bully him anymore. The hooligans replied that they understood everything and from now on they would be friends with this guy. The bully asked Mr. Lee if he could give them some pocket money so they wouldn't rob the guy. Lee looked at these guys and realized that they were incorrigible, and he tried to help heal their strength with the help of kindness. The bully continued to ask what this uncle was and how much money he had with him, and the more he gave them, the faster his mood would rise. The hooligans turned their heads back and looked at this car. Two black-clad security guards and a man in a gray jacket with a scar all over his face got out of the car. All these people bowed and greeted Mr. Lee. At this moment, the hooligans completely stopped understanding what was happening here. The men in the gray jacket said that they came here to meet Mr. Lee and asked for forgiveness for the fact that they came so suddenly. The gentleman explained that Director Kang Chang-gyu told them to bring Mr. Lee to their corporation. He was trembling and drops appeared on his face under a trembling voice and asked Mr. Lee to come with them because they would need his help. Lee looked at these guys with disbelief and didn't like the fact that they didn't appear so suddenly. 5 days ago in prison they'd buried Jihu's body in the backyard, and one of the guys said that this would be enough and he would never get out of here. Ko all this time was watching these guys standing near the wall without showing himself. There was a bright moon in the sky that illuminated the night street. Ko walked to the place where Jiho was buried and looked at his grave. He realized that he needed to help him as quickly as possible, but did not know how to do it correctly. He felt the ground with his hands and thought that he was buried somewhere here. He remembered the moment when he touched his body with his fingers. He said that he was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest, but he was still alive. Ko understood that only thanks to this guy they stopped bullying him, and this time he was forced to save him. He began to dig up the ground and a minute later he saw his face. All this time he prayed for Jihu to survive. He took out his body and put the earth on his shoulder in order to carry it to a safe place. Ko heard that Mr. G was still breathing but very weakly. Ko didn't understand what they needed to do now, but his legs continued. He had to find safe places to hide Jihu. Suddenly he heard the voice of a man who ordered him to stop. A guard stood in front of him and smoked a cigarette. He asked since when were prisoners allowed to walk freely around the prison grounds. He said that prison is not a park for a walk. Ko in front of the guard and told the boss that it happened by accident. The director continued to smoke a cigarette and said that all these days he thought that Ko was just an ordinary coward just like himself. He continued smoking cigarettes and asked the guy if he really decided to save him. The prison director said that this is all very commendable because only this guy can get them all out of this hell. The prison director asked the guy to save Jihu because no one else could save them except him. He said that only Ji can fight Kim Shin and defeat him, and he needs a second chance.